ABC News, good afternoon. I'm Yvette Gray. Dozens of residents have gathered in Melbourne's inner north to rally against nuclear-powered submarines and the AUKUS agreement. The protest was organised by Marybeck Council, which last month declared itself a nuclear-free zone. It comes as Australia's ambassador to the United States, Kevin Rudd, says he's confident plans to bolster Australia's defences in the Indo-Pacific are moving a step closer to reality. A US Senate committee has approved draft legislation allowing the transfer of sensitive military technology to Australia. If it passes both houses of Congress, it would help accelerate the delivery of Australia's nuclear-powered AUKUS submarine fleet. Kevin Rudd says it's essential for Australia's shared future with the US and the UK.
What's our mission statement? What's our mission objective? It's that we three great democracies develop a seamless defence, science and technology sector between us all.
A Queensland political scientist says it's highly unusual for a federal government to win a seat from the opposition at a by-election. Voting continues in the Gold Coast seat of Fadden to elect a replacement for former Minister Stuart Robert following his resignation in May. The Liberal Party holds Fadden by a margin of more than 10% and is confident its candidate Cameron Caldwell will retain the seat. Dr Maxine Newlands from James Cook University says people tend to stick to what they know.
If they're stalwart Liberal voters, they're going to vote regardless of the candidate. It'll be those voters that are the kind of sway voters where they voted for Labor at state, which is quite common, but they've voted for Liberal at federal level. And it'll be those that will have an impact on, but not the stalwarts that are going to vote regardless of who's there.
The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has warned that Russia is throwing all its resources into stopping Ukraine's counter-offensive. Kyiv has launched a counter-offensive to take back land in eastern and southern Ukraine captured by Russian forces. Russian accounts suggest its forces have repelled attacks in eastern Donetsk region, including around Bakhmut. But Mr Zelensky says Ukrainian troops are making gains.
The Russian forces on our southern and eastern lands are investing everything they can to stop our warriors, and every 1,000 metres of advance, every success of each of our combat brigades deserves gratitude.
There's predictions the Hollywood strike could last until the end of the year. Thousands of actors have joined writers on picket lines a day after their union failed to reach an agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. Succession star Brian Cox has told BBC the strike could drag on for months, given both sides are a long way apart on issues including pay and royalties from streaming. He's also warned of the dangers of artificial intelligence.
What you're going to have is regurgitated. Everything's going to be regurgitated. So nothing is going to be original. Nothing will be new. I mean, that's like shows like Succession will merely be copies. There will not be original pieces of work.
World Cycling's governing body has banned transgender cyclists from competing in women's events. As the BBC's Alex Capstick reports, the decision comes after American rider Austin Killips became the first transgender woman to win an elite female race in April.
Cycling joins athletics, swimming and rugby in banning anyone who's gone through male puberty from competing in female events. The UCI also announced that men's races would be open to everyone. British Cycling has already decided to bar trans women from racing in the female category. The UCI said it would approach other sports governing bodies about a jointly funded research programme to further study the effects of hormone treatment on the performance of transgender athletes.
In the AFL today, top of the ladder Collingwood takes on Fremantle at the MCG. The Gold Coast Suns, with interim coach Stephen King in charge, play St Kilda. Port Adelaide will be looking for a 14th win in a row this season when it comes up against Carlton at Docklands. Tonight, the GWS Giants are in Adelaide for their clash with the Crows, and it's Geelong against Essendon at Cardinia Park. To the weather for the state. Cloudy with scattered showers over southwestern districts extending throughout the rest of the state during the day, then becoming more isolated in the evening. Cool to cold over southwestern districts, milder in the north and far east. For Melbourne, showers developing, a top today of 13. Tomorrow, partly cloudy 15. Monday, sunny 16. Tuesday, a shower or two 15. It's currently 11 degrees. ABC News.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set. Bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
AFL.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanuskas and Cameron Ling.
100% pure footy. The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
The lead items for round 18 of the AFL. An extraordinary finish at the MCG which went right down to the final seconds. Melbourne pull off the great escape to rescue their top four hopes and break Brisbane hearts.
Boundary throwing. Gorn grabs it out the ruck. Hand pass away to Brayshaw. Kicks inside 50. Melcham comes flying through to take the pack mark. Half forward for the Demons. Jake Melcham may well have the game on his boot as he moves in on the set shot. Melcham's drop punt. He's there. The Demons are in front. Melcham the hero.
Gunston flicks it up, gives it off to Lyons. It'll land inside 50. They need a mark. Who's got the mark? Is it Lever or Hipwood? The umpire blows his whistle. Full time. The Demons are floating in heaven. They've come from the crowds to celebrate a famous win.
The Swans do it for Horse. John Longmire celebrates his 300th game as Sydney coach on a winning note, while the Western Bulldogs are left to wonder where it's all gone wrong.
Isaac Heaney runs to half forward, kicks to space. Happily keeps his feet, and he'll kick his fourth from just in front of the goal line. And the Swans are back in front.
Wicks off the Florent. That might be enough. Kicks in space, and the Swans hang on. There's a pulse on Sydney's season in 2023. They salute for a tight win in John Longmire's 300th as coach.
And the sunset on Stuart Dew, backed by his CEO and then sacked in a messy ending. How now to manage the fallout and the crucial questions going forward.
So I can confirm, following discussions with Stuart Dew, that his tenure will cease immediately. I want to acknowledge that this is a decision that we don't take lightly. I want to make it absolutely crystal clear that we are unashamedly holding this club to account at a very high level. I'll go further and I'll say that there is a clear gap between where we currently sit and where our expectations lie. And the senior coach selection process will be solely designed to close that gap.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to The Lead on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Matt Clinch with you from a rather dark MCG. Hope they put the floodlights on ahead of Collingwood and Fremantle from the G this afternoon. The Gold Coast Suns without Stuart Dew taking on the Saints. Carlton and Port Adelaide in the twilight. Can the Blues keep the believing going, or will Port Adelaide continue with the streak? And depending on where you're listening tonight, Geelong and Essendon from the Cattery, and Adelaide taking on GWS from the Adelaide Oval. All games are available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button if the game you're looking for isn't on the main channel. Cameron Ling was a part of the Friday night call team in amazement last night of Max Gawn, who is going to join us on The Lead. Lingy, welcome to you. How do you try and sum up a match which had so much ramifications in terms of both sides' top four fortunes?
Oh, thank you, Clinchy. Good afternoon to you and Rama and everybody listening out there. Oh, what a game of footy. It was just superb. Melbourne's start was outstanding. Brisbane, I was wondering what on earth is going on. Have they realised the game's got going? Click into gear a little bit. And then Brisbane just methodically took over the game and were in total control of it, playing terrific football right across the ground. But what a finish by the Demons. When I look at the way Melbourne played in that last quarter, Clinchy, and the way they played in that first quarter, that's the team where I sit up and think, hang on a second, I'd almost put a little line through them because they were so dull in the way that they attacked and their ability to score wasn't there, that I thought, no, they can't keep pace with Collingwood and Port Adelaide and maybe the Brisbane Lions. But when they play like that, the mind goes very, very quickly back to 2021, and you think this team can win the premiership, especially when they've got Clayton Oliver to come. But they got to be able to do it every single week. But last night, they were superb. And I'm glad we're talking to Maxi Gawn today because he was just monstrous. What a captain's game.
He was. There's a bit to work through last night and what it might mean for the rest of the home and away season. Essendon Premiership player Adam Ramanauskas is alongside me. Rama, welcome to you. Melbourne needed 4 goals in 7 minutes. Are the best games decided with a minute to go?
Oh, no doubt. I think good afternoon to everybody and to Lingy. It was an amazing last quarter, but if you tell me those two teams are not premiership contenders, you're kidding yourself. The hardest thing to do in AFL football is shift momentum. And both teams were able to continually do that in last night's game. You look at the way Melbourne started. Then Brisbane shift the momentum back into their favour. They get out to 28-point lead a couple of times in that game. Then Melbourne, in the end, they just fought and scrapped. And you look at the stats of the last quarter, Liggy, and it's like they didn't completely dominate by any stretch. They won the contested football, but the ball just lived in their forward half in those last 7 or 8 minutes.
There's been a lot spoken about the Brisbane hoodoo, and I think Chris Fagan had possibly had enough of all that talk during the week. He wasn't rude about it, but he was getting a little short with some of his answers, which is fair enough. But when you have to break a hoodoo, or a team's got you, a ground's got you, something's got you, you need to really grab it and rip it out of the opposition's hands. It was Jack Viney who did the opposite to the Brisbane Lions last night. I mean, that moment, as good as Gawn was, Petrarca was superb, the brilliant players everywhere. That Jack Viney moment, just ripping the ball out of Oscar McInerney's hands, almost summed up the way Melbourne gritted their teeth and said, nah, actually, we're going to win this game. That was a brilliant moment. Could be a season-defining moment for Melbourne. They could use this now and get on a real roll, Rammer, and as you said, they are premiership contenders when they play like that.
Yeah, and their forward line looked a lot better last night. I think the D's. You mentioned Petrarca, and he played a lot more centre forward last night and was able to hit the scoreboard. I thought Ben Brown looked really good. I thought Pickett really looked really good last night. So, and then it's an interesting one. The discussion was around Grundy going out of the team. Was it to reset him? The reality is it was to reset Max Gawn. Max Gawn is such a selfless player that he was giving Grundy so much time in positions that he's dominated for so long. And last night, you put him back into his number one position for an extended period of time, and he just dominates the game.
So if you want to add your thoughts to ours on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Lang. So it's the first time Melbourne have kicked over 100 points since round 9 against the Hawks. And you mentioned the experiment that's taking place. Brodie Grundy loses his spot in the side. They don't have a VFL game today, so they'll play a scratch match, I think, against the Saints, in which Brodie Grundy will feature. And the message is clearly to go away and not work on your ruck craft, but try and be a value to us inside the forward 50. What does last night's win do for Melbourne? They had 10 individual goal kickers in a game where Christian Petrarca once more has kicked 8 goals in 2 weeks. Is that the answer for Melbourne going forward? For the moment.
Yeah, I think for the moment. I think no doubt for the moment. But Petrarca's going to have to play at some stage more time through the middle of the ground. But it's sort of like I go back to the Richmond and Dustin Martin and Trent Cotchin sort of example where 2016, 2015, they were just playing sort of backward of centre and padding their stats, Lingy. But you look at Petrarca last night, that forward of centre, I'm prepared to take 6 or 7 less possessions from Petrarca, but the scoreboard impact. And that was proven last night. He's had 26 possessions, he's still had 7 clearances, and he's kicked 4 goals too.
100%, Rammer, 100%. And what a player he is when he plays like that. Now in their mind, they'll be thinking, okay, can we get Clayton Oliver back in probably a couple more weeks? Tom Sparrow, can he stand up more in there? Can we just take 12, 15 more minutes of midfield time, high quality, consistent midfield time, to give that to Petrarca forward, so you can get that, as you said, centre forward type, almost striker in soccer parlance. If that happens, they look good. Bailey Fritcher, I know he's multiple weeks away from coming back, but he's an attacking weapon. I don't know where it leaves Brodie Grundy, because Max Gawn's a better ruckman when he's 90% ruck, with little chop outs from whoever. Last night it was Van Rooyen. But Brodie Grundy's a really good ruckman when he's 90% ruck time. So I suppose it was always going to be the risk, wasn't it, Rammer, when they made this deal, that you've got 2 genuine A-grade ruckmen who feed off being in the ruck for long periods of time. So one of them had to learn a really high-quality forward craft, and neither of them have quite grasped that.
Well, the other part of that, Ling, is when both were playing forward for extended periods of time, they were standing there with their hand up in the air and saying, kick it to me. Whereas if you look last night, there was constant movement in Melbourne's forward line. So there was gaps and holes and space everywhere. And that's why, as you mentioned, Clinchy kicking over 100 points.
So is it a admission from Melbourne that the Max Gawn Brodie Grundy deal hasn't worked? They were looking for a point of difference, and in the end it's now a wrestle as to what's their best forward mix.
Look, if they go on a hot streak here, Lingy, and continue to win games, well, you probably say it's hard to see him Brodie coming back into the team. But at the same time, if they win a couple, lose one or two along the way, you might give it one more chance just to see if it works or not.
Rama, I'd also throw in, I don't think you could say it's a losing proposition.
No.
What if qualifying final, preliminary final week, whatever it might be, Maxi Gawn goes down, he's hurt, you go, well, we can bring Brodie Grundy in. What a luxury that is. Collingwood, I believe, is still paying part of his salary, so you haven't got his entire salary on your books under your salary cap. And if you admit, come the end of the year or the end of next year, this isn't quite what we wanted it to be, you've still got an asset that you can flip. I reckon there'll be another 6 or 8 clubs who would be desperate for a ruckman of that quality.
So flip this around the other way. Before Brodie Grundy goes out of the team, they're still sitting 4th on the ladder.
Yep.
So you can't say it's a failure.
But can you justify so much of your salary cap being with 2 ruckmen?
Oh, no, I don't think so. But as Lingy said, Collingwood are paying a good portion of Brodie's salary. But then you look at what Collingwood flipped that into and how many players they flipped a Grundy, a Treloar into. That's a whole different conversation that we're going into there.
Yeah, but the problem is they brought Brodie Grundy in to be a point of difference, to have 2 All-Australian calibre ruckmen. The question still to be answered is, can it work? Can it be a point of difference, or do you run the risk that you're paying an elite ruckman to be playing in the 2s, which it just won't work? It's not what he was brought to the club for.
He was brought to the club to replace Luke Jackson, okay? But Luke Jackson is a better forward than Brodie Grundy because he would move more, he was more active. Brodie's probably a better ruckman than Luke Jackson is, but I think we go back to the initial point. Max Gawn likes playing 90% ruck time. Brodie Grundy likes playing 90% of ruck time. You can't play 180% in the ruck. It just doesn't quite work, Liggy.
No matter how bad your maths is, that still doesn't work. But the idea, though, that it's just going to be either a success or a failure, and it's so binary, is just not right. It can still be an asset. Let's just forecast really quickly. Port Adelaide fall just short this year. Really have a really good season, but fall just short. Scott Lysette might be really banged up. Tell me Port Adelaide aren't going to back the truck up to Melbourne and say, here's a whole bunch of assets that you can have. Can you send Brodie to us because we're right in this window? We need an A-grade ruckman to support our team. So Melbourne aren't necessarily going to lose in the long term in this one. I know they wanted it, the point of difference for this year and all those arguments I hear, Clinchy, but it doesn't mean it's just a total failure if Brodie doesn't click perfectly in this season.
On the SMS 0437774774, Bailey Fritsch, just a message coming in. Yeah, he's about 2 months away, and Tom McDonald is back training. The hope is he might be a month away, and Clayton Oliver you're looking at probably still 3 to 4, depending on how his hamstring recovery goes.
In Clayton Oliver being out, Lingy, you're getting more midfield minutes into a Tom Sparrow, who I think is a really good player. Angus Brayshaw played extended periods in the midfield last night. Now, no one's denying Clayton Oliver's a great player, but it's just a bit of a different mix, and it's allowing Christian Petrarca to do other things.
And Brayshaw played a pseudo run-with role on Lachie Neale at times. Yeah. And Lachie Neale had, I think, 9 clearances, but only had 19 disposals. So that post-clearance effect wasn't there for Neale. That was Brayshaw. So you're right, that balance is pretty good. Tom Sparrow's outstanding at clearances. He's then got to get the post-clearance stuff happening. But you're right, it just worked really well. But Oliver coming back in will be very handy to their chances.
Yeah. Cameron Lang alongside Adam Romanascus. Matt Clinch with you for the lead from the MCG. According to Champion Data, last night Max Gawn's game was the highest rated game in 4 years.
Of any player?
Of any player.
Wow.
29 disposals, 38 hit-outs, 17 hit-outs to advantage, 21 contested possessions, a goal and 10 clearances. He joins you on the lead. What a game from...
what an introduction for Max.
Max, great to have your company. Has the adrenaline come down? Are you back on level ground after the high of Cloud 9 last night?
Yeah, good afternoon, gents. 7 tackles as well. Just slip that one out. Very rarely I get over 2 tackles, so that's the one I'm most proud of. But, no, that was a hot game. That was every bit of 3v4. Both teams will have a bit of vision on Monday morning, some good stuff and some bad stuff. They controlled the game in the middle 2 quarters, and we controlled the game in the first and fourth. So I think that's what's so good about 3v4 is you test yourself against the best, and you get so much learnings from it. And then to be able to win the arm wrestle at the end, it was really special.
Maxie, well done on your own game, the team game, just a superb game of footy. Late in that game, so Brisbane, I think it was about 25 points the margin. They're up and kind of in control from us watching from the outside, but it just felt like yourself and 1 or 2 others just said, nah, this is not going to happen, let's get going. And what was that 3, 4, 5 minute patch like where you had to wrestle it back your way? What was happening out on the ground that you were able to feed off?
It's sort of, it's as simple as performing your role in big moments. It gets talked about a lot with Collingwood with their run of turning over 3/4 time deficits. But you just see so many players just playing their role to an extreme level when under pressure. And we've touched on that a few times, especially our leadership group and leaders. We like to stand up in big moments, but that's not necessarily Christian Petrarca running from a centre bounce and kicking a long 60-metre goal, but it's just him getting first possession and getting it out to Angus Brayshaw as clean as possible. So that's sort of the stuff we're focusing on. To be fair, we focus on that majority of the game, but we go to the next level when we're in the last quarter, and we felt like they were catchable. They were 30 points, but we still felt like it was catchable. And then once we got within sort of 12 points, the momentum was starting to go our way. And that's one of the hardest things to stop in footy is when a team's got momentum.
Can I ask you something, Maxie, about it's probably something you've had to wrestle with throughout the week or the last week or 2. You're captain of the team, therefore you're the leader of all of your wonderful teammates, but you're also the ruckman. And your fellow ruckman, Brodie Grundy, gets left out of the team. Big recruit, high profile, all of that, plenty of media attention to it. What sort of conversations are you having with him over the last week when effectively you're the one grabbing his spot a little bit, if I can put it like that, but also you're his captain and have got to give him a bit of a vision to how he can come back?
It's a good way to put the question. We had a good chat during the week, Brady. But to be fair, the last since the Collingwood game, the Queen's Birthday game, the last sort of 3 or 4 weeks haven't been mine and Brodie's best games. And Goody's tried a lot of things with this forward line. He's dropped Jacob Ben Roy, he's dropped Ben Brown, he's dropped Tom McDonald. Bailey Fritch's injured. Jake Melton's been in and out. He's tried Joel Smith. So he's tried a lot of things in terms of the tall forwards. And the one thing he hasn't tried is the double ruck method. And when Brodie and I put together sort of 3 games of just rucking well but not necessarily doing our part as a forward, I think we both saw something maybe coming. I'm not sure if it was leaving one of us out or potentially just less game time or something like that. And once the decision was made, me and Brodie had a good long chat about it. We're still pulling in. I'm still chipped in on this decision that they've made to get us both in the same team. And I still think in finals, definitely towards the back end of the year, the big guys just get bigger. I'd feel 22 rucks if I could, but I'm pretty happy with 2 rucks. But there'll be a time when he can get himself back in the team, and obviously we'll have to work on what it looks like from there. But I'm still going to go try and be a tall forward during the week and train a couple of things as a tall forward, as well as keeping my ruck stuff going, and so will he.
I'm interested in that 22 rucks, Max, just how that would play out on game day, but we'll talk about that another time. You mentioned that forward setup. and you kick over 100 points last night, so it's the first time in a while you've been able to do that. Why is the setup... Okay, I'll frame this other way. Why do you think the setup is better without that extra ruckman down there?
I mean, I don't necessarily think that. I'm a big fan of rucks, like I said, but in terms of what happened last night, maybe the mobility of Jacob Van Rooyen compared to me in that forward line certainly keeps maybe a Payne or a Harris Andrews a little bit more honest. But I certainly think if myself or Brodie are marking the ball, we can do that as well. So it could be as simple as if we do both play in the same team, again, in the next couple of weeks, we just need to take 1 or 2 marks inside the forward 50, and that's our role ticked off. I certainly think Jacob came in and played his role last night. I thought he was really good in the ruck.
Yeah.
He did some really good stuff. I tried to go on and off with Oscar, so he only got Joe Danaher when he was in there, but I felt like he was really competitive when he rucked. And Ben Brown's first quarter was quite dominating, to be honest, as well. So, I still think Goody will tinker with the forward line. Obviously, Tom McDonald will come back in 2 weeks and Bailey Fritsch will come back in 5. So there's still a couple of guys to come back. So expect some tinkering, and I honestly would not know what the team is for next week, let alone week 1 of finals.
It looked like you went after their midfield last night. Their midfielders had very, very low numbers. Hugh McCluggage was their highest possession winner as a midfielder with 22. Just the role of Angus Brayshaw last night, I thought he was absolutely terrific. Played big midfield minutes. Looked like he was going to Lachie Neale around contests to try to stop him. How much time was that? How much time did you put into that during the week?
Yeah, early in the week, our opposition coach sort of set the scene. Brisbane's got some seriously good numbers in their midfield, especially when they win. I think they're number 1 in a lot of areas around clearances and going forward from clearances and quick kicks from clearances, and it is the barometer of their game, especially up at the Gabba, but also good away from the Gabba. And so we got set that scene pretty early that it was going to be hot in there, and Oscar McInerney is a big part of that. He can get the ball going forward. We certainly had Lachie Neale's name on the whiteboard. It's funny, I was listening to before, he had 19 touches and kept him low. We actually were trying to do the other thing. We were trying to keep his clearances low, but his clearances were quite high. But that's the way Angus Brayshaw plays. His post-clearance defending is, that's a weird thing to say, but his post-clearance defending is really good. And then we got 2 genuine workhorses in there. Just having Christian Petracca and Clayton Oliver out for a couple of weeks of the midfield is Tom Sparrow and James Jordan. Are super players to play with. They're great team players. They're both working on the strengths of their game as well. I think they're both becoming damaging midfielders, but in terms of shutting out Lachie Neale or playing tight on Jared Lyons at different times, those two are definitely capable.
Max, just in terms of the team in itself, are the question marks fair or unfair on Melbourne? Because that looked to me last night every bit like a heavyweight title fight. It just, you guys had the momentum early doors. Then Brisbane are able to shift the momentum and get out to a lead. Then you're able to wrestle it back. That looks to me good enough for a premiership team.
Yeah, you got to wear the criticism when it comes. Obviously, losing a game in Alice against the Giants, losing against the Bombers early in the year at Gather Round. There's some stuff that we copped a fair bit of criticism for, but I think the journey, that's all part of the journey, to be honest. And I don't want to always circle back to 2021, but we only really hit our straps. We were the team that was tipped to not be top 4 in that 2021 finals race with about 7 weeks to go, and then we won our last 6 and managed to finish top. So it really is about trying to click at this time of the year, and some of the learnings that we've got. So we lost to Port Adelaide by a kick over there at a wet night in Adelaide Oval. We were horrible that night. And I dare say if Bailey Fritsch kicks the snap to win the game, we might not review the game as what we did with losing it by the kick. So some of the learnings we've got, the Geelong we were really good for 3 quarters and then got belted in the last. The Giants, we were really good for all 4 quarters and just couldn't kick a goal. So the learnings we're getting from that all builds to, bang, there we are, 100 points in the G against the 3rd best team in the comp. So hopefully that springboards us into the next few weeks.
Melbourne captain Max Gorner's with you on the lead on ABC Radio. I guess the other part, Max's no side has beaten both Brisbane and Collingwood, so you can lay claim to that, and you've got a 9-day break ahead of the Adelaide Crows at the MCG. And you sort of look at your run home, Richmond, North Melbourne, Carlton, Hawthorn and Sydney, so you don't really play a side inside the top 8, which makes sort of last night so critical. Do you feel like that could be the type of the type of win that really builds belief and sends you in that right direction?
Yeah, certainly you need to take a scalp to get a bit of confidence. And to be fair, we did beat Collingwood a couple of weeks ago, but Brisbane have been a bogey team at different times, and they beat us in the finals last year at the G. So to be able to get that done, albeit we weren't looking great with 5 minutes to go, that should lead us some momentum. But it's almost harder playing teams that are in around that 8th spot at this time of the year. So Adelaide's going to be a hot contest next week, and they're trying to win on the road as well, so they'll have a big focus on trying to play well at the G. Carlton looks like that game, and Richmond, they'll both be fighting for a top 8 spot. And then Sydney, last game of the year, looks like that'll be a hot game as well. So, they don't become any easier just because they're not top 4.
And the storyline of Jake Melcham wasn't a part of your premiership in 2021. Took the 5 contested marks, the 6 shots on goal. I think he admitted that he had 2 shots out on the full in the opening quarter and then nailed 2 when it mattered most, including one, the winner in the final minute. How important is it to have that squad mentality that for players like Jake, when they're called upon, they're able to step up and take their opportunity?
Yeah, he did need to have a little reset after his first 5 minutes. He was marking them in the first 5 minutes, but then he was just kicking them on the full. But I wouldn't want the ball in anyone else's hands. Not sure if you guys have watched much of Melky's career, but the guy can kick. So he's almost... I didn't look like he kicked it well, but it did go through.
Is that Jocko's work? Is he claiming credit for that?
Yeah, Jocko claims anything. He's the goal-kicking coach, but if we tackle well, he'll probably claim that as well. He does put a lot of work into our goal kicking. We've had a bad couple of weeks. Obviously, the Giants game, 5 goals, 20 or whatever it was. So, but the guys that really have put down the work are starting to get a lick of the ice cream with Christian Petrakis kicking 8 in 2 weeks, which is really good. But in terms of Melky, I mean, for 3-4 years, he's been behind Bailey Fritsch. They're very similar players. Bailey Fritsch has been so consistent for us in terms of both performance and not getting injured. And Melky's sort of come in and played 2 of them every now and then. If we lose, Melky goes back out. So it's been a tough little road for him, emergency in the granny. But I can see him playing some footy for us for a long time now. I know he's 32 and he's uncontracted, and I'm not in list management, but he's at the peak of his powers right now. And some of the stuff he was doing to Harris Andrews last night, it just shows that the guy can still play. And then the week before he was doing it to Wilkie. And then Tom Stewart. Actually, that was Joel Smith. Melky came in after that. But there's that role in the forward line to shut down that intercept defender, and Melky's been doing it.
He did it superbly well. Just pop a contract in front of him now after that moment last night. He'll happily sign that one. But right at the end, Maxie, has Jakey Lever been telling everyone that was just his mark? He always had it covered, never a worry in the world?
Yeah, I had a relatively good view on it, and to be fair, I mean, I'm pretty biased in this call, but it did look like Jake marked it. And then at the end, it looked like Hipwood marked it. So I think the umpire's call is right where it's a ball up. I don't think you can pay that. Certainly can't pay that as the attacker's mark, in my opinion, because it would have been a ballsy call.
It looked like it was a 50-50, if not a ball up. It was certainly Jake's mark. Just to loop back one more, you played 97% of the second half on the ground, Max. At 31 years of age, do you feel like you can do that in the run to September?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's the fact that we've been double rucking a little bit. I still think forward's as hard as ruck, so I'm not sure if you're actually getting that much reprieve. You're running a whole lot more as a forward, a lot more high-speed running. So it's actually still pretty tolling. But I've been hitting some numbers at training that I've been really proud of in terms of my speed and some of the other testing we do around jumps and weights. And so I felt like I was in a really good spot if the opportunity came, if Brody ever got injured or if they did think with the team that I was going to be in a good position to play my role if I got that number 1 ruck role. And I got a chance last night against someone that I tend to struggle with. Oscar's quite fit and very strong and very tall. And up at the Gabba when I normally get him, he's a very tough player to play. So I gave myself the opportunity to give it a good go last night, and I felt really good. The last quarter, the question got asked if I wanted to come off, and I said if I'm near the bench when Oscar goes off, I'll come off. But Oscar went off at a different time, and I was on the other side, so I just stayed on, and it didn't bother me too much. So I'm feeling good, even though people start to write you off when you start looking at 32. I'm 32 at the end of the year, but Goldstein, although probably a bad example because he's out of the 10 currently, but Goldstein's been going pretty well this year at 35. So Rucks can keep going in my opinion.
And you spoke about all the different elements you've tried with your forward 50, and now Brodie's going to go back to the VFL to try and work on that forward craft. So there's sort of no debate around his ruck work around the ground. But as a ruckman, how hard is it to go to VFL level to learn to be a forward that can be a threat inside the forward 50? What do you imagine are the biggest challenges for Brodie to try and adapt his game style to be that player?
I can only speak for myself. Brodie's a lot quicker than me, so it's probably not an issue for him. But I certainly find my speed can be an issue sometimes, so I've got to try and mark the ball in a contest a lot, which I like. I like marking the ball with packs, but to mark more than 2 or 3 of them in a game is a pretty sensational game. So, we just got to keep working with Tom McDonald, Ben Brown, Jacob Ben Roy, creating connection. I'm more than happy if I'm in the forward line and we score 100 points and win the game, and I haven't touched the ball just as long as I've played my role. I'm at that point in my career where all I really want to do is be there on the last day of September, and the guy who's running our team is good. He knows exactly what to do to get there. And if he says go play forward, and Brodie's the best person to ruck us through this quarter, I'll go sit forward and try and play my role down there.
So, Maxie, what does a Saturday involve now? Do we find a little open fire somewhere for a couple of glasses of wine this afternoon, or do we get a bit of sleep in? And I know you follow the tour closely, and we sit up all night watching the tour.
Certainly no sleep last night. They went up one of their all-time climbs last night, and I'm not going to bore you into the numbers, but 1v2 went up against each other. It was a pretty good showdown last night on the tour, but I didn't get to bed till 4. And then my 2-year-old son decided that 6 a.m. was his wake-up. And then we did some Auskick clinics this morning as well. So I might actually have a little nap after this. And then I've got a restaurant actually in Hawthorne that I'm going to pop into for a little burger called Moda. I'll just give it a little plug, why not? I'm not going to tell everyone what time I'm there because I wouldn't mind having the burger by myself. But maybe they can pop in tonight.
It's amazing how 2-year-olds don't care that the tour's on. 6 a.m, come on, let's play.
He's certainly not going to be a cyclist if he's building up to be as big as me, and we're not comfortable on bikes. There's all this talk about Gorn Grundy. I reckon Gorn. The guy's as big as me, and he's 2 years old.
Max, always good to catch up. Enjoy your little nap and the dinner tonight, and we'll see you in 9 days' time against the Adelaide Crows.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the call.
Melbourne captain Max Gawn joining you on the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. So I feel like Rama's given us a little bit there in terms of they've tried their different forward dynamics. Yeah. I feel like Max has been the ultimate team man.
Oh, no
he
doubt.
wants to try and sell the message that we can make this work, but he had to concede there that the directive has come down that we need to try this different. And
well, he mentioned it there.
Carrying the load.
He mentioned it there. Like, he goes, I'm still chips in terms of the 2 ruckmen and how that works and how that works in a final series. But, look, I think proof will be over the next couple of weeks, Lingy, and just particularly how Max plays by himself as that ruckman, and how if that forward line fires the way it did again in the coming weeks, well, it's going to make things tricky.
Ultimately, you trust the coach to make the call on the way that the best balance is. You almost go chips in and whatever if you're a good teammate and a great captain and a leader like Max Gawn is, you go all chips in on any decision the coach makes. Right, I'm going to jump behind that. 2 ruckmen, let's make it work. Okay, so you've made the call. Brodie Grundy comes out. I'm going to be 90% ruck and we're going to try something else. All right, let's make that work. That sort of attitude from Maxie and those players around the competition who do it, I love that. That's what leads to successful teams. Like, where do you need me? I'm happy. If we kick 100 points and I'm playing in the forward line, I don't touch the footy. I don't care. Let's win the game.
So is that hard, Lingy, as a captain, when you're the coach, to come out so publicly and say, we value what Brodie Grundy brings to the club when you're taking on Collingwood, and then to have to concede, you know what, we're trying something different because it ain't working at the moment?
Yeah, but that's and this is what leadership is. It's what really good coaching is. Make the tough decision for the betterment of the team, and then just go, bang, this is what it is, and this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to move forward with it. There's still going to be an opportunity for Brodie, but this is our decision right now. Don't float around it. Ken Hinkley's done it as well with Tom Jonas. He's been really strong, captain of the club. So Tom Jonas is not in our best 22 at different points throughout this season. We're going to give him a chance to get there, but right now I'm going to make that huge call and leave out my captain. That's good coaching. That's good leadership.
Ahead of Lingy and Rammer's assessments on the Brisbane Lions last night, here's Chris Fagan chatting about what has become the MCG hoodoo.
The hoodoo lives on. Unfortunately, it wasn't that far away from not living on, but it does. So we just have to take that feedback and try and do a better job the next time that we play here. I'm not a great believer that what happens tonight, if we're good enough to get to finals and we have to play here again, that's going to be on our mind. I think we can deal with that. We were close tonight, about as close as you can get, but didn't quite get there.
So Chris Fagan with his assessment last night of their 1 point loss to Melbourne. The margins are always small, but they went in to save the game mode. They weren't able to do it. Now the question will be, they've won one of their last 15 matches at the MCG. They've lost 22 of their last 25 where the grand final is decided, and it would have been an easy way to silence the critics last night.
Yeah, and we're just going to keep talking about it until they stop us talking about it. And the only way to stop that is to win and win consistently. And that's just a fact. Last night, I think Chris Fagan would be extremely disappointed with the way they started the game. They were just a million miles off. Melbourne was sharp, but Brisbane were just so far off. They were allowing easy marks. They were beaten up around the contest convincingly. And I wonder if all of that effort to come back from such a margin and just being completely out of the game actually exhausted them a little bit come the end of the game, and that caused them to go into save the game mode 3 minutes earlier than they should have. They needed to keep playing with that energy and that speed and that contest work and that outnumber work for 3-4 minutes longer. And if it had still been 25, mid-20 points at that stage 4 minutes longer, I reckon Melbourne would have gone, too far now. But instead, I reckon they sniffed it. They're like, hang on, Brisbane are trying to save this and there's still 8 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And they felt it and they went after it.
It felt like, Rama, they needed one more goal. And it felt like by putting Jack Gunston behind the ball, that opened up Trent Rivers, and all of a sudden Melbourne were getting exactly the game style they wanted.
No doubt. They had 9 inside 50s in the last quarter for 1 goal won. And I feel for the last 10 minutes of that game, the ball just lived in Melbourne's forward half.
Melbourne had 18 inside 50s.
That's right, 18 inside 50s conversely there. It was safe. Look, once Melbourne's midfield got on top, Brisbane just couldn't do anything about it. I thought Melbourne's leaders, particularly in those critical moments late in the game, were absolutely terrific, and Brisbane's probably weren't. That's, you're looking for your best players, Lingy, in those critical moments to stand up, to take the ball down your end of the ground and try and lock it in, and Brisbane simply couldn't.
Possessions aren't everything, as we know, Rama. We talk about impact, but when the highest possession winner on the ground is Joe Danaher for Brisbane, this is 24 touches. Hugh McCluggage worked really hard, had the 22 and found a bit of the footy and really was that link-up type play. He gets a bit of uncontested marks and was trying to link up. But other than that, Lachie Neale's 9 clearances, yep, good, but couldn't quite find the footy. There was no real help from Jared Berry, who had a really poor game by his standards and ultimately was subbed off. Zach Bailey was busy and tried to hunt around. Without Josh Dunkley being there, they didn't have that extra number to throw into the midfield that could sustain the way they needed to play for 5 minutes longer. And they got caught out. Dane Zorko was off the pace. Jack Gunston, whenever he was on the wing or behind the ball, was off the pace. The only time he looked like it was using his smarts to find a couple of goals, or 3 goals ultimately in the forward line. When you don't have that hunt and that run and that outnumber and that spread through the middle of the ground, good midfields are going to get a hold of you.
I must admit, I actually forgot about Josh Dunkley, that he wasn't playing. So it's a very interesting point there, because what that did is it made Brisbane go back to what they were in previous years. So Lachie Neale's having to do all the work on the inside with the 9 clearances, then he can't get outside the contest. Whereas if Josh Dunkley's there in that last quarter particularly, he's doing all the work in the inside to get that ball out. Lachie Neale gets on the outside and the ball can live in your forward line a little bit. So I must admit, the impact of Josh Dunkley missing last night was significantly.
And the only time I reckon, Rammer, that Brisbane looked extremely damaging was when Will Ashcroft and Jasper Fletcher got to the outside like you're talking. Again, they're kids. They can't necessarily sustain it for 120 minutes against really good opposition. But, yeah, you're right. When you don't have that balance of great inside work combined with some outstanding run and spread, well, you're kind of just dumping it then. Melbourne turn it over and away they go. And that was the last quarter. What did you say? 18 inside 50s for the D's.
Yep. Yeah, Jared Lyons got his opportunity. 19 disposals with just 4 in that final quarter. And as you touched on, wasn't a bad night for the father-sons with Fletcher, Ashcroft and Woden all hitting the scoreboard. So that is one of the great parts, the romantic parts of our game. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas. On to the Western Bulldogs and the Sydney Swans from Thursday night. 4 goals Rammer to birthday boy Tom Papley as they had a memorable win in John Longmire's 300th game as the Sydney Swans coach. He's the 23rd person to reach 500 games as a player and a coach, and you could see he was reluctant. He wasn't going to be chaired off. If that was his last act, there was no way he was going to them have the final word, and yet it reflected everything in which he means as a coach of the Sydney playing team.
Yeah, what's fascinating is you see this sort of hard exterior from John a lot in press conferences and when he talks, but you can see the love that the players have for him. They were beautiful scenes after the game. Sydney, no doubt, haven't had the year that they've wanted to off the back of the grand final last year, but seeing that was terrific. Thursday night was fascinating for me, Lee. You had Western Bulldogs who were simply dominating clearance. They were just dominating. But you had Sydney Swans who were able to lay 90 tackles and 22 of those inside forward 50. They went back to old Sydney. Yep. Where it was just pure grit, hard work, determination to get a win, whereas we're so used to seeing them now as this clean ball-winning team, taking the ball forward, slick, but it was, hey, boys, get the hands dirty, get the knees dirty, and let's try to grind this game out.
And you're absolutely right in everything you're saying, Rama. I look at the Bulldogs and it's the same story, though, isn't it? It's a really good in the contest, some good clearances. Treloar 33, Bontempelli 31, and Bontempelli was great. Libba 31, he was good. Richards 28, McRae 24. Lots and lots and lots and
Numbers.
Lots of possessions through the middle of the ground. They score 76 points. It's like they've got to give something up and go, okay, let's somehow accept 40 to 50 less possessions a game, and each as individuals, except, like you said with Christian Petrarca, 5 or 6 disposals less per game in the middle of the ground to get better and more attacking opportunities and kick some more goals, because it's not working. We keep saying their midfield's their strength, and isn't it fantastic, and clearances and contested possessions and this player and that player, but we're saying the same story every single week. It doesn't equate to wins.
I think their ideal scenario is they'd love that to be Adam Treloar, and Adam Treloar playing on a half-forward flank. But I think they've tried that and it simply hasn't worked. He's sort of he gets a little bit lost in that position because that last kick from Treloar going inside forward 50 on Thursday night, it was a dump kick straight to the Sydney spare. Like the screen, the host broadcaster, the screen was on Adam Treloar, but I've yelled at the screen, there's someone down there. I knew there was someone down there, and I'm not even at the ground. So it's like you've kicked it to the most predictable spot where a Sydney Swan player would stand.
So I guess the Western Bulldogs have had issues where they have runs of goals scored against them. So the big question for Luke Beveridge is it personnel related?
He said personnel in his press conference.
And that's what I want to come back to. Is he getting the maximum out of this group with the game style in which he's wanting them to play? They made the decision to drop Rory Lobb. Bailey Smith is out through illness at this stage, but he's been having some challenges around form. How does this Western Bulldogs side become the side in which they're dreaming to become, Lingy?
I honestly think they've got to be prepared to have less footy, as weird as that might sound.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Just get less possessions, but take it forward more. Now, I'm not talking about simply, one handball, then boot it long, because Ram is right. When that becomes super predictable, teams +1, take the intercept mark and away they go. But just get 1 or 2 handballs or a short kick with a little run past handball, break a line, and then go there. Don't need to have 7, 8, 10 touches all in the ring-a-ring-a-rosy type play. Get it going. What that can allow, potentially, is, as you're trying to adjust to that, is you might turn a couple over and they might get back through you a little bit. But trust a pretty mobile defence to create some turnovers. I think Bailey Dale needs to be get back to his All-Australian type form back there, play on an opponent, then work off an opponent. They can be trusted a little bit. Taylor Duray can play one-on-one football. Obviously, Liam Jones would be really important to them, and you'd love him back. But that almost got to be prepared to expose your defence a little bit. But you can have a better attack, and a better attack is going to lead to a better full-ground defence. I hope I'm making some sort of sense there, but when everything's working hand in hand, it's easier to defend the ground when your attack is more efficient and you're getting it to really dangerous parts of the ground and you're taking it forward more, because you can get in behind that rather than overusing the footy through the middle of the ground.
Could be out of the 8 by the end of the weekend, Rammer, and they've got the Bombers, GWS, Richmond, Hawthorn, West Coast and Geelong in their run to close out the home and away season. So I think they should win enough to get into the top 8, but probably that sank their chances of being a top 4 side. Some of your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 777 0437 774 774. Ben from Albany says, I'm not a great believer in hoodoos. If Joe Danaher's shot had bounced through, Brisbane would have won. The start killed us, but our failure to capitalise on our subsequent dominance was the main factor. Brisbane supporter, but love Maxi Gawn. Great leader, funny fella, gutted over last night's result, but bring on next week. That's from Kelly. And Greg says, that's right, the Gawn Grundy ruck as a duo has not worked. Brodie has gone to the twos to practice his forward craft. He's at least 3 weeks away from a recall. And Annie and Wodonga, hi fellas, sorry to be a killjoy, but Grundy is overrated and Melbourne didn't need him. So there's some of your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. The big news week story of the week has been the sacking of Stuart Dew. Rammer, how did the events of the Gold Coast Suns leave you feeling? As to whether it was the right call or not, certainly the way in which it was done was probably not the ideal way in which anyone would want it to be handled.
Well, it was a series of Chinese whispers in the end. So there was obviously information coming out of the Gold Coast around what was happening, which is really disappointing. But I think that the point that I want to make is, why did they need to get rid of Stuart Dew now? There's one job available, and that's Richmond. So Damien Hardwick's not going back to the Richmond Football Club to coach them. They lost to Collingwood in bad circumstances. I understand that. They played Port Adelaide last week, and it wasn't. They were okay for the first half, and then they lost.
9 goals to 1 in the third quarter.
That's okay. That's 1 and 2. I don't think we're comparing Gold Coast to 1 and 2 right at the moment. And then you listen to the president talk about we're holding the club to high standards. Well, you've also got to hold yourself to high standards. And as
comment in set well, and then give the Jack Bowes the salary cap.
But as officials, you can't just look at on-field performance. You've got to look at off-field performance as well. I'm a firm believer, and Lingy will understand this as good as anybody, because his club was sensational at it. Your off-field reflects your on-field. You get your off-field right, you get the people right there. Isn't it amazing that barely anybody has spoken about the Richmond coaching structure and who the next coach is going to be there? But all of a sudden, as soon as Damien Hardwick decides to resign, whatever you want to call it at Richmond, Gold Coast feel like they have to do something. What for? Just leave Stuart Dew in place if he's not the right coach at the end of the season. Now, there's 3 or 4 jobs available right at the minute. Hey, you go for it, jump. But the way they did it, I thought was all wrong.
100% right, Rammer. 100% right. And I've been quite vocal in the fact that I think Stuart Dew has done the job that was asked of him. Now, those who say that he hasn't will throw his win-loss record at me. Sure, I hear that. I cop that. That's fine. But he was asked to build an environment and build a culture for those players to start performing, to want to come there, they got high draft picks again, a whole bunch of them, 3, 4, 5 years, over the last 3, 4, 5 years. They have to stay. They have to keep Rao. They have to keep Anderson. They have to keep Lukosius. They have to keep King. They have to keep all these players. And Stewie Dew has provided an environment where they believe that they're is success around the corner, but he's then been thrown out for it. Well, okay, sure. If you think you can upgrade to Damien Hardwick, that's fine. That's your call. That's your club. But I'm with Ramo. I think you see what the rest of the season can do under Stewie Dew. Why did it have to be? Because you bowed to outside noise. Since when is it a good idea to take notice of outside noise? The good clubs don't.
So Lingy, 36 wins, 84 losses, 1 draw from 121 games for Stuart Dew. Should he have been allowed to see out the season while the Suns are still a finals chance?
Yeah, sure. Okay, there's the win-loss, and it's not pretty. Fine, but tell me what he was coming from, Clinchy, 5 or 6 years ago too. I mean, this is a team that not only was getting their list management completely wrong and those decisions pre that, the environment with which the players were coming to was just all wrong right from day one. And what about the turnover of the different staff they've had to deal with? Senior coaches, assistant coaches, GMs of footy, fitness staff. It's just been a rotating door. How is that an environment of excellence? Tell me that. So Stewie's job was to put that into place and to build something over the long term. Now, yeah, of course he'd love the win-loss to have caught up to what he's trying to build, but that takes time when you are starting from behind scratch. This is like the stall gift, Clinchy, and you're going, no, the scratch runner, you're not allowed to start from scratch. Start 20 metres behind and see if you can catch up in the 110 yards. I mean, Stewie Dew was coming from a mile back.
So do you think Lingy Damien Hardwick will be the coach of the Gold Coast Suns next year?
100%. Done deal. Well, conversations will have already happened. Matter of time. They'll claim a process, but it's done.
Adam Ramanauskas?
I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Like, someone's going to have to be pretty convincing at the moment. And look, hey,
so don't joke us by telling us there's a process.
Nah, but hey, look, Damien Hardwick's a terrific coach, but you think about, isn't it exactly the same process? What happened with Richmond? Richmond hung in there with Damien Hardwick, and look at the success they got.
It's certainly an interesting talking point. Now, there's so many games we haven't had a chance to talk about, so I wonder where Lingy's going for Lingy's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player and Australian Football Hall of Fame member Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling, a Chris Scott and the Geelong Football Club.
Toughest opponent? Probably Cameron Ling.
So for listeners wondering, Cameron Ling gets the last word. He can take us in whatever direction he wants to go to close out the lead on Saturday afternoon. Righto, Lingy?
What's going on, Rama? Did you and your old Essendon buddies need to get together and you all got in Matty Lloyd's ear and you needed to say, hey, you know what you should start pushing for with your media platform, Lloydie? Let's start talking about transferring the game from Kardinia Park to the MCG so we can get a couple more fans in there. Well, you're a little bit scared of coming down the highway, Rama.
Well,
the Bombers don't want to play.
Hang on a minute. Let's just track back a little bit. Your ground, Cameron Ling, was meant to be completed and ready for this particular game. But because of the incompetence of some Geelong people of not being able to get a stadium built.
Just out of record.
How many people are going to be there tonight, Lee? What, 25,000? Is that all you hold at the moment?
Probably less than that, I think. But it's a home game.
How many games do you think Essendon have won, Lingy, at Geelong in their last 20?
In their last 20? Well, you're going back pre-1993.
3.
Is it 3?
It's 3. No wonder they want to change the venue.
Look, you know what? If the stadium was ready to go, I think it's fantastic. Great night. But when it's not ready, this is a big game tonight. If this was at the MCG tonight, there's probably 60 or 70 here.
Well, you know that how every team in the competition gets 11 home games at their home ground?
When their ground is ready.
Geelong gets 9 home games at their home ground. So to take one off there would be ridiculous, Rama.
Go and talk to all your mates that built all your pubs down there. Get them on the tools and get them putting seats in that grandstand.
So just Geelong fans listening right now, if you're down there at the stadium, I'll have Rama's phone number and home address just to hold up to you with everything that he's been saying. Go and pay him a visit. Give him a call.
It should be a terrific game of football tonight.
And interestingly, his last word, who wins? I don't bother asking.
I think the Cats win.
Really?
Yeah, Kardinia.
Jeremy Cameron.
Look at him, mind games. He's playing the mind games.
I think the Cats. Look, Yeah, look, and there's a massive question mark on Jordan Ridley tonight, whether he plays or not. And that will have a real bearing on the result.
Could have gone the Blues, could have gone the Gold Coast Suns response. Instead, he's gone the Cattery. Thank you, Lingy. Look forward to your company next week.
Thanks, Clutchy. Thanks, Rama.
Good work,
the Mayor of Geelong, Cameron Ling. Adam Ramaskis is sticking around. Brent Harvey to come and join him. We've got Fremantle travelling to the MCG to take on Collingwood, the ladder leading Magpies, as round 18 of the AFL continues. Ben Cameron to join me for the call. Stay with us on ABC Sport. We've got it all covered for you on this Saturday afternoon.
ABC News, I'm Sam Wilkinson. Voting continues in the Fadden by-election to replace former Federal Minister Stuart Robert, who resigned in May. Mr Robert quit Parliament amid accusations he allegedly helped a Canberra consultancy firm win government contracts while he was a Cabinet Minister, a claim he strenuously denies. The Liberal Party holds the Gold Coast seat by a margin of 10.6%. Treasurer Jim Chalmers says while Labor does not expect to win the seat, the party has put up a candidate to ensure voters have a choice.
It's been in Liberal hands for a really long time. There are typically swings against governments in by-elections, and so our expectations are tempered.
Australia's ambassador to the US, Kevin Rudd, says it's crucial Congress passes legislation that will accelerate the delivery of nuclear-powered submarines to Australia. A US Senate committee has approved draft legislation allowing the transfer of sensitive military technology to Australia under the AUKUS Pact, but it still needs to pass both houses of Congress. Mr Rudd says it's time to turn the vision into reality.
And that reality requires legislation through the Congress. It also requires active collaboration with the United States Submarine Industrial Base, and these are large undertakings. But our cause is large as well, to sustain the peace and stability of our wider region.
The New South Wales Government has committed $1.7 million to the Australian Rules Football Club devastated by the Hunter Valley bus crash. Bridget Murphy reports.
The Singleton Roosters AFL club lost 5 members in the crash, which killed 10 people near the town of Greeta. The club has sat out of games since the tragedy, but will return to the field today, with the women's side taking to the field shortly. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns will be amongst the crowd here today, where he will announce upgrade funding for the club, including money for a permanent memorial to remember those lost in the incident. He says the investment aims to enhance community and social recovery. Bridget Murphy, ABC News, Singleton.
A union has raised safety issues at a Carlton United Brewery site in Melbourne's northeast amid expected beer shortages this weekend. Carlton and United Breweries says it's experiencing delays in delivering kegs to pubs and hotels this weekend due to forklift maintenance. The CFMEU says WorkSafe is currently investigating the CUB's headquarters in Abbotsford. The delay is expected to affect about 300 venues, but AFL stadiums and pack beer deliveries will not be impacted. The medical charity Médecins Sans Frontières is warning that the humanitarian situation in the Sudanese state of North Darfur is becoming desperate. The country has been racked by violence since April when fighting broke out between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. MSF's Mohammed Al-Faqih says people in the region are suffering.
The situation in Al-Fashir remains tense. We hear shooting and shelling. The central market is closed because of the fighting and fears of looting. Businesses are closed and so many people have no income, which means that it's becoming a struggle for the people to buy food.
A man has been arrested in the US state of New York over a series of killings more than a decade ago where women's bodies were found on a beach in Long Island. 59-year-old Rex Hyman is charged with killing 3 women in 2010 and is a suspect in a 4th woman's death. But the architect has pleaded not guilty and his lawyers argue the evidence is circumstantial. Stephen Ballone is an executive with the local county and says authorities have spent 13 years searching for the person responsible.
The focus for me, members of our team, have been on bringing justice for these victims and closure to these families who have suffered.
Hollywood's actors have taken to the picket lines on the first day of a strike that, along with stoppages by writers, is expected to bring the US film and television industry to a halt. Hollywood's biggest union, the Screen Actors Guild, wants studios and streaming platforms to increase rates of pay and make assurances that their work won't be replaced by AI. Emmy award-winning actor Brian Cox says he thinks the strike could last for months.
I'm a bit of a pessimist. I could see it going on till the end of the year. And that's a long time unless they come. I mean, they're trying to freeze us out. They're going to try and beat us into the ground because, there's a lot of money to be made in streaming and they know that. And the desire is not to particularly want to share it with either the writers or the performers.
And protesters from the British environmental group Just Stop Oil have interrupted the opening night of the Proms at Royal Albert Hall in London. 2 people mounted the stage and briefly unfurled an orange banner. They were met with boos and jeers from some of the classical music show's audience before being led away by security staff. And you're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers.
Supporting new migrants and refugees.
Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect,
and celebrate
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant.
He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this 20. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. Bolton. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35. And boy, does he run it.
Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The AFL's pace setters Collingwood face the struggling Dockers from the MCG. The Magpies are 14 wins and 2 losses, flying high on top of the AFL ladder and shape as the team to beat in 2023. And their biggest challenge might be proving how do they fit in. So many players into their best 22. Jordan Agoe celebrates game 150. Braden Maynard returns, steals side bottom after only lasting half a dozen minutes in his 300th game. And they also bring back in Daniel McStay for his first game since round 5. While Fremantle have won a final last year against the Western Bulldogs, having finished in 5th position, they've now slumped to just 7 wins and 9 losses, having lost 4 of their past 5 matches. And questions now being asked as to who are they, with the coach struggling certainly to provide clarity around the individual and the collective. Great to have your company from the MCG. It's round 18 of the AFL on Grandstand. AFL, it's Collingwood and Fremantle. There's no late changes. Craig McRae signalled during the week that Tom Mitchell would be the sub for the Magpies and Nathan O'Driscoll for the Fremantle Dockers. It is rather dark and gloomy in Melbourne today, so the floodlights has been put on and we might need the artificial light to do the job today. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome, Ben.
Yeah, great to be here, Clinchy. A very dark day at the MCG. Very gloomy as we get ready for this. Whatever's left of Fremantle up against the yardstick of the AFL competition in Collingwood, a team that's hated, adored, but never ignored in AFL circles, are they? The Collingwood Football Club and Fremantle, as I mentioned, they'll be without Brennan Cox, Caleb Sarong, who's out through suspension, Hayden Young, who really is one of their prime movers off halfback, Carl Warner is out through injury, and Michael Frederick with his speed in the forward line. You mentioned Tom Mitchell as the sub, Nathan O'Driscoll for the Fremantle Football Club, no late changes. And worth noting today, Brett Rosebery, game number 500 as an AFL umpire. I feel like whenever you speak to AFL footballers about the best umpires to deal with, his name is a recurring theme as one of their favourites. So congrats to Brett Rosebery.
Absolutely, yes. When the team sheets were lobbed from the Fremantle Dockers side of things, putting to one side Caleb Sarong out with suspension, you thought, wow, this is going to be a tough task. And, yeah, rightfully pointed out, Brett Rosebery, one of the best whistleblowers in the competition, gets his milestone with game 500 today. For most of our audience, you would have heard Adam Ramanauskas with you on the lead. He's here and ready to go. Welcome to you, Rama.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody. It's a big mountain, I think, for Fremantle today without those players that Benny just mentioned. And I'm looking forward to seeing Collingwood. It's the first time in a few weeks that I've been able to watch them live. They are the talk of the town. They are the hottest ticket in town, but you still got to come out and perform, and it's always a tough task.
And alongside you, we brought in the games record holder in VFL AFL footy, but he's also Cooper's dad.
Yes.
And he made his debut last week for the Kangaroos. Brent Harvey is here filling in the shoes of Nathan Burke. Thanks, Boomer. Always great to see you.
Always good to be here. Cooper's dad sits well with me, Clinchy, so I'm happy to run with that for as long as you want to. Like Rama, looking forward to see the Pies and actually seeing if a team's going to put a little bit of work into Dacos. And I know a couple of teams have tried this year and he ends up going forward and, moving from back or goes into the middle of the ground. But you just can't afford to let him run around. If you want to lose the game, let him do what he's been doing. And for Fremantle, it's actually really funny, Rami. If they win today, they go one game behind the Western Bulldogs, who potentially, I know they lost in the weekend, but they could have won. They would have been in the top four just about, so or pushing for top four. So it's amazing. They're sitting 15th on the ladder on 28 points. They can get a sneaky little win today, keeps the whole season alive. If they don't, well, it's nearly curtains for the Fremantle Dockers.
Yeah, they're 4-4 at home, the Fremantle Dockers in Perth in 2023, which sort of makes them, even though they're mathematically still a chance, hard to sort of give them too much value, especially given the loss to the Blues last week with so many ramifications on the line. The Collingwood footy boss, Graham Wright, is going to come in for a chat. So it's an interesting stage for the Magpies, Rammer, as they try and manage, manoeuvre. What is their best 22? What does their best forward 50 look like with Brodie Myercheck still out through injury? And Craig McRae was quite defensive in his actions that we don't rest players, but they are trying to work out what will make them the best side around.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting when Myercheck is available, because there's no doubt he's in their best 22. It's then, Dan McStay, Mason Cox, Ash Johnson. How does that work? Does that still allow that forward line to flow? Does that still allow that forward line to be unpredictable? So there's still a few questions, no doubt, that the Pies coaching staff need answered, but that'll come. They're in a good enough position, obviously, being on top of the ladder to experiment a little bit over the next couple of weeks. But then I imagine that last 3 weeks, just before the final series, they'll want to have the team absolutely nailed.
What do you think, Boomer, for a second-year player like Nick Dacos to be able to do the things in which he's been able to do? I don't think we're going to see him across half-back, and Craig McRae made light of it. He's been coming into my office every week wanting to try and play midfield. When you come along today, what are you most curious to see from all of a sudden one of the most dominant players in the AFL in his second year?
It's absolutely amazing to think that this kid is in his second year. The only thing I can do is put myself in his shoes and be a second-year player. It is phenomenal to see what he's doing. Brownlow medal favourite for a reason. I love the fact that when teams try to tag him and he starts at half back, They just go, no worries, okay, we'll put you into the middle now. And he ends up going and kicking goals. So the best players in the competition for me are goal-kicking midfielders. He goes into the midfield, he kicks goals. He kicks goals off half-back, to be truthful, but...
So 15 goals for the season for Nick Dacos.
And he's played, he's probably played 70% off half-back, and he's kicked 15 goals. That within itself has been amazing. So I just want to watch, because what I'm hearing from people inside the Collingwood Football Club is that he's one of their hardest workers.
Yeah.
I love seeing those guys get rewarded, because when you work so hard, like he seems to do, I want to watch his running capacity on the ground today and see how much ground he covers.
Success leaves clues, doesn't it? I mean, Rama's spoken about it a million times, and you just referenced it. When you come and watch how hard he works to get on the end of it, you see why he gets so much of the football. It was highlighted during the week, a goal he kicked last week against the Western Bulldogs. He's involved at halfback, and he burns off 3 or 4 players as he runs down the wing through the centre square and then gets onto it 40 metres out before he snaps the goal. I mean, he won the 2K time trial at Collingwood training. As good a kick as he is, and he's a ball artist with his kicking for Collingwood, he works exceptionally hard to get his touches.
I think Sydney tested him physically, and then you see Braden Maynard come over the top and all that. The only thing we haven't seen is a team test him physically for 4 quarters.
So who's going to test him physically?
Well, that's...
Freo testing today?
Well, you've got to try something. Like, you can't let him run around, and he's going to get 35.
Early on in his career, when he was playing, or when I say early on, he's still in his early stages, but I would have liked to see, and I think Keys might have done it from Adelaide, where they went out of their way to give the ball a little bit. So if he's playing off half-back, I would have loved for teams to go through his man. And that might be just a cheap handball running around the back, but he still kicks a goal on Nick Dacos. And then everybody gets in his face, in his grill, Rama. Sort of similar to what you're talking about. Just test him and see if he's going to actually defend. We know he's an offense beast, one of the best in the competition. Can he defend? And I've seen him, by the way, he can defend. I've seen him one-on-one. But can you lower your eyes and give his opponent the football 25 metres out from goal? And see how they go. So, yeah, I would like to see Fremantle test him a little bit today and see how he responds again.
And what about in terms of the Dockers? What parameters are you putting on today, Rama?
Oh, yeah.
How do we judge them?
Look, the problem is they've got those players out that we mentioned, but you've also got Andrew Brayshaw, who's underdone at the moment. He's carried an injury. He's carried that for a long period of this season. Now, it's good enough to continue to play, but there's a huge workload now asked of him without Sarong, without Hayden Young. But Brennan Cox has been in really good form with them as an intercepting defender. So it's a tough task for Fremantle today, no doubt.
Adam Romanascus, Brent Harvey, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron, and we've been fortunate enough to be joined by the Collingwood GM Footy. Graham Wright's been good enough to come and join us in the commentary box. Graham, welcome.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
How does it look from up here? So far so good at ground level for Collingwood. You're on top of the ladder. Do you feel like everything's sort of clicking along nicely at this stage?
Yeah, well, similar view to what we get to the coach's box, which we're pretty lucky and fortunate. Yeah, we feel like we're in a good place, ready to go today, but until you get out there and get started, we'll see how we go.
Jordan De Goey celebrates his 150th game today. It's an important milestone for him. I imagine it's sort of a pride of place for you as well, from the work the club has done behind the scenes to get him to being the player in which he's been this year. How do you describe his journey, his transformation over the last 12 months?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, I've only been in the club 3 years, so I've dealt with Geordie in that time, but he's had enormous support from his family and a number of people at the football club and his friends. And he's a maturing young man. He's 27 years old and plays his 150th game today, and we're really excited for that. We feel up until his suspension, he was playing career best footy. It was interesting. He was a little bit jittery last week, which is unusual for him, but got into the game in the second half and played a real role for us.
Righty, whenever anybody talks about the Collingwood Football Club at the minute, the name Dacos pops up. Now, I want to talk about Josh, not Nick, because we sing Nick's praises every single time we watch Collingwood play. If Nick wasn't playing, would we be talking about Josh so much more?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, we think Josh is in all Australian form, and I'd be surprised if he's not right at the pointy end of all Australian at the end of the year, and he was in the 40 last year, so he's had 2 really good years. I think he's really benefited from Nick coming in. I think Nick's such a pro that's really helped Josh as well. But you don't get there by Nick doing the work for you. Josh has had to do the work, and he's really brought into what we're after out of that wing role, and it's a really pivotal role to the way we play, and him and Steele Sidebottom have been enormous for us playing those roles. So I agree with you. I think it's a little bit undersold the adulation for Josh, due to Nick's extraordinary form.
And the skipper. Now we see him make his speeches, and it looks unbelievable from afar. Looks like a different character. His development as a leader over the last probably 18, 24 months, and you would know so much more than us, but it just looks exceptional the way he's going about his football. In terms of what he does during the week, can you give us a bit of an insight on the way the boys respond to him?
Yeah, he's another one who's a great preparer for playing. He's a student of the game from the point of view of, where his positioning and what he means to the team in the back half of the ground. But he's as a young man, he's 27 years old as well. He's I suppose, very socially conscious and very supportive of all people within football clubs, but also outside as well. And he's got a great perspective of life, I think. And he's a very intelligent young man, so we're fortunate that he's captain of our club.
Righty, this forward line mix, Dan McStay comes back into the team. Brody Myercheck will come back into the team at some stage. Do you guys know what the right mix is just yet, or is it still a little bit more trial and error for the next few weeks?
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I mean, we at certain times this year, we've never really had our best 22. No. I think, Fly's spoken to that as well. I think rarely you do. So every time we sort of, look a little bit forward than the next game, something will happen and somebody gets injured, and hopefully we don't have any of those today, to be honest. But we're not exactly sure what it looks like, but we're excited to get Dan back into the team today. He's missed about 10 or 11 weeks, so it's great to have him back.
Knowing you for a long time, you never get too high and you never get too low. But in your years at Hawthorn and the success that Hawthorn had, do you feel this team, this Collingwood team, is similar? Is thereabouts where they're placed at the moment with those great Hawthorn teams?
Oh, yeah, it's very hard to rate from that perspective. I feel like we're...
But in terms of a balance?
Yeah, I think we are. I mean, I think we're really well balanced as a group, and we've got good players all across the ground. And I think I said to someone recently that, if you're really well coached and you're really well structured and organised, and you've got really good talent and you bring effort every week, you should be in every game you play. And we've got all of those things, and it's hard to knock our group for turning up week in, week out and giving great effort. So we feel like we should be, as I said, in every game that we play. Going back to those teams, they're a little bit different. Their forward lines are different. We probably haven't got the Lance Franklin, Jared Roughead combination, but we've got outstanding, Jamie Elliott and obviously Checkers himself and obviously Dan McStay we haven't seen a lot of, and then you combine that with some great forward pressure with Bobby Hill and Bo McQuarrie and those guys. Paddy Lipinski plays that role for us as well.
It feels like Collingwood as a club for the first time is loved. And I know when you played, Righty, like Collingwood's never been a club that people go, yeah, you either love them or you hate them.
Yep.
I don't know. Has that been a shift from the playing group, or has it happened organically?
I think a lot of it. I think it's been organic, but a lot of it goes back to Fly, I reckon, as well. The way he presents himself, and he's very humble and talks about the group being humbly respectful of our opponents and but also to the game and the competition, and so I think a lot of it starts with him and the way he portrays himself, and that that's a great reflection of the club at the moment. It's a little bit unusual. I haven't seen Collingwood being anyone's second team for a long while.
Graham Wright, the GM of football at Collingwood, chatting to us as part of our pre-game here on Grandstand AFL. Craig McRae was quite steadfast. Look, we don't rest players. We've seen Tom Mitchell listed as managed today. He'll start as the sub. We saw the success of Geelong last year in managing their players after an early down payment on the season. Are we likely to see it in the back end of the year from Collingwood?
We may, but I doubt it. I mean, Tom being the sub today was more around his minutes. So we've actually said we don't really want to manage players, to be honest. But Tom being the sub today is around managing minutes. But we know that you can get an injury in the first 5 minutes and he's on the ground. If we were able to give him a half where he didn't play, we feel like he's had a really high workload, and he's played a number of games in the last 6 or 7 weeks where we were really pushing, to get him up to play. So we felt this was an opportunity with Sidey coming back into the team, 2 or 3 players coming back into the team. Could we give him, manage his minutes a bit better rather than rather than push him to the line all the time. So he's been carrying it bits and pieces, but he's actually in a good spot right now. We just want to manage his minutes.
One thing you did when you were at the Hawks and that great Hawthorn team is continually reinvent yourself and bring in new players. Footy never stops. A key defender seems like a position that Collingwood are interested in. Is that the case?
I never really talk about other clubs or players or what we may or may not be doing, but we're actually really... Nathan Murphy's been fantastic for us, and we brought Billy Frampton into the team thinking that we wanted that key back and that really big key back to help Darcy out there. And Nathan Murphy's, we've put Billy into the ruck for different reasons because we had issues there. And then Nathan Murphy's really made that spot his own. Jeremy Howe's back and contracted for next year. We feel like we've got Frampton there as well, so it's not a real, at the top of our wish list.
Rama said that you don't get too high or too low. Mick Malthouse describes me as a panicker, a little bit of a stress head, which I think is fair. I imagine being the head of a footy department, there'd be a lot of machinations that run through your head at all times. 5 or 6 weeks left in the season, team clearly in the frame to win the flag. What worries you about Collingwood when you put your head on the pillow at night?
Just having a fit, healthy group that are happy. There's not a lot that worries me from that point of view. Sometimes I do wake up in the middle of the night thinking about things that, have we got the car parking organised? Fly talks about it regularly, like he's just concentrating on ground balls, and we keep our head down and work really hard. We've got a great, footy department that are, really well organised and, some really hard workers there, and it's working at the moment.
We've seen 25 suspensions for dangerous tackles. Is that something that worries you? Do you feel like your players have a good enough grasp as to what is the proper execution of a tackle and what could potentially get you in trouble?
I feel like we've been through it a lot with our players, but they're seeing changes to it each week. That there's guys, Caleb Sarong's suspended from this game for something like that. So it's difficult to know. I think the players adjust really quickly. I think we maybe don't give them enough credit for those things, and they seem to be getting their heads around what is and what isn't. I heard it with interest the other day. I can't remember who said it, that maybe the guy with the ball needs to let go of the ball and protect himself a little bit. And I think that's fair as well. So we all know we're trying to limit players getting hurt in the game, and everyone understands that, and sometimes there's accidents.
Did you show that footage that the AFL provided, Righty, to your players?
No, we did. No, we've been through some other stuff with them that we do earlier in the year, and then as I said, we do a little bit of our own.
Is communication good enough from AFL House at the moment with some of the shuffling of deck chairs?
Oh yeah, Laura Kane I think is doing a really good job as the interim. Deals are still available to us. We feel like we've got good communication with them across the board. I think having someone lean into those issues that's actually got the job, that's important as well as we go forward. But Deals are still performing that role as GM and is available to us.
You had a little bit to do with Stuart Dew, and it's not really your area of expertise, but when you look at the last 3 coaches with Stuart Dew, Brett Ratton, and the way in which I guess the industry... Ratton and Rutten are the two I'm trying to think of. The way in which the industry deals with the termination of coaches and the personal relationship potentially you have with Stuart. What's the right balance there in terms of the way in which we manage the tenures of our coaches, given that he was still contracted?
Yeah, I think it's always difficult when you see somebody lose their job, and it's a cutthroat industry in a lot of ways, the coaching game especially. And wins and losses are what the game's about. I'm not exactly sure I know the answer to it. As I said, from an outsider looking into to another club, it's not something I really like to comment on. Other than, none of us look in and go, that's great. Someone else has lost their job. We look at these things and understand that it's a really tough industry, and we have great empathy for all the people in it and people going through those things.
And Dan McStay, finally, as we let you go, what's your expectation today? You played in the VFL last week, got a handful of disposals. Are you hoping you'll just build on that?
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen much of Dan, as I said, since when we played in Adelaide a number of weeks ago. So we're just really looking forward to him getting into the team and playing a role, and hopefully he kicks a couple of goals. But we're not putting anything major expectation on it. We'd just like to see Dan back into the team and being happy and happy to be there and playing his role.
Absolutely. Graham, thanks so much for your time. Good luck this afternoon.
Thanks, guys.
Graham Wright, the footy boss of Collingwood, joining us in our commentary box here at the MCG ahead of the Magpies taking on the Fremantle Dockers. And it is just an interesting time for the footy landscape. Graham, with what took place with Stuart Dew, the personal relationships, the way in which clubs reach these conclusions, and what's the right way to try and execute them?
Well, look, the reality is there is no right way to reach the conclusion, but there is a right way. There is a right way to treat people.
International sport, it's very cutthroat, and we're heading in that direction as well.
I think, as Righty said there, we do live in a wins and loss industry. That's reality. But there's also a way to treat people, and there's a way to allow people to be the best they possibly can at their football clubs. And I probably don't. And I said this earlier on the lead. I don't necessarily think that was afforded to Stewie at Gold Coast.
Isn't it funny just hearing Graham Wright talk there about, like, Dan McStay, your last question, what do you expect from him?
Happy.
It's amazing. Let's go back 10 years ago and, I don't think I had too many coaches saying, as long as he's happy, I'm okay with it. You perform out there, mate. But it's just the landscape's changed. It's quite refreshing to hear that.
I think winning helps keep you happy.
You play your best, or you do whatever you do at your best when you are happy.
Yeah. If you want to join us throughout the afternoon on the SMS 0437 774 774. It's Collingwood and the Fremantle Dockers with no late changes. Tom Mitchell and Nathan O'Driscoll. And there's a whole string of games to try and keep you across throughout the rest of the afternoon as round 18 continues.
Hi, this is Craig Rucastle. I'd love you to join me to continue the war on waste. I'll be doing some investigating to find out where our waste is coming from.
Half a tonne of food. Chuck it out.
And sharing some practical tips on the little, big and somewhere in the middle things that you can do to reduce your waste and protect our planet.
Are you up for the challenge?
Join me for Season 3 of The War on Waste. Starts Tuesday night, July 25 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Hearts out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish. Turn, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal, and goes bang! 'Cause here it comes. AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The ladder-leading Magpies look to continue their run in round 18 of the AFL season as they take on the Fremantle Dockers coming to the MCG. The Pies' top 2 spot is just about set. A chance to try and continue to open up a gap against Port Adelaide in second position. While the Fremantle Dockers, having won 7 of their matches so far in season 2023, they've now lost 4 of their last 5 matches. Would need to try and just about win every match from this point onwards to feature in September. A big warm welcome to listeners joining us from the MCG for the first time this afternoon. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Brent Harvey and Adam Romanascus are your experts, with Tim Hodges down on the boundary. There's no late changes, with Tom Mitchell the sub for the Magpies and Nathan O'Driscoll for the Fremantle Dockers. The Dockers have just made their way out onto the MCG in their traditional purple kit with the white shorts, and Collingwood are not too far away. And Brett Rosebery, one of the AFL's most experienced whistleblowers, celebrates his 500th game this afternoon. A chance to head straight inside the Fremantle's camp. Peter Bell, their Director of Footy, he's joining Ben Cameron.
Thanks, Clinchy. Down here with the GM of football at the Fremantle Dockers, Peter Bell. Peter, lots of injuries, a suspension today. Why do you believe that this team can take it up to Collingwood?
Yeah, we think our best is good enough, and obviously Collingwood present a really big challenge. They play a chaotic game sometimes, which really suits their runners, but we think that we can bring the right brand of defence, and if we can take advantage of our looks with the ball, we can take it right up to them.
You've only won 2 opening terms this year. I'm not even going to bother to ask you about what level of investigations you've done into that. I know you would have delved deeply into it, but what have you done differently to try and remedy that?
Yeah, we've tried lots of different things, and we made it a big focus last week, the first 10 minutes of the game, and it obviously didn't work for us. And that's the danger, I think, of focusing on starts and first quarters too much. If it doesn't work out, then where to next? So we've tried a number of different things around timings of the warm-up, the type of warm-ups we're doing, more body contact, less body contact. It's just not working for us at the moment, so hopefully we can get a good start today.
The track watchers during the week did note that match sim started early at training this week gone. Was that a part of the plan?
Yeah, that's something we've done a few times as well. Instead of sort of building into the 18 on 18, let's have it at the start of training to obviously help with the start. So get the players in the right frame of mind, get them in a really attacking mindset so they can get out there and the ball bounces straight away like it does on match day.
A lot of people today are speaking about Brodie Grundy and Max Gawn and the fact that Brodie Grundy is out of the team. The Fremantle Dockers, like Melbourne, have two quality rucks in Sean Darcy and Luke Jackson. Why are you of the belief that they can work as a duo, as a pairing moving forward for the Dockers?
Yeah, it's probably the flexibility in Luke. Luke's a really good up-and-coming ruckman, but he can also play as a forward and, as I've spoken to you about before, as a midfielder. So he offers us that flexibility and potentially he'll do all three roles today.
The Caleb Sarong suspension during the week, a dangerous tackle on Adam Chera. Are you clear as the footy boss at the Fremantle Football Club as to what your players can and can't do in a tackle?
No, not really. We understand why the rules are as they are, but it is hard to see consistency on how they're being interpreted, both by the umpires on match day, which is really difficult, but also through the tribunal as well. So you just cop your medicine and move on. We understand the intent and support the intent, but it is a really difficult thing to educate, and if you ask me whether I was confident I knew exactly what the players need to do in a tackle, then no, I'm not. But we just accept that it's a really difficult skill to execute, and the players do have a duty of care, and we just got to hope that they get it right more often than not.
How do you then explain to your players what they can and can't do?
Well, it's challenging. You show them the examples of, but and they watch a lot of footy and they sometimes won't understand why a particular tackle wasn't cited or one is cited, or why some are low impact and some are medium impact. So it is really difficult, but perhaps over time, as we get more examples and the players are able to refine their skill set, then we'll get a clearer idea of exactly how to approach what is a very difficult skill.
Is it difficult to communicate with those at AFL House as a GM of football with the shuffling of deck chairs that is ongoing at the moment?
Oh, not so much. We've got a pretty clear line of communication. I've mentioned to you before with Laura Kane or Director Andrew Dillon. What will be, will be. We put in a phone call or an email or whatever it is, or a face-to-face meeting. We always get one, or whether it's Dan Richardson through the umpires as well. So I don't really think it's affecting the communication between our club anyway and the AFL at the moment.
Last one, Jai Amos. What he's doing is a 19-year-old slight-bodied key forward. I think a lot of people are starting to think perhaps he should be really in the reckoning for the Rising Star, albeit against a pretty special Will Ashcroft amongst others. How have you seen internally what he's been able to do?
Well, we're really excited, and probably what the broader public don't realise is that he hasn't had a pre-season yet. His first year, he was obviously a new draftee and had a few things going on, and then he had a really bad kidney injury, and last year he didn't have much either. So what he's doing right now is on natural talent and hard work, of course, and training, but it's really exciting to think what he will be like with another 3 or 4 pre-seasons, development physically, but I think he's kicked about 30-odd goals, and hopefully he can build some conditioning where we can see him up the field as well. He's a lovely field kick, makes good decisions, so that's something we're looking forward to exploring with Jai as well.
Peter, you still look right at home with an ABC mic right beneath your mouth. Great to speak to you.
Good on you, Benny. Thanks.
Ben Cameron chatting with Peter Bell. Once upon a time, Belly was part of our commentary team and a breakfast presenter in Perth. Now he's leading the charge for the Fremantle Dockers as Collingwood make their way out onto the MCG, led by Darcy Moore in his long sleeves top and the white headband. And the Dockers came out a few moments earlier than that in their purple top and the white chevrons. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Adam Romanascus and Brett Harvey are your experts, with Tim Hodges down on the boundary. There's no late changes, with Tom Mitchell for the Magpies, the sub, and Nathan O'Driscoll for the Fremantle Dockers. So, Ramo, I guess it poses the question as to what sort of side Fremantle are trying to be. A dominant ruckman with Sean Darcy, and he was able to do that last week against the Blues and really impose his dominance, and yet Carlton finished on top on the scoreboard, on the clearances, and so many of the key stats. So what do you feel like is, keeping in mind some of the absentees this afternoon, Fremantle's ultimate point of difference as they try and build for 2023 and potentially beyond?
I still don't think we can deny Fremantle are a youngish team. Now, the expectation's there because of the way they performed last season, but if you just look at today's team, Jai Amiss young, Josh Treacy young, Sturt young, Jordan Clark is still young, Erasmus is young, Sean Darcy's even still on. Luke Jackson is still a young player. So there's a number of young players that are still developing and nowhere near where they're going to get to as players yet for the Fremantle Dockers. But I think what's been most concerning for the Dockers this year is they had dominance in areas last year that just simply hasn't been able to be replicated this year. That midfield dominance that they had last year is not there. Now, I referenced Andrew Brayshaw earlier. He's been carrying an injury for this year. It's been good enough to play, but clearly he hasn't been up to where he was last year. He's still been good, but he hasn't been to the players' MVP level that he was last year, and that's been hard for Fremantle. I think they've had trouble with their forward line this year. They're now gone, okay, well, we're going to go with Treacy, we're going to go with Jai Miss, and then we're going to work around that and see what else we go. Sean Darcy, no doubt, has been a positive for this year, and he'll be vying for that All-Australian ruckman, probably with Tim English at the moment. But the part that I think I've noticed the most about Fremantle is they played this dynamic defensive style of game last year. And when I say dynamic defensive, because they would turn their defence into attack really, really quickly. And that was then you'd see just players just going everywhere over the field in terms of spreading and breaking. That's not there. So I feel like they've probably lost that little bit of their run, Boomer, where teams couldn't keep up with them last year.
So they've still got the same personnel there, Rammer, up forward. And I totally agree. You had those small guys, Walters.
They're probably a little bit younger. Without Roy Lobb, their overall team is younger than last year.
So last week they were the second youngest team.
That's what can't be denied.
Yeah, so, I mean, reasons and excuses, and some of that does become a little bit of an excuse, but there are some reasons
But it's the expectation of last year, playing finals.
So I guess my question was, Rammer, they've still got the same personnel up forward with all those zippy small guys. Where's it breaking down? Is it breaking down from that defensive part where the game starts for most teams off half-back, or is it literally in the middle of the ground where they're just not winning enough football?
They were the number 2 defensive side last year, conceding 67 points per game. They're now up to 15th, conceding 86 points per game. So their back 50 has been heavily affected by the way in which they've been playing. David Mundy retires. Nat Fyfe hasn't been consistently.
He wasn't there last year.
And now they're getting some opportunities for some younger players to potentially play different roles.
Back to that point, they were a dynamic defensive team, and they were electric off turnover last year.
Yeah, that's
just electric.
So is that where they're breaking down? So Young today, Young out for them, intercept marker, but beautiful left leg on him. He actually hurts him. I know Sarong was a huge out.
And Brennan Cox has had a very good year.
Yeah, intercept marker as well. So you talk about that rebound from half-back. It's going to be hard for them to start their offence from that half-back part of the ground, Rammer.
The interesting part is, what did you say, Boomer, earlier? If they win this game, they go a game behind the Western Bulldogs.
Yep.
Okay, so they're still thereabouts in this season. Now, whatever happens, whether they can play finals this year or not, they still need to finish the year with some level of momentum. Because we're both, Betty just referenced last week they were the second youngest team on the field. But they've got to go into the off-season with a level of confidence to realise, you know what, if we just get a couple of little things right through this off-season, we're still a very good football team.
The other thing on the back of that is they were so good last year. When you talk about them this year, and I reckon 95% of experts put them in their top 4.
Oh, yeah.
So the expectation rises, and when you don't live up to that expectation, like they're on the bottom run, they're 15th on the ladder. You can take out Hawthorn, North Melbourne and West Coast. They're on the bottom part of that team that there's a big blockage on. But the expectation was definitely to finish in the top 8, 100% to finish in the top 8, and probably to finish in the top 4. So when your expectations are so high and you don't live up to it, it becomes such a disappointing year for the boys.
Opportunities for some other players. Corey Wagner was a mid-season selection. Joel Hamling hasn't featured at all this year, so he gets his opportunity inside the defensive 50, and I think they're still trying to work out how they can maximise the Jackson and Darcy combination.
Of course. And I think Luke Jackson's been a lot better, particularly through the middle part of the season. I think at one stage, through a 4-week period, is the highest-ranked player in the AFL. So that's going to work.
And Peter Bell said today that he may well play all 3 positions. He may play in the ruck, he might play on ball, and he'll play forward as well. So they're of the belief that what he will become is not necessarily a second ruck or a forward ruck, but essentially somewhat like Mark Blitzarves, someone who can be a Swiss Army knife and fix anything they need. So at probably a higher level, they believe. as good as Blutzov.
I would love Fremantle today to do something slightly different. Now, I don't think, and they certainly won't think this within their four walls, Rama, but I don't think their best today with the personnel that's out can beat Collingwood at the MCG. I just don't think that. Again, they won't think that within their four walls, but I'd just love to see them do something slightly different today. We talk about their offence from the defence, and maybe maintain possession of the ball, use the whole width of the ground, make the Collingwood defenders switch and do extra running today. I'd just like to see something slightly different.
The Magpies are chasing 64,000 today, just under 65,000 at the MCG for 1 million attendees to their game so far in 2023. Not sure they're quite going to get that this afternoon. Tim Hodges is with us on a Saturday afternoon. Welcome, Hodgie. Great to have you in the front row.
Hey, thanks, Clinchy. Thanks, team. Nice to be with you. Alex Pearce, an early win. He won the toss. The Dockers will kick to the punt road end. That's a left of screen if you're home watching on the telly, listening to us. It's probably the best spot to be, I'll be honest with you. It's a cold and miserable July Saturday in Melbourne. 12 degrees, a low of 7. And it's going to be a very wet afternoon. A lot of rain heading our way over the next 3 hours. That's going to be fun for players and fans and boundary riders alike. The crowd is a beauty, though, despite the weather. The Magpies hoping for 60,000 is their number they think they'll hit today, and I reckon they're well on track. They're going to be over 50 at the moment. They're right up the top deck, right around the stadium. So looking like if they hit 60, it will be the biggest home and away crowd the Dockers have ever played before, which is something. Just repeating, no late changes. The subs for the Magpies, Tom Mitchell. For the Dockers, Nathan O'Driscoll. And I hope there's a sense of occasion with the umpires. They don't tell us now who bounces the ball, but I hope they give it to Brett Rosebery in his 500th senior game.
Well, I don't think they are, Hodgie. You're going to be disappointed. Brayden Maynard giving him a pat on the back of congratulations as he heads inside the attacking 50 for the Fremantle Dockers.
I'm not sure about Fremantle wearing the dark purple jumper with the white shorts, Collingwood in their black and white stripes with the black shorts.
Come on, Benny.
What would you like, Benny?
It's purple and black and white.
Oh, I think
they're not close. They are not close.
They should be wearing their predominantly white jumper.
Well, that would then be more of a clash if they were in white.
I disagree.
Bring back the green anchor.
So round 18 of the AFL. The AFL's pace setters, Collingwood, taking on the Fremantle Dockers from the MCG. Here's Ben Cameron.
Darcy and Cox in the ruck. Cox trying to hack it out of the air with a socker to go in game 150. Shovels out a handball, picking it up Brayshaw. Handball back to Johnson, back to Waish. High kick towards attacking 50. Quaynor going back, defensive mark for the Pies. Feeds the handball away to a teammate who gets the kick. Howe out towards the wing, bouncing ball. Clark will go back and pick it up for the Dockers beneath the members. Handball back to Hamling, back in the team for the Dockers. Kick around the wing. Tracy arriving.
Fantastic.
Full-chested mark and a free kick's been given away. And Quaynor will get it. A second early touch.
Just shoved out of the marking contest, Isaac Quaynor. So a free kick, not against Tracy, but Collingwood take it and move it forward to George McGowan.
This is the thing, look at it. So Josh Dacos, we're 30 seconds into the game, and he just runs free.
Hand pass to Nick Dacos, hard against the boundary, got around Johnson, hand pass to side bottom, back in the side for Collingwood, long towards Frankton, can't take the mark, gathered by Hill, hand pass straight to O'Meara for the Dockers. He tries to find an avenue out of defence, hand pass to Johnson, swings onto his right boot, high kick to half back, Howell's underneath, had hands to it, Tracy spoiled it down, Noble races after it on the members wing, hand pass back to Howe, can work it back to Pendlebury.
Little 1-2 with Howe, back to Pendlebury, under pressure, gets a handball out. Live footy on the wing. Howe goes in and wins it. He's tackled to ground strongly by Schultz. And Tim Hodges right in front of him. Hodgie.
I'm not sure if this is the right political play, but I'm agreeing with you, Ben, and I'm going against our experts. This is crazy jumper selections. You've got a dark colour with white playing against a dark colour with white. Why they don't have Freo in their alternate strip is crazy, especially from down here at boundary side.
There's Darcy Moore taking an intercept mark at halfback for the Pies. He'll take a couple of bounces, run laterally. Then a third, try and draw Walters, give it off to Maynard. He'll kick into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball for Noble. Wants to retreat. Handball away to Howe, who'll kick around the members' wing. On the bounce, it skids to Adam. Adams, Pies forward of the wing. Handball to side bottom. Handball to Degoe. Right half forward for the Pies. Back to side bottom. Tight roping the line. He handballs it out. And a throw in to come. 48 around from the attacking goal for the Pies. City end of the ground. Here on Grandstand AFL, no score through the opening 2 minutes.
Fremantle kicking straight down the line to Tracy 3 times now, I think, today. So, got to find a different avenue. You can't just kick the ball up in the air because Howe and the skipper for the Pies will just come off all day.
Collingwood with 21 disposals, the Fremantle's 9 in the early stages. Ace trying to break out of the congestion at halfback. He's tackled by Pendlebury, and the umpire will ball it up 50 metres out from Collingwood's goal. At the city end, Cox wins down the tap, but straight to Brayshaw. Hand pass to Darcy, got it away to Clark, an up and under kick, which bounces end over end to Schultz. It's a free kick, and it's not going to be down the ground, so it'll come back to Clark.
Well, Nick Dacos, Rama, you called it before.
Nobody's near him.
He has not got an opponent. He will run around all day, and you can put right now he's going to get 30-plus possessions and probably kick a goal or two.
Jordan Clark goes short to Corey Wagner into the Dockers lineup this afternoon as he spies it out left, and the mark is taken by Ryan at right half back. Can work it further afield, 15 metres to Henry. Has it centre of the southern wing. Pokes a kick over the top to O'Meara. Could have played on, decided against it. Pushes back behind his mark. AFL logo on the southern side. He's kicked, looking for Aish, pulled in the one-handed mark. It opens up in front of Lipinski, sends it long towards Jackson, fingertips to it, can't take the mark. Walters dumped in a tackle by Maynard, didn't get a disposal away. Swiskowski got it somehow to Walters, over his shoulder, snaps on goal across the face. From the right forward pocket, the opening scorer behind for the Fremantle Dockers.
What a tackle by Maynard on Walters. Walters got straight back up and had a shot on goal, so good on Walters, but gee, what a tough tackle.
Noble with the kick in, a hold turnover, mark taken by Brayshaw for the Dockers. Forward of the wing, 2 kicks from home. Drives it into the forward pocket in the Jackson direction, right there with him, Howe. And with both of his fists and that shooter's sleeve on, he punches it out of play. A throw in left forward pocket. Nat Fyfe, of course, used to wear the shooter's sleeve for the Dockers, and now Jeremy Howe coming back from that sickening broken arm early on in the season. The Dockers 1 behind, 4.5 played opening term.
Toss back into play. Darcy takes front position against Mason Cox, wins down the tap. Josh Dacos is there for Collingwood, gathers. Hand pass around O'Meara to side bottom, back in the Collingwood lineup. Hand pass to Noble and now to Quain, or missed Josh Dacos. Aish comes the other direction, gathers, tackled, dispossessed. Still a chance for Fremantle. Johnson gathers, feeds the hand pass back. A chance for Hughes, who gets the hand pass away. Brayshaw's quick kick inside 50, it won't get to Schultz. Side bottom takes the mark in the right back pocket. Didn't last long of game 300. Just had the 4 disposals, was out for 6 weeks and came back through a training block with Collingwood. Works it to Degoe. He gets the hand pass to Noble out in front of Markov. He's got a vacant 50, takes a bounce, runs to right half forward. A second, gets inside 50, might go himself, tries to put it to the teeth of goal. Not a great kick for Lipinski. And Ryan takes the intercepting mark and kicks it out to Clark.
Jordan Clark, the former Cat, he'll kick towards the wing. Murphy comes across, spoils it away there from Tracy. Out towards the boundary line, and a throw in neutral territory on the great southern stand side of the ground.
I reckon I'm going to be all over this today, Rama, because that's another kick from defensive 50 that just goes to a 1-on-1. Collingwood get numbers out. I know this ball went out of bounds, but if it didn't go out of bounds, they had a 2-on-1 regardless. So they've got to start dropping their eyes. They've got to play with some different techniques.
Cox trying to hook it to the back, comes down for Josh Dacos. Handball out to no one in particular. Brayshaw able to pick it up for Freo. He'll turn and kick forward of the wing. Coming up, Amos leaves it behind. Moore's over the top of it. Handball away towards Maynard. Squeezes out a kick to Josh Dacos. Waxes with his brother. Nick, a turnover straight to Brayshaw, who will snap the Dockers to half forward.
Kicks towards Walters, but he's out-positioned and outmanoeuvred by Darcy Moore. Turns and comes inboard, the Collingwood captain, the former captain in Pendlebury. Just to the defensive side of the back edge of the centre square. Lipinski marks. Hand pass to Noble, little fumble. Has to try and get a hand pass forward to Howe. Good pressure by Banfield, but he works it forward to Markov. He marks between wing and half forward members side. Little 45-degree kick inboard to Lipinski. And he looks inside, it's a congested 50. Went for a centering kick to Pendlebury. Schultz got a hand to it. Henry charges onto it. Quick 1-2 with Schultz. Henry looks up towards half forward. Kicks towards Walters, but Murphy's waiting for it. Takes the intercepting mark for Collingwood at centre half back. Fremantle by a point through the opening 7 minutes.
Short kick to Noble. Short kick to Maynard. In the middle of the MCG. Maynard stabs it short. And coming up, Pendlebury will mark the all-time leading disposal winner in our game, as recorded anyway. He goes short to Noble, low down. Who marks on the outer edge of the 2 circles in the middle of the ground.
Plenty of numbers back from Fremantle. This is why Collingwood having to chip short at the moment, trying to just dissect this defence of the Dockers.
Leading up, McCreary, attacking edge of the square. He'll set it up towards full forward. Frampton, Cox there. Darcy stands tall, knocks it down. Brayshaw a high kick. It'll come down inside the D50. O'Meara shepherding free kick. And it'll go to Pendlebury. Mark set 45 out directly in front.
It's nearly 50, isn't it? He just held onto the ball for a long time. Look for one of the boys to run past for a handball here. The go he's lining up.
Game 150 slinks by. Pendlebury doesn't give it. Dacos does the same, but right there with him, the Dockers. Darcy Moore, the latest to offer around the back. Pendlebury ignores them all. Shuffles in. The champ from Collingwood on the left. Drives it on goal and through the middle. He can add another kick to all of those disposals and make it a major, the first of the afternoon. Collingwood 1 straight 6, Fremantle 1 behind. We've played 8.5 in the opening term on Grandstand AFL on your Saturday arvo.
So, Boom, it just looks like right now Fremantle are trying to get multiple numbers back in their defence to try slow Collingwood's ball movement down. So Collingwood have won the ball across their half-back line 3 or 4 times over the first 8 minutes in this quarter, but they haven't been allowed to play on. Usually they love to play on, roll and get the ball flowing from there, but it's been a number of short kicks through the middle of the ground to try to get him into some sort of position to attack. So multiple numbers for the Dockers just sitting back in Collingwood's defence at the moment.
The only thing I would add to that, Rammer, is Fremantle are doing quite well, but they're playing back shoulder and just leaving the easy hit up for Collingwood through that middle of the ground.
Adam Romanascus and Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Frampton one down the tap for Collingwood, but Brayshaw gathers. Big shoes to try and fill with no Sarong. He gets the hand pass to Ryan. Out towards O'Meara. Was he taken high? He was by Maynard. Dockers take the advantage to right half forward. Erasmus deep inside 50. Good mark. Darcy Moore getting back.
Yeah, just keep an eye on Braden Maynard. That marking contest, he looks a little bit sore. Whether it's his hand or his shoulder.
Oh, Josh Dacos' kick hard against the boundary. That looked across in our eyes.
Absolutely.
Markov takes it. Boundary umpire right there on point. Kicks up towards McCleary. And McCreary going back with the flight. Hughes spoils it across the boundary line and the throw in.
So Fremantle have had 5 inside 50s. 4 of them have been rebounded from opposition marks or gathers.
Darcy Moore.
It's Darcy Moore. So they can't just keep kicking the ball in. They're not big enough. Amos is not strong enough. Tracy's not good enough just yet to keep doing this. So they're going to have to find a different avenue for me, Rammer.
Darcy Moore, 3 intercept marks in the first 10 minutes.
Jackson and Frampton in the ruck. Frampton backhands it down. Adams, little short kick away to Degoe, not the required distance. Spins in the tackle. Handball into the middle of the ground. Noble's handball, a turnover. Met in the tackle there is Erasmus. His handball, a turnover. Goes back and fights after it. In the middle of the ground, the Dockers through Schultz. Forward handball away to Sturt. Low kick towards full forward. And Murphy's there for the Pies' defensive mark.
Around the back to Darcy Moore. Kicks out towards Josh Dacos or McCreary.
He's really sore, Braden Maynard. He's carrying that right shoulder at the moment. Brave is all brave, but...
Back inside the defensive 50 to Darcy Moore, and here's Maynard. He hacks the kick end over end inside 50. It may work. Elliott runs onto it, looks up towards goal, fires and kicks it. He's in rare form at the moment, Jamie Elliott. Having kicked 12 goals in his last 4 matches. And he has Collingwood's second goal inside the opening 12 minutes of the match. 2 straight 12 to the Dockers, 1 behind. Tim Hodges is on the boundary.
I'm really interested to see what Braden Maynard, who has just come to the bench, and he walked straight past myself and past the doctors, what he's favouring. It looked like a right finger or right hand out there. Rama said a shoulder. So I'll keep you an update here and just tell you what he says when he goes to the doctors eventually.
Well, Rama, that's a goal from another kick inside 50 from Fremantle, and Murphy intercept marking. Little handball to Darcy Moore. They get their quick play off that, but it's another entry to Fremantle where they just refuse to lower the eyes and hit up a lead.
Back in the middle, Jackson rising high to win it down, following up Frampton. Nick Dacos, handball away to Degoe, handball to Noble. The Pies quickly forward. Crisp running, looking inside 50, leading up Elliott. Can't quite mark it. Right there with him, Walker. and they see it out.
It's the right matchup for Fremantle with Walker on Jamie Elliott. He's got the speed to go with Jamie Elliott on the lead. It's just a matter of whether he can go with Jamie Elliott in the air.
Speed Walker right there with him. Throw in on the elbow of 50 in the boundary line.
You definitely need a haircut.
Don't do your best early. We might need it.
Umpire spins it in. Jackson wins the tap decisively. O'Meara bursts onto it for the Dockers. On his left, floats it to the wing. Fisting it down there is Howe. He follows up. Ball jars free. Banfield trying to paddle it on for the Dockers towards half forward. Right there with him, Quaynor. Getting involved, Markov, and the Pies win it. Moore on halfback. Handball for Degoe. Bouncing ball. Switkowski tries to get onto it. Degoe drags him down. Umpire lets them play on. Now they apply the tackle, the Pies. And we'll get a ball up 47 metres out from the attacking goal for the Dockers. Sturt gets to his feet with Steele side bottom on top of him.
Collingwood by 11 points. Jackson up against Frampton. Comes down the way of Nick Dacos. Cuts past Sturt. Hand pass to Quaynor. To Degoe. Ran into a dead end. Just got away from the Tracy tackle. Back to Darcy Moore. Clearing kick just cleared Erasmus. Chris for Collingwood gets the hand pass away to Nick Dacos. To Quaynor at left half back. Hand pass underground to side bottom. Works it forward to Chris. They're out on the southern side. Just has to gather. Wagner came in from the side. Good body presence. And locks the footy up with Johnson under the Shane Warne stand. Collingwood 2 straight 12. Fremantle 1 behind. 14 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport.
A great press by Wagner too. Had to leave Bobby Hill. Very brave of him, but he had the impact and he did.
Collingwood with the opening 2 goals of the game. The secondary ball up coming here. Adam Ramanauskas, the Essendon Premiership player, and Brent Harvey, games record holder. They're experts this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. Switkowski with the clearance for the Dockers, tumbling it to half forward. Quaynor there for the Pies. 1-2 with side bottom. Out of play, says the umpire. A throw in right half forward. 2 straight 12 plays, 1 behind. Collingwood lead. Quarter hour mark opening term.
42 to 78 disposals already for the Pies. Look for a big game.
Throwing back in. Frampton up against Jackson. Jackson tries to take it to the right. Spills the way of Taylor Adams of Collingwood. Hand pass to side bottom, end over end. Only as far as Clark of the Dockers. Sends a spiralling ball inside 50. Has to go at that. Banfield at the back. Can't hang on to it. Josh Dacos dumped in a tackle. Charging in Amos. He locks the ball up 15 metres out from the Dockers goal. At the punt road end. Collingwood by 11 points.
Chance here for the Dockers. Arriving late, Jackson takes it out of the ruck, bounds away with it. Handball to Henry. Dockers left forward pocket. Jackson nowhere to go. Squeezes a kick towards full forward. Side bottom drops it. Dockers arrive through Amos. And it hits the post, the behind post. A throw in deep in the left forward pocket for the Dockers. Amos trying to get it on the left boot. Shoved into the post there by Murphy. Deep forward 50 stoppage for the Dockers. Frampton to the front. Jackson from behind. Taps it down. Quaynor bounces back to Jackson. Gets a kick away. Side bottom punches it away. Onto it, Josh Dacos. Handball to McCreary. Handball to Noble. Kick to the wing.
Up towards McStay, who's caught behind, and in front Alex Pearce takes the mark. The Dockers captain looking for options in the corridor.
That was possession number 11 for John Noble. 16 minutes into this quarter.
Just playing a lot of the footy through his hands as Pearce sends a high and hoping kick up towards Jackson. Walters is in the pack. Big fly from Darcy Moore. Who rose on the back of Michael Walters, who was trying to get out of the pack.
They're just playing into his hands, Rama. Darcy Moore and Murphy will have an absolute ball today. They're just going to kick the ball long down the line. They're going to intercept possession all day. This is where they start their offence from, so you just can't do it.
The number 2 intercept possession player in the game, Darcy Moore behind Ballard of the Suns, goes short to Crisp and now to Taylor Adams. Out to the members' side, not a good kick, looking for McCreary. Brayshaw takes the intercepting mark. He releases Hughes, gets the hand pass away in the middle of the ground. No, goes back with the kick. Should have hand pass. Clark dropped the mark, as did Noble. Erasmus has options at the top of the 50.
Oh, he's off.
Chips it to Banfield. It probably took a step. Gets to the benefit of the doubt of the umpire.
Go back.
Brett Roseberry and Murphy's 45 out. Hand pass to Ryan on the run. From right on 50, it's out to the right. And it won't score in the end. Out of bounds on the full. Collingwood 2 straight 12 to the Dockers, 1 behind. 17 minutes gone, opening term. I'm not sure that's how they drew it up.
Just on that, with Collingwood starting their attacking chains from defence, I mean, generally the premiers lately have started from the attacking half their offensive chains as Quaynor kicks towards the wing. Jackson can't mark, spills down for the Pies. Errant handball, though, allows in Banfield. Coming through, though, Markov emerges with the footy, streams away with it. Crisp, handball away to a runner there in Johnson. Attacking edge of the square, chips inside 50, and Adams can mark 40 metres out directly in front. He'll look at the Pies third without the Fremantle Dockers having kicked one.
Just a lack of composure there by Banfield, Ramo. He was only probably kicking from 50-51 early in the game. They a little bit more energy in the legs to get the distance, but gave it to Ryan. And
well, Ryan is their sort of designated kicker.
But
that
even
they
that
like
looked
to
rushed,
use.
didn't it? Even that looked rushed.
Tay at the MCG comes in, drives it on goal and puts it through the middle. The Pies are black and white hot at the MCG on this Saturday afternoon. 3 straight 18. Plays one behind before Adam Ramanauskas and Brent Harvey. Tim Hodges downstairs.
The update on Braden Maynard, Benny, is that there is none. The physio went to him and he said, I'm fine, and that he was left alone. So he's just gone back onto the ground. So you have to think that right shoulder or right hand is okay. And just an observation on Mason Cox, he's got the little glass cleaner tucked in his socks. So not easy on a day like this for a man wearing goggles with this amount of rain. So he'll clean it with his little glass cleaner in his sock.
Fogging up. Just to finish that point, so Geelong number 1 for points scored from forward half chains, Melbourne number 4, Richmond number 5, Collingwood this year number 12, but they are number 1 for points scored from defensive half chains.
And that's through intercept marking. So just on Braden Maynard, I think if he says he's fine, you don't want to really question him too much when he's in game mode.
Darcy down to Jackson for the Dockers, away to Johnson inside 50, long towards full forward, Murphy in front, Sturt tries to get the hand pass forward, Amos jams it on the boot and puts it through. Markov is appealing for it to be touched, the umpire gives the all clear, they'll have a look at it, but the Dockers seem to have their first goal at the 19-minute mark of the opening term. They're 1-1-7 to Collingwood, 3 straight 18. Freo having won just the 2 first quarters so far in season 2023.
I think some of the Fremantle players think it's
holding the ground. What's going back to the centre circle, are they?
No, I think the Fremantle players think it's touch as well because they're all setting up for the zone. Yeah, I think that one's touch.
I think that one's touch.
So don't put that one in your record just yet. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Urquhart from Earlwood says, come on guys, we're lucky to see our teams in traditional jumpers twice a year. It can't be that bad.
Yeah.
And maybe should head to the AFL shop at half time to try and help the players out and change the jumpers. Sitting in P-Deck, defo, colour, hard to tell. Let us know, 0437 774 774. It's right in the wheelhouse of our little man, Corbin Middlemass, who loves getting with the clash jumpers and what the right combinations are.
I'm not sure he's that little, is he?
He's passionate about this cause, though.
It's going to be a goal, this one.
So the goal is going to stand for Jai Amos, one of the rising star favourites for 2023. His 31st goal of the season. And we're all back in the middle ready to go. Collingwood by 11.
Jai Amos, what a player he is. Second year key forward. Dockers out of the middle again. Bursting onto it, Aish. Handball to Schultz. Sweeping handball to Banfield. Can't quite get it back to Aish. Quaynor gets involved for the Pies inside their defensive 50. Handball to Nick Dacos, plenty of time. Handball to Maynard, look out. Amos nearly runs him down, kick into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball here for the Dockers. Darcy's handball errant. Crisp onto it for the Pies. Handball to Pendlebury. Releases Adams with a beautiful handball. Handball out in front of Johnson. Gathers on the bounce. Arches his back. Snaps from in front. Curls it through. Quick and slick and doing the trick, the Pies. Bouncing off halfback. Too good for the Dockers. 4 straight 24 plays, 1-1-7. 22 minutes into this opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, that was just on the back of one little turnover by Schultz, I think it was. Just one extra handball and Collingwood sweating on a beautiful press by Darcy Moore. As I mentioned before, if you're going to press and leave your man, the number one rule is you have to impact it, and he certainly did that. And again, Benny, that's their rebound from half-back. They scored from a turnover 45 metres out from their goal, and Fremantle didn't look like touching the ball. They waltzed through with numbers. I tell you what, Rama, the only way you're going to score against Collingwood is from turning the ball over from them because, gee, they work hard forward. They work hard. It's like a rugby scrum where they just work hard, like a line out. They just work super, super hard.
The AFL Games record holder, Brent Harvey, with you on ABC Sport. To go, he tries to get the clearance, tackled, lost it. Aish takes the free kick, holding the ball, no advantage paid for Freo. Even though the kick inside 50, it's probably a good option. We returned into the middle of the ground, and Brayshaw's going to take it. Pass away to Clark, kicks inside 50, it's wide of Schultz, races after into the right forward pocket. Hand pass back to Henry on 50, little toe poke, not the best kick. Pendlebury tried to sock it off the deck, missed it. Hand pass forward to Jackson, Sukowski tries to knock it on, Amos is onto it. Hand pass to O'Meara, snaps on the right. They have their second. Hard working for the Fremantle Dockers, but Jager O'Meara was able to come up with a finishing kick, and Collingwood's margin is cut back to 11 points. They're 4 straight 24 to the Dockers 2-1-13.
I actually didn't mind that. The 2 kicks inside 50, they weren't great, but they found some space, and the Fremantle Dockers were able to run onto the ball, and Darcy Moore was nowhere to be found. And that doesn't have to be pretty all the time, Ramo. If they're going to kick the ball in the air, we know what's going to happen. Moore's going to intercept Mark like he has 4 times already this quarter. That wasn't pretty by the Dockers. Centre clearance, 2 scrappy kicks inside 50, but they score from it.
Well,
Don't mind it.
Centre clearance at the moment is 5-1 in Fremantle's favour, so they're actually doing really well in terms of the clearance game at the moment. It's 11-6 in their favour. It's just the issue for the Dockers at the moment is when Collingwood win the ball on the outside of the contest and start to run.
Darcy in the ruck, hooking it down. Adams diving after it. It spills to O'Meara. Dockers back with it. Matt Johnson stabs a kick. Short to Darcy. In the centre circles. Handball to Brayshaw. Fires out a handball out wide to Henry. Handball to Switkowski. Dockers at half forward. Handball back to Henry. He'll stop and kick infield. Mark taken by Aish.
This is the kick right here. Go long and high. Rebound 50.
Former Pie lowers his eyes, waits his kick beautifully. Banfield on the end of it. And that's exactly what Adam Ramanauskas and Brent Harvey have been calling for. Banfield can go back with the set shot. 35 out, as good as directly in front.
They sucked Darcy Moore all the way back to the goal line. Nathan Murphy was virtually right beside Darcy Moore. So Banfield just popped into this little hole about 35 metres out from goal. Aish then drew Collingwood's defenders away from that hole. Smart little kick.
Banfield 35 out, fluoro boots on, and he kicks the Dockers third. Back-to-back majors for the men in purple. It's a 5-point game, 4 straight 24 Collingwood, Fremantle 3-1-19, 25 minutes into the opening term grandstand AFL.
Well, for a game where it looks like Collingwood are absolutely annihilating. It's 13-8 inside 50s Fremantle's way. And Rama, you just mentioned 5-1 clearances. Well, they got that last clearance, so 6-1 centre bounce clearances now. That's the kick inside 50. And Rama, you called that perfectly. You got your 2 interceptors, Murphy and Darcy, sitting at the top of the goal square. Make them defend, because guess what? There's another interceptor there in Jeremy Howe. Do you reckon he wants to be hit up on, or does he want to come over the top and try to take a hanger? So they've got 3 big markers down there. Make the other guys defend. Great kick by Aish.
Collingwood kicked the first 3 goals of the match. The Dockers with 3 of the last 4. All of a sudden it's back towards level pegging. Collingwood by 5 points. Back in the middle. Punch forward a second time towards half forward for the Magpies. Lipinski's tackled. There's nowhere to go as he's locked up by Wagner. Still inside the centre square. And Collingwood heading to the city end of this opening term. Thrown up. Darcy tangles with Frampton. It spills down the way of Brayshaw. Trying to lead the way for the Dockers. 11 disposals and 5 clearances. Can't break out of a tackle here. And the umpire will do it once more. A lot of numbers around this stoppage in the middle of the MCG. Darcy just gets rid of Frampton. Shoved him out of the way. Kicks to half forward. Darcy Moore in from the side. He takes the mark. Lost Jackson and takes the mark in front of Tracy. It's going to be the challenge for Fremantle's forwards.
Short to Degoe. Disposal number 8 coming up in game 150. Points long. Will kick around the members' wing. Looking for a marker down there in McStay. Off the hands of the pack. It spills out to Frampton. Handball from Lipinski. Back to McStay. Bounces a snap inside 50. Henry gets back. Mops up for the Dockers. Chips it short. And Joel Hamlin can take it. Playing his first game since round 2 of 2022 and his 3rd game overall. since 2019 as he gives it to Erasmus, a long kick to the wing.
Up towards Tracy and Darcy Knee. That could take the mark. Crisp knocked it on for Collingwood, but only as far as Banfield. Kicks wide of Darcy Moore at half forward. Foot races on. Jackson might get the kind bounce. Tries to gather in front of Howe. Slides on top of the footy. Arms outreached. Umpire will ball it up. 50 metres out from the Dockers goal at the punt road end. Collingwood by 5 points. Fremantle happy with a territory game for the moment. As Frampton wins down the tap, but straight to Ace, who's tackled by Pendlebury. Just got a boot to it. It spills to Erasmus. He's dumped in a tackle by Quainer. There's nowhere to go for Josh Dacos. He and Swakowski wrestle for the footy.
Collingwood by 5 points. Frampton knocks it down out of the ruck, trying to soccer it off the deck to Goey. A loose footy half forward for the Dockers. And piling on Nick Dacos. What Brett Delidio would call a fall on top of. Get a tackle. Darcy hooking it down straight towards O'Meara. Spills out though to Josh Dacos. Handball to Goey. Kick smothered. Bounces to McCreary. Eventually gets a handball out. The Dockers come up with it through Wagner. Kick inside 50, trying to pick it up Jackson. Handball away. Back outside 50 for the Dockers. Brayshaw to Erasmus. Kick to full forward. Tracy can't mark. Spills to Sturt. The Pies swarm. And they hold it up. They still lead by 5 points late in this opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Now this is okay. Time in forward half for Fremantle. Get another stoppage. Start again. Set their defence up from there.
Thrown up, Darcy wins down the tap against Frampton, trying to find Swakowski. Little toe poke from Howe straight to the boundary. He was off balance and it has been paid as insufficient intent. I did think if he wasn't off balance, it would probably be an obvious one. Umpire thought, don't worry about that. It went out of play. Free kick, Freo.
Wow.
Get your thoughts on that in a moment, Boomer, as Michael Walters is setting up for a shot on goal. He's around 30 metres out, hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket. This is right the type of angle he can make it. Footy talk. He snaps and misses into the left goal post and a minor score. Collingwood lead by 4.
I get frustrated because, you know what, the quicker they just make it last touch, the better it is, because that's nearly the way it is right now anyway.
Not inside the arc, though.
No, I totally agree.
That's not fair.
No, I agree, but that wasn't deliberate either, Rammer.
I could handle it through the middle of the ground, but inside, it's a throw-in.
That's not where it shot a goal.
That's what they play in AFLW, isn't it? It's between the arcs.
Yep.
De Goey back to Dacos after receiving the kick in. A long kick to the wing, and McStay, on his return from that serious finger injury, takes the mark, wheels and kicks long. Cox! Too big, too strong. He juggles it down and will go back and kick for goal. The mark set.
Lucky.
35 out, 30-degree angle to the right.
I reckon he's lucky there. There was a clear 2 hands in the back against Alex Pearce, but umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Where's he set shots in the competition, Rammer? We're just not by stats, but just by your thoughts.
In terms of his technique?
Let's see how he goes here. He starts at left.
After he kicks it, I like it. Well done, well played.
No, usually he's a deadly accurate set shot. Yeah,
inside 35,
he doesn't try to bang it too hard and kick it into the crowd. So his technique's perfect for a guy that didn't play the game growing up.
Ryan brings the Dockers back into play to Erasmus in the left back pocket. Up towards Jackson. Cox in from the side. Can't take the mark. Spills down off Maynard. Back to Big Mason. He's dumped in a tackle by 2 Dockers, Walters and Jackson. And the umpire will ball it up. Suggesting point as to where Mason Cox will sit. Do you get enough out of him as a forward for his 5-10 minutes in the ruck per quarter? As Josh Dacos gathers from the stoppage to brother Nick. Hand pass to Goey. He's shoved out of play.
And I think that's the question when Brody Myercheck comes back in. Like Darcy Cameron will come back into the team, obviously, and he'll be the ruckman. It's just what they want to do with this forward setup. Are they happy enough with Frampton playing as a second ruck?
He's just such a big threat, isn't he? You look up there, you've got to play a tall on him, and usually that's one of your best key defenders.
Up to 14 goals for the season, Mason Cox. His best is 25. Free kick going the Dockers' way for high contact. It's going to come back. Corey Wagner, I think, is going to take it.
Angus Brayshaw's having a big... Andrew Brayshaw's having a big quarter. 12 possessions, 5 clearances, 2 inside 50s.
So which one would you prefer, Rammer? Brayshaw's 5 clearances, 12 disposals, 3 centre bounce clearances, or Darcy Moore's 5 intercept marks? The record is 10. It's at 5 inside a quarter.
Darcy Moore for me.
I like what Brayshaw's doing at the moment because he is running a little bit with Nick Dacos. Dacos has had 9 possessions, 3 kicks, 6 handballs, but I think Brayshaw's influence has been bigger.
Maynard hacked it straight to the boundary. Ryan sends it inside 50, almost a mark claimed, but not before the siren sounded for quarter time. So pretty gallant effort from the Fremantle Dockers after Collingwood made the imposing start. They kicked the opening 3 goals of the match, and then the Dockers with 3 of the last 4 for the Pies lead 5 points at quarter time. 4-1-25 to the Dockers 3-2-20. And for the Magpies, all individual goal kickers, Elliott, Pendlebury, Adams and Johnson. That's Ash Johnson. Meanwhile, for the Dockers, their goals have come through O'Meara, Amos and Banfield. Quarter time of the MCG, Collingwood leading by 5 points. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Hi team, enjoying the call as always. So lucky to have Boomer and Rammer as part of the special comments on the ABC. Always love listening to some of the AFL greats of the game. Thanks, Stan. And cheers to Nolan, who's listening to our call, an avid Collingwood supporter fishing on Lake Wallace, catching some redfin. Do you know where Lake Wallace is?
No idea.
No.
And I wouldn't be catching redfin either.
No. All right, we're going to have a bit of a look for that. Quarter time here at the MCG. Collingwood by 5 points on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
You'll always find top drama on ABC iView.
Tell me what you got.
Always intriguing with The Messenger and Smother.
I don't know who to trust anymore.
People think I'm a psycho.
Always dramatic with Vandervalk and In Our Blood.
She really doesn't like you. The world needs beautiful things right now.
And always different with In Limbo, Bay of Fires, and so much more.
I'm back for an encore.
A surprise holiday.
You'll always find the best drama.
Happy.
Streaming for free on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Back inside the defensive 50 to Darcy Moore, and here's Maynard. He hacks the kick end over end inside 50. It may work. Elliott runs onto it, looks up towards goal, fires and kicks it. He's in rare form at the moment, Jamie Elliott. Darcy down to Jackson for the Dockers, away to Johnson inside 50, long towards full forward. Murphy in front. Sturt tries to get the hand pass forward. Amos jams it on the boot and puts it through.
Darcy's handball errant. Crisp onto it for the Pies. Handball to Pendlebury. Releases Adams with a beautiful handball. Handball out in front of Johnson. Gathers on the bounce. Arches his back. Snaps from in front. Curls it through. Quick and slick and doing the trick, the Pies.
Hand pass back to Henry on 50. Little toe poke, not the best kick. Pendlebury tried to sock it off the deck, missed it. Hand pass forward to Jackson. Sukowski tries to knock it on. Amos is onto it. Hand pass to O'Meara. Snaps on the right. They have their second.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at the MCG, the opening match of round 18 of Saturday afternoon footy. And it's the Pies leading by 5 points over the Dockers, 4-1-25 to Fremantle 3-2-20. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Adam Romanascus and Brent Harvey. Joel Peterson will be in action later on this afternoon for the Blues and the Power. And before I could even throw to the promo, he said, Lake Wallace, way out in Western Victoria. I thought it was in WA. That's why I looked at you. Sorry.
Smart. I have typed in Jumper Clash on Twitter, and boy, there are lots of tweets coming up. Jeff says the Jumper Clash is really bad today. This Jumper Clash is bad for my eyesight. Ned says, just tuned into AFL Pies Freo. This Jumper Clash is woeful. Why would Fremantle not wear their white jumper? Says Cole, that colour clash is almost unwatchable.
Are you making these up, Benny?
I'll scroll through them in front of you.
You know, Richmond and Essendon used to play against each other in their traditional jumpers.
I'm all for it. I think today's even worse than that because it's...
One's got white shorts on, one's got black shorts on.
I get all of that. And you can
one's
make it
purple and one's black and white.
The only part I'm with Benny is the dark colours in the back and the white numbers. They are similar.
And you can make a case for, Carlton, obviously, wearing their navy blue with the white shorts. But I just feel like the dark colour with the white accent as opposed to the black and white with the white stripes, it's sort of just a bit jarring.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's why everybody's got opinions.
Correct.
The first possession Bobby Hill got, he actually handballed it straight to the Fremantle player. I can't remember who it
that
was,
would be my excuse today too, Rama.
There you go.
So Collingwood kicked the first 3 goals of the match, and Freo finished with 5 of the last 7 inside 50s of the quarter. So perhaps, Boomer, it was a bit closer contest than what we expected in that opening.
Yeah, some of the numbers look quite bizarre because that was seriously Collingwood controlled, and you just mentioned the first 3 goals of the game. The second part of that quarter, Fremantle, the kick inside 50 to I'm not sure who it was, but Ace kicked it. They started getting their groove on a little bit, but the numbers are quite bizarre. Inside 50, 16 to Fremantle, 10 to Collingwood. 16 to 6 clearances and 6 to 1 centre bounce clearances. So you're looking at that, you'd think that Fremantle would be winning on the scoreboard. I think Fremantle will go into this second quarter pretty happy with the start of that game. So it's going to be. I think the Pies they're going to have to come out and play a little bit better than what they have been.
Interesting to note, when losing clearances, Fremantle are zipping 7 this year, and when winning clearances, 7-1. So given they're winning them 16-6, that's an interesting point.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think what's been impressive for Fremantle, Andrew Brayshaw's had a very good first quarter, but Neil Erasmus, their high draft pick, 9 possessions. Liam Henry, who I think over the past month has probably resurrected his AFL career. He's had 8 possessions. The difference is Collingwood, when they surge the ball, we talk about Richmond, how they surge the ball, it's scrappy. Collingwood, when they surge the ball, is extremely clean. They don't miss targets. So Fremantle need to stop that, but also for Collingwood to win and get more on top of this game, they need to stop these clearances of Fremantle because they are completely dominating.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Into the second quarter we go. Mason Cox wins down the tap against Darcy. Spills out the way of H. Trying to get a hand pass out on all fours. He's tackled by Crisp. Crisp tries not to drag it in. Trying to knock it out. No chance to get it out of the congestion. Pendlebury gathers a whistle. Brett Rosebery in game 500 says it's a Collingwood free kick. Going the way of Taylor Adams, held by Jager O'Meara. Out on the members' side of the MCG, but it's allowed Freo to get players back. Adams veers out to the right, sends a high kick inside 50. Mason Cox has gone deep. McStay flies from the back. At the back, it's gathered by Alex Pearce. Hand pass to Matt Johnson. Works it back to the back of the back to Ryan. Long relieving kick up towards half-back. Flying was Howe. Spoils it away from Banfield. Over the top of the footy is Adams. Leaves it for Crisp. Picks it up, swings on the left inside 50. Sean Darcy marks on his chest. In front of Mason Cox. 40 metres out from his defensive goal at the punt road end.
Great chase by Brayshaw. Just got a fingernail in, enough to affect that kick and for Fremantle to get the ball back.
Darcy long to the wing. Banfield not paid the mark. Nick Dacos, handball to Maynard. Pies with it forward to the wing. Handball to Adams, to Crisp. Left foot centering ball towards full forward. It clears the pack and McStay's at the back. He marks on his chest, 25 out directly in front.
Just lucky there, really, Boomer. The ball sort of travelled over all players' heads, and McStay just had that step on his direct opponent where he was able to get in front. There should have been probably a mark to Banfield initially, but this is where Collingwood, they just when they get their hands going, they're so clean.
First game since round 5. McStay steers it through, and the Pies extend their lead. They're out by 11 points. The first goal of their second term. They kicked the first 3 of the opening term, 5-1-31. Plays 3-2-20, a couple of minutes played second term.
I didn't mind that kick by Crisp, though. It's not long and high.
No, it's flat.
It still goes 45 metres, but it's a flat kick and it draws the players onto it. So Fremantle, they can't just sit there, set themselves, run up and punch like the Collingwood defenders have been doing. They had to come forward to the ball. And for McStay, he just read it a lot better and a lot quicker than the Fremantle defence.
5th individual goal kicker for the Pies here today, back from that finger tendon injury. I imagine would be pretty frustrating.
No good, those injuries.
Yeah.
So an old teammate of mine, Matthew Lloyd, had that. Dean Solomon had that. And they take a long time to heal.
Not just the tendon injury, the infection, and then out through illness, finally gets his chance. O'Meara gets the clearance of the Fremantle Dockers, kicks towards half forward. Walters couldn't gather. Maynard's onto it, brushes off Banfield, lost the footy. Crucial little touch from Schultz, got it to Banfield, inside 50, Jackson. Marks in the left forward pocket.
And a story for another day, but Dean Solomon didn't rehab it properly, and now he can't bend from the top knuckle of his finger. Story for another day, though.
Come on, Dean.
I hope we don't need them in the second half, but we may. Luke Jackson, who's had 6 disposals, but at 0 kicking efficiency. The big off-season recruit, trying to make his mark here early at the MCG. 17 goals, 14 so far for the season. Jackson starts his approach. He walks inside 50, out to the left, comes in, leans back on it. Good kick. Fremantle answer back. After the McStay goal at one end, Jackson answers at the other. And the margin is back to 5 points Collingwood's way. 5-1-31 to the Dockers, 4-2-26. 4 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport.
Just some great composure by Banfield.
Yeah.
The kick inside 50, instead of going long and deep like he has, caught Darcy Moore out again. He was about 20 metres behind when that ball was travelling through the air, and he had to make up too much ground. And great little hit up by Jackson, and a beautiful finish for a big guy.
It's another centre clearance though. So O'Meara just fought for that ball inside that centre square. Got it going forward again for Fremantle. Collingwood need to tidy up this area. They're getting well beaten.
You mentioned Dean Solomon. Sliding doors moment, could easily be coaching Fremantle today. Went quite deep in that process when Justin Longmuir was approached. Appointed. Winning the tap, Darcy. Onto it though, Adams for the Pies. Back feeds a handball to Josh Dacos. Handball to Nick Dacos. Handball to Cox. Clever little slap on. Onto it again, Josh Dacos. Handball to Adams. Now Nick again. Breaks the attacking edge of the centre square. Eyes the goals to the goal square. And Johnson marks. Gee, it's the AFL's answer to the Harlem Globetrotters. Slaps and taps, and in the end, Johnson will go back from the goal square to surely kick a responding major.
It's just the cleanness of the hands again through the middle of the ground. There's no mistake. The ball hits the target so the ball can continue to move.
Ash Johnson to reinstate the 11-point lead. Bangs it through. The Pies respond again. 6-1-37. Fremantle 4-2-26. 5 minutes played, second term.
And you make a great point, Ramon. A lot of people say, they're professional footballers, elite athletes, they should be hitting those targets.
They're running at 25 to 30 kilometres per hour.
Not every team can do this. No. Collingwood are the cleanest team that I've seen live this year by an absolute mile. That handball that puts your teammate into time and space, where you're not stopping and propping and getting the footy, which is where most teams handball, they're putting it 1 or 2 metres out so they can run to goal. And I called it before, that rugby run, that line out, that they got 4 or 5 players that just get on the end of it. And one Fremantle Docker player or 2 Fremantle Docker players, they're not going to stop that.
Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport. The other part is that Josh and Nick get involved on multiple occasions.
Waxing.
Before the kick.
I love waxing.
Eventually gets inside 50, and Ash Johnson kicks his second. Back in the middle, Mason Cox wins down the tap against Darcy. Nick Dacos on cue over his shoulder, looking for Degoe. Brayshaw, hand pass to Sulkowski, tumped.
Ooh.
Holding the ball, Taylor Adams wants to take the free kick, but Nick Dacos lost the advantage. Hand pass to Degoe, spins out of a Darcy tackle. That's no easy task. Hand pass to Howe, inside 50. Here's Ash Johnson again. Hard out to the left, he marks in the left forward pocket. Now I think Sam Swakowski, the doctor, might come out to him because that was a big tackle.
And it could have easily been in the back. I think it was Taylor Adams, I think, was it? Yeah. Came over the top of him. We've seen those paid in the back, but then it's not wait for Taylor Adams to take the free kick. It's play on. Get the ball moving again.
Ash Johnson has had 4 disposals for 2 goals so far. Hard in the left forward pocket. On a tighter than a 45-degree angle, it's across the face. It won't be a goal. And in the end, Ryan takes the mark up against the left behind post. Collingwood by 11 points. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
The doctor has been out to Sam Swakowski. That right shoulder is sore, but he's pushed him away and continuing on out there.
Wagner, a long kick to the wing for the Dockers. Free kick. And the Pies skipper Moore will get it. Second generation Pies captain. Should ask Peter and Colleen what the secret is to getting your kids to share, because the Dacos boys do it better than just about any siblings we've known. As Moore comes infield to Noble. Away to Murphy at centre-half back, and to Howe. Just backward of the logo, members' side of the ground, stabs a pass to Maynard, right in front of the interchange gates. Maynard kicks around the boundary, looking for Adams, coming across Hughes. Strong hands, Adams. Good mark, left half forward for the Pies.
As Taylor Adams veers to the right, looks inside 50 on the lead. McStay leaves it for Mason Cox, who marks in front. They're a multi-pronged attack, this Collingwood forward 50. And Mason Cox this time takes the mark. This is inside his 30 metres, Boomer. He's on a 45-degree angle, about 25 metres out.
Well, we've got the perfect view of this, haven't we? We'll know as soon as it leaves the boot whether it's going to be a goal or not.
He's crept around nicely too, a couple of metres.
Very smart.
The American starts his approach, looking to try and capitalise here on the mark inside 50. A beautiful little right-to-left fade. And Collingwood come up with their third goal of this second quarter. To the Dockers 1, and they push it out to a 17-point advantage. 7-1-43 to Fremantle 4-2-26. So 3 goals in the opening 9 minutes of the second quarter. Meanwhile, on the Gold Coast, Rammer, 3-2-20, the Suns lead the Saints one behind. We wondered what sort of response we'd see under Stephen King, the interim coach.
Definitely been positive by the Suns at the moment. Just this quarter alone with the Pies, 28 disposals to 12. Inside 50, 6-1. They've started to clean up the clearance game 3-1 in their favour. But it's again through handball, Boomer, that they're really hurting Fremantle at the moment. On every occasion they are looking to play on, and every occasion they are looking to get the ball inside their forward 50.
Mason Cox goalless last week for the first time in 8 games. Free kick out of the ruck restart. It's going to Geordie DeGoey for the Pies. Holding on Jager O'Meara. 2 opposite number 2s going at it. DeGoey spreads it out wide. Maynard marks alongside the logo. Members side of the ground towards Elliott, who just marks in play. 55 out, comes infield with the kick. Spears it onto the chest of Markov.
Numbers.
They just keep the ball in motion. Rami, you called it beautifully. They just keep the ball in motion. Every time they look up, they'll lower their eyes, get the ball.
Markov goes short to DeGoey. 52 metres out. Left half forward, close to the boundary line, wheels around, low ball towards full forward, looking for a marker. Frampton hands to it, spills down towards Jordan Clark for the Dockers. Walker a fit of the fumbles, now he's in trouble. Handball to Henry, wants to be tackled out, has to handball to Wagner. Wagner comes infield, gets it off to O'Meara, who just dumps it on his boot.
Help me out with that one, and Tracy comes out and juggles the mark. And right half back for the Fremantle Dockers has Banfield streaming down the members wing. Takes the mark, juggling it in front of Murphy, who knocked the footy out of his hands. The umpire says that wasn't 50. Kicks the inboard, risky kick over the head of Tracy. Lipinski got a hand pass or a touch onto it. Spills away a side bottom. Hand pass to Markov through the middle of the ground to Cox and now to Josh Dacos. He's got Frampton free. Ryan trying to make up space. He can't get there. And Billy's got it. Frampton marks directly in front, 40 metres out from goal.
Gee, they're quick off turnover. That's another ball that went in, slide inside 50, or was really shallow inside 50 by Fremantle. And they just make the most of every opportunity. They're so quick with feet and hands.
It's been played in all different directions, Billy Frampton. He's been key post defence. He's been in the ruck. He's getting a crack in the forward 50 here. 6 goals, 2 for the season. From right on 50, Frampton goes whack. And another one for the Pies. 4 goals in the opening 12 minutes of the second quarter. 4 goals to 1. And Collingwood are out by 23 points. The biggest lead of the match so far. 8-1-49 to the Dockers, 4-2-26. On ABC Sport, 12 minutes gone, second term.
Yeah, and I think the reality of that, of keeping the ball moving, Boomer, if you think about every team, how they train in the AFL, they want to set up defensively. At training, you know this at North Melbourne, you're always practicing how you want your defensive structure to look.
Yep.
If you're moving the ball quickly, you don't allow defences to set. They're at 6s and 7s, trying to chase, you're on him, you're going to get there, you're going to get there. Before you know it, the ball's inside forward 50. So the good teams, and that's my belief is last year, that's why Geelong won the grand final, because they started to move the ball a lot quicker from their back half of the ground and able to score a lot more freely.
Pies with the last 3. McStay doing the ruck work. Knocks it down to DeGoey, who has to pick it up and take it away from a few. Bursts away, kicks inside 50. Doesn't find a target. Getting back Ryan for the Dockers. Handball away, looking for Johnson. Free kick. It'll come back. He was legged. So Ryan with it in the back pocket.
Oh, I totally agree with you, Ramo. And I firmly believe that your offense can set up your defence. If your ball movement's so good, and you can get the ball in your forward 50, your defenders can come up and get a quick rest as well.
Yeah.
Ryan with the switch to Pearce, who chips it short to Hughes. Hughes at right half back. 23 points the Pies lead. It was 5 points at quarter time. They've kicked 4 goals to 1 in the second. Hughes a kick to the wing. Quaynor coming up. Johnson in front. Neither can mark. Spills down for the Dockers. Henry, Banfield, Erasmus. Handball back towards Banfield.
Noble drives in, trying to gather the footy. He's locked up and the umpire will ball it up. And Neil Erasmus over the top. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clinchy, it has got so dark here. It feels like a night game right now, and a hell of a lot of rain coming from 3 o'clock apparently. So any lead's going to be a big one.
Thanks, Hodgie. O'Meara gathers for the Dockers. Hand pass around the back to Jackson, up towards half forward. Darcy Moore can take the mark, spills off Murphy's hands. Banfield inside 50, Howe in front.
I know Hodgie's got that jacket on, hasn't he? He wouldn't come upstairs. There's no way.
I know you're a supportive teammate, but we do have that wet weather ABC jacket, which is about 40 years old.
Down to the people, Hodgie.
As Darcy Moore goes short to Taylor Adams around the members' wing. Out towards Josh Dacos. Runs away from Banfield. Sends it up towards Mason, Cox and Jackson. Jackson in front. Cox tries to claim the mark and the umpire says yes. Jackson had a little touch on it, but Mason had enough of it in the eyes of the umpire. Around the back to Maynard from 50. It's offline to the right. In from the side. Jamie Elliott takes the mark at the top of the goal square.
There you go again, Boom. It's just that constant movement. Just give the ball up. Give the ball up. Let it move on. Mason Cox knew he couldn't kick the distance. Maynard clearly going for goal. He wasn't passing that ball, but it's again, you catch the defenders off.
Wedge between Walker and Pearce at some mark as he came spiralling in from the right. And Jamie Elliott looking for his second from only a couple of metres out. Elliott comes in and puts it into the second tier. Collingwood all of a sudden have got 9 on the board. 9-1-55, and they've kicked the last 4 goals of the match to open up a 29-point advantage. Fremantle 4-2-26. 5 goals to 1 in this second quarter.
Well, and 10 inside 50s to 2, Clinchy. It's a real forward half game at the moment for the Pies. They're dominating possession, dominating contested possession. Well ahead in clearances this quarter, 5-2, and importantly that centre bounce clearance where they're getting absolutely dominated in that first quarter. It's 5-1, so all their clearances effectively have come in the centre square. They haven't allowed stoppage around the ground. They've kept the ball moving, Boomer, as we've spoken about.
If Mason Cox goes back and takes a set shot from there and kicks it to the top of the goal square like we see so often, that just allows Fremantle's ruckman to get down there, allows their 2 wingers to get down there and chop out. You don't do that, you keep the ball in motion, you get a 2-on-2 in the goal square. Elliott marks the ball.
Pies with the clearance again. Adams, little chip kick forward. Now getting onto it, Crisp. Handball back to Pendlebury. Forward handball to Adams. Can't quite gather. Now the Dockers arrive. He goes back and gets it. Shovels out a handball to Crisp, who tumbles to ground in picking it up. And another ball up. 40 metres out from the attacking goal for the Pies. 29 points, a game-high lead. Darcy flicking it down in the direction of Erasmus, coming through Lipinski. He's tackled, taken to ground. And the umpire circling, holding the ball. Dockers will get a free kick. Erasmus to take it. 40 out from his defensive goal.
5 goals to 1 in the quarter. Fremantle just need a cheeky little 2 goals before half-time just to keep themselves right in it.
Neil Erasmus, pick 10 from 2021, across half-back. Clark under all sorts of pressure. Tackled, holding the ball. Josh Dacos inboard to brother Nick. He's right on 50.
He'll think he's got the distance here.
Noble wants it in the corridor. Those options are drying up. He's going to poke it forward. Looking for Pendlebury. Can't quite juggle the mark. Aish did enough with support from Jackson. Ball stuck underneath Aish and Pendlebury. McCreary gathers to the Pies. Back into the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Murphy. Puts it out in front of McStay. He's almost able to take the mark. Hamlin's there with him. Side bottom gathers. Centering kick. Lipinski caught behind. Wagner gathers. Fends off Hampton. Hand pass to Ryan. Underground hand pass along the boundary line. They want it out. They get it out. And the umpire says throw it in. 50 metres out from Collingwood's goal at the punt road end. The Magpies are on the run at the moment. They lead by 29 points with 5 goals to 1 in this second term.
He just creeps up on you, don't he? Nick Dacos. He's had 15 disposals. Had not a huge impact on the game, Rammer, but he's had his 15 disposals going at 80%.
Cox and Darcy. Darcy first touch on it. Down to Aish, who's quickly tackled, and the ball eventually spills out, but the umpire will come in and ball it up. Quickly puts it aloft. Cox swats it down straight to side bottom, who jams a kick inside 50 and off hands before going out of bounds on the full, so they'll spin it in again. Forward 50 stoppage here for the Pies, who have kicked the last 4. 5 goals to 1 in this second term, 18.5 played on Grandstand AFL.
Toss back into play. Cox doing the ruck work against Darcy. Cox wins it down. Matt Johnson reading into the turf by McStay. The umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from Collingwood's goal. They lead by 29 points. Cox and Darcy continue to battle through traffic. Crisp for Collingwood on the half volley for Josh Dacos. Lost it. Ryan's kick, a clearing ball in the middle of the ground. Free kick for a hold, and it's coming back Collingwood's way. Guess who? I thought it was going to be Nick Dacos, but it's his brother Josh.
And Nick just went and had a word to him and said, run around, I got the mark.
So Josh Dacos pretty much directly in front. 50 metres out from goal. He veers out to the right. Gives it everything he's got. It's online. Just not there, I don't think. Hughes has tapped it back into play. We're going to work out whether it was over the line beforehand.
So what happens here?
Yeah.
If it's not a score,
it should be
not
play
a good
on.
reflection for the field umpire, for the goal umpire, because he's halted play.
And so what do? They ball it up. They can't give him a point.
The umpire's called it a goal. Yeah, it's a goal.
So the goal umpire thinks it cleared the line, and Hughes was over it, and he might be right.
Yep, it's a goal.
Ethan Hughes with both hands trying to knock it back into the field of play, but he was over the goal line. And Josh Dacos joins the growing list of goal kickers. Got that as the 8th individual goal kicker for the Magpies, who have put on 6 goals to 1 in this second quarter. It's now 5 goals on the trot. 10-1-61 to the Fremantle Dockers, 4-26. Collingwood by 35 points at the 20-minute mark of the second quarter.
So Benny, what would happen there? What's the call? If that's not a goal, the ball come back into play. He has to bounce. He can't give him a point.
I imagine ball up.
Yeah, it has to be a ball up, doesn't it? Top of the goal square?
Yeah, top of the goal square.
Yeah.
Which you wouldn't be enamoured with if you're Fremantle and it looked like you're about to.
But we're 20 minutes.
Bounce out.
We're 20 minutes into this quarter. Fremantle have had 30 possessions for the quarter.
Yeah.
They just cannot get their hands on the ball in this quarter.
2 inside 50s, Rama, for the quarter.
Both rucks miss it. Free kick in the middle to go. He wants the advantage.
Like 6 goals straight to the Pies. So the ball, okay, yep, it has been coming back to the middle a lot, but it just feels like the ball has just lived in Collingwood's forward half in this quarter.
Dacos of the Nick variety stabs it short to De Goey. Gives it to Babe Ruth. Points long. Wants to get around O'Meara. Then chips it short. Back onto the chest of Nick Dacos. 52 out. He'll wait a kick perfectly for Adams. And this is all too easy for the Pies at the moment. Adams marks 25 out, slightest of angles.
Let me just paint the picture really quickly. Nick Dacos gets the ball, kicks it to De Goey, runs past him, doesn't get the handball. Fremantle do not check him, touch him, look at him. Gives him 25 metres of space. De Goey kicks it straight back to one of the best ball users in the competition. 55 out. Of course he's going to hit Taylor Adams up or somebody else up.
Adams on the set shot. Puts it through the middle, and the Pies look every bit like themselves at the moment. They've kicked the last 6. 11-1-67 plays 4-2-26. A couple for Taylor Adams, Adam Ramanaskas and Brent Harvey.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Can you believe what just happened?
Yeah. It's poor. It's just bad checking by Fremantle.
This is a kid who's only played,
yeah,
but he's not a kid who's played in his second year and just in and out of the team. He's the best player in the competition.
So Taylor Adams this half has had 15 possessions. He's had 6 clearances, 3 inside 50s, and now 2 goals.
2 goals.
Like we speak about Dacos, but Taylor Adams has been the best player on the ground in this first half of the Pies.
That ball shouldn't have got there to Taylor Adams. It's really disappointing by the Fremantle Dockers there. Whoever's playing on him.
On the SMS 0437774774, some disappointing Dockers fans.
Yeah,
as O'Meara gathers, hand pass around the back to Clark, kicks it out to right half back, and the mark is taken by Wagner. Corey Wagner around the wing. Schultz had to wait as Maynard crunched him. Spoils down to Brayshaw. Quick 1-2 with Erasmus. Good smother. Maynard, who gets all the encouragement from the Collingwood faithful and the members' side. And plenty from his teammates as well.
And he's able to do that, Braden Maynard, because he hasn't had much to do in this quarter. He's got the energy to do it.
Braden Maynard, one of 2 All-Australians from last year, out there today. Sweeping handball from Nick Dacos, away to Noble. Handball chopped off there by Clark. He'll get a little kick moving forward and a free kick going to Nick Dacos. He'll kick into the middle of the ground. Punched away there by Jordan Clark. Bouncing ball. Gathered by De Goey for the Pies at half forward. Quaynor has McStay in the goal square. It bounces over his head. Pitches back. Sock it on. Beautifully by Bobby Hill. As they would say in soccer parlance, he was a fox in the box. In the goal square, side footing at home. And the Pies with 7 unanswered majors. 12-1-73. Plays 4-2-26. They're running up a score on the Dockers.
8 goals straight for the quarter. 8 goals straight for the quarter. I actually feel very sorry for the Dockers backline here. They can't stop that. That ball movement. It's elite to let.
Yeah, but look at the numbers here. Dacos, Nick Dacos midfield, Taylor Adams midfield, Josh Dacos midfield, Jordan De Goey midfield.
It's the ball's just coming in. What's the inside 50s this quarter, Rama? 15-2. 15 inside 50s to 2. The ball's coming in willy-nilly for the Dockers. I feel sorry for their backs.
A dejected look on the face of Justin Longmuir in the Dockers coaching box. Canterbury gets the clearance, releases Nick Dacos. What a kick! A centering ball which Taylor Adams knew it was coming. Jordan Clark is shaking his head saying, I was covering the corridor, but I wasn't covering that kick.
Well, he's trying to get back to help the long kick as well. That's a superb kick, isn't it? Round the body. Dacos Adams again, Rama.
Not sure you can teach that kick, Boomer.
Well,
Taylor Adams has a chance to kick his 3rd before half-time.
You can. It just takes someone with elite skills and he's got him.
Might be in the bloodlines. Taylor Adams directly in front, 45 metres out. Misses to the left-hand side. Collingwood's first blemish. 8 goals won in this second quarter to the Dockers, 1 behind. Collingwood by 48 points, approaching half-time.
3 minutes into this term, Luke Jackson goal. It was 5 points, so inside a goal. From then on, it's blown out to 47 points. 26 minutes into the second term, Wagner's kick for the Dockers, chopped off. Quaynor marks. 60 metres from the attacking goal for the Pies, who'll retreat. Kicks into the middle of the ground and mark taken by Noble. Had a heap of it early. John Noble, mid-season draft pickup from a few years ago. Drives it long up the middle towards full forward. Fisting it away, Hamling. Spills to the back. There for the Dockers. Ryan floats a kick beyond 50. Maynard can't mark. Follows up with a tackle. Henry comes through. Runs into a tackle. Then Maynard gets him. Crunches him. Holding the ball.
He has had some bone-crunching tackles.
He's a wrecking ball, isn't
he? Clearly his right shoulder is sore. He hurt that in the first quarter. But it has not stopped him.
Gives it off to Quaynor running by. 60 out. Thumps it long to full forward. Big pack forms. Spills down at the top of the goal square for the Pies. Elliott onto it. Gets a handball out to Lipinski. Onto the left. Shanks his kick. Floats to the goal square. McStay going up in the pack and taking the chest mark. 15 out, directly in front.
That's a big grab, isn't it? I've just seen Pearce just look around at all these other defenders and just shake their head like they just can't stop it at the minute.
He skittled them.
It's coming in too often and too good.
Pause for Mason Cox. McStay kicked the first goal of this second term. And he kicks another here. The Pies just running up a score on the Dockers. 13-2-80. Plays 4-2-26. And we're still a couple of minutes away from half-time. The Pies by 54 at the MCG.
Well, Benny, you called it well. At the 3-minute mark, Jackson kicks his goal. And we're talking Fremantle are right in this game. So looking at the scoreboard now, what's that? 54 points.
9 goals to 1.
54 points down, 9 goals to 1 quarter. 2 to 18 inside 50s for the quarter. And now Fremantle have to go in and not worry about losing by 100 points.
It's 8 goals in 23 minutes.
Yeah. So how much is this the benchmark of the AFL?
Oh, it is.
This Fremantle.
No, but this is the benchmark. Like, you could put any team out there at the moment, and they're going to struggle against this ball movement.
Collingwood with the last 8 goals of the match. Back in the middle, Darcy wins down the tap. Pendlebury to Nick Dacos, tackled by Aish. Lost the footy. To go, he dives in. O'Meara over the top of him, locks the fall up to the right of the centre circles. Collingwood by 54 points. Thrown up in the air. Frampton into the ruck up against Darcy. Darcy turns, kicks around his body. Inside 50. Tracy juggles the mark.
He's just got to take his 30 seconds. Don't rush.
Just the third time Freo have been inside 50 in this second quarter. And a chance to make it 2 goals from 3 inside 50s.
Good efficiency.
I was going to say, not a bad return given the turn of events. Josh Tracy, who hasn't had a lot of the footy, it must be said, coming up for his second possession. His second kick from directly in front. Tracy comes in from 50, leans back, beautiful kick. Trying to stem the flow. It breaks Collingwood's run of 8 consecutive goals. After Fremantle kicked the second goal of this second quarter, which came at the 4-minute mark through Luke Jackson. As Ben made reference, the margin was 5 points at that turn of events. Collingwood have put on 8 since then. And the margin is 48 points Collingwood's way, 13-280 to the Dockers, 5-2-32. Adam Romanascus and Brent Harvey with you.
Well, Sean Darcy there, just grabbing the ball out of the ruck and going, I've had enough of this. I'm just going to try and clear the ball myself and get it moving forward. And Tracy clearly bigger than Jeremy Howe in that marking contest, albeit inexperienced Tracy, but he's a big lump of a lad.
Beautiful finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful kick from 50.
Beautiful.
Bounce back in the middle. Darcy able to hook it down for the Dockers. It bounces back to him. Handball away to way. She'll tumble a kick inside 50 for Freo. Bouncing ball again for Tracy. Handball errant, misses Henry. Has to track it back at half forward. Picks it up. He'll snap into the pocket looking for Jackson. And he drags in the mark just in the field of play. 45 metres out. Hard up against the boundary line at right half forward.
Looked about a metre over as well. I thought that one. I'll have to get my eyes checked during the week.
Mark set hard on the boundary line.
Top of the goal square. Have a shot, Rammer.
Shot.
Luke Jackson. Off the AstroTurf. Onto the real grass. Looking to get some action on his kick. He's missing it. Hitting the post. A heck of an effort.
I can't believe you, of all people, you're asking me that.
No, sorry.
If you were kicking to the top of the square.
No, I was saying what he. I know what I'm doing. I'm running around the guy in the market kicking a banana. But he's. I was asking what he was going to do.
Jeremy Howe brings the Magpies back into play. Long towards McStay. Darcy in front, can't take the mark. Crisp tackle. Could almost be holding the ball. Umpire says he got tackled and dispossessed, and Henry's tackle goes over the boundary line.
Not sure why it wasn't Clinchy. It's a good call because he got tackled and one arm was pinned and he didn't do nothing with the other ball. He dropped it.
Just trying to work out, I didn't miss anything blatantly obvious. Collingwood by 47 points. Approaching half-time. Darcy wins it down for Dockers. Onto it, Nick Dacos. Through traffic into the middle of the ground. Sliding in, Hamling. Matt Johnson couldn't pick it up. Lipinski can for Collingwood. Hand pass to Quaynor. Through the middle of the MCG. Long kick over the head of Jamie Elliott. Walker dropped the mark. Now he has to deal with Hill. Loses it to Elliott. Hand pass to Crisp. Another one. Collingwood with another one. Straight through the middle of the MCG just before the siren sounds for half-time. 10 goals to 2. Collingwood's way in the second quarter to lead by 53 points at the main break. 14-2-86 to the Dockers, 5-3-33. Jack Crisp able to beat the bell, siren of half-time, to put through Collingwood's 14th. 2 goals to Dan McStay, 2 goals to Jamie Elliott, 2 goals to Taylor Adams, 2 goals to Ash Johnson. Individuals to Josh Dacos, Pendlebury, Hill, Crisp and Cox. Meanwhile, for the Fremantle Dockers, their goals have come through O'Meara, Jackson, Amos, Tracy and Banfield. Half-time at the MCG, Collingwood leading by 53 points. Meanwhile, on the Gold Coast, a bit of a fight back from the Saints. It's the Suns 3-3-21, leading St Kilda 2-2-14 midway through the second quarter there. After the Gold Coast Suns keep the opening 3 goals of the match. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport.
I don't know where to start. 10 goals in the quarter. They've had 19 inside 50s, Ramo. I just wrote on my little notes, I feel sorry for the Fremantle defenders. Because it doesn't matter if you've got the best... Let's put Collingwood's defenders in there who are fantastic, Darcy Moore, etc. They ain't stopping that stuff either. You called it the ball in motion. That's their biggest thing. They turn the ball over. The ball stays in motion the whole time. Gives the Fremantle defenders zero time to set up, to find their man, to do anything, to be honest with you. And we called a couple of times Maynard coming forward, defending that ball, intercept, smother, 3 or 4 efforts. They can do that because their field's so set up behind the ball with Darcy. Their opposite side winger gets around and helps out. And it's just, there's not much more to say, is there? It was unbelievable. 29, 20 inside 50s, but that quarter was huge. 4 inside 50s, you're just not going to kick a score. I think they scored 2 times from their 4 inside 50s, so they're actually going okay, but that was just a whitewash for me, Rama.
I think the question that opposition need to ask against Collingwood right now is, do you try to slow them down or do you try outrun them? Okay, so that first quarter, Fremantle were trying to run with them, and they did okay. The week previous, the Western Bulldogs were able to do it for about a quarter and a half. But Melbourne, on King's birthday, they slowed them down and were able to win the game. So I think now there's the evidence, okay? A couple of teams are trying to do it against Collingwood, and they're failing. So if I'm Justin Longmuir now in this second half, I'm going, well, first part of it is let's slow Collingwood down, because clearly they're going to be too good for us if we allow them to move the ball. But also, do you then use this as learning opportunity? Does a Neil Erasmus go and play on a Nick Dacos for the remainder of this game? Does a Johnson go and play on Jordan De Goey for the remainder of this game? Do you set your ground up where you go, okay, to my younger guys that I want to improve, I want them to see and play against the better players and see how hard they work or what they do with their hands. Don't waste today, being the margin that it is. Don't waste the game still. And we're talking about Fremantle like they're a team on the bottom of the ladder, but if they won today, they're a game outside the 8. It's just the dominance of what Collingwood are. Like second quarter, I spoke in the first quarter about clearance. Like Fremantle were dominating clearances, 16-6 in the first quarter. Centre bounce 6-1 in Fremantle's favour. Collingwood flipped that around in the second quarter. Clearance 12-6. Centre bounce clearance 8-3. Possession count. Fremantle only had 47 possessions for that quarter. Just simply could not get their hands on the ball. Okay, yep, there's 12 goals kicked in the quarter, so the ball's going back to the middle of the ground a lot. But 47 possessions, no way. Like that's
Nick Dacos nearly had 47 possessions that quarter.
Well, Dacos has had 21 for the game, but I think Taylor Adams has been the one. He's had 16 possessions, kicked 2 goals.
Should have kicked 3.
He's had 6 clearances, 4 centre bounce clearances. So he was terrific that quarter. Darcy Moore had a great first half, 5 intercept marks. They were all taken in the first quarter. There wasn't a lot to do. I've loved Braden Maynard's aggression today. Like, he's really set the tone for the Pies in that first half, just with his efforts.
Oh, he had 2 tackles that would hurt most people.
Yeah. And that's what we don't appreciate enough. Like, we look at Collingwood and we talk about the ball movement and the motion that it's always in, but then you got to look at the other little things, like a Braden Maynard, as I mentioned. A Jeremy Howe just getting his hand in at the end there. A Jamie Elliott giving a little handball unselfishly so a teammate can kick a goal. A Markov who's fighting for his absolute life to stay in this team, run those extra metres just to gain some ground on a Fremantle player to put him under some level of pressure. It's amazing when you're going well, every player in your team looks fit.
Yeah.
They just look fit. And you'll hear, oh, we're the fittest we've ever been. Well, everyone looks fit when you're winning by 10 goals.
When you're not having to chase the tackle.
Correct. Fremantle look like they're the most unfit team out there, whereas, we're praising them last year about how fit they are. So, look, it was a good first quarter by Fremantle, but they just simply got blown out of the water in the second.
The problem is for Justin Longmuir is if Sean Darcy and Angus
Brayshaw,
Andy Brayshaw, I should say, are not getting it in the middle of the ground, then it's often not coming back.
But that's what I'm getting at. So put it as learnt, like give Erasmus the job on Dacos, give Johnson the job on Jordan De Goey. Like let young players learn.
So you're trying to get little wins in this second half. You're down by 53 points. The way Collingwood are playing, you're not going to beat them. That's just reality. And I think you don't want to walk in at half time and tell your players you're not going to win this game because it's 10 goals or it's 9 goals. But you want to try to get little wins. Yeah. You want to go in Monday morning.
Luke Jackson, how do you take Darcy Moore to spots where he can't go and intercept mark?
You want to go in on Monday morning and go, rightio, yes, it wasn't fantastic, but in the second half we tried this, we tried that, and guess what? It worked against the best team in the competition. So those little wins become super important.
I think it's 11 times this season Collingwood have kicked 6 goals on the trot.
Yeah.
They're able to kick 8 goals in that second quarter without Fremantle having an answer, and that is the danger. When they get their tails up, they are hard to stop. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Fran from Melbourne. Hi, team. Enjoying the call in agreement with Boomer and Freo at the start. Usually when the Pies play Freo, I'm always unsure of a win. I think we're safe today. Joel says Collingwood putting away the notion that they don't put teams away. Willie Nilly says, loving Boomer's special comments. Couple here for you, Benny. Where's the one around?
Good or bad?
No, around.
I need the hard hat on.
Rachel in Ballarat says, I'm having no problem with the jumper. They both look the same on radio.
Good, Rachel. I
And
like it.
to be honest, I can barely see the ball watching live. I can see the umpires and Isaac Quainer's shoes. And Lou from Gisborne says, hi guys, watching the game on my black and white TV. The Clash is doing my head in. So a few people having a bit of light with the fact that, Freo have gone against their alternative strip today, and we're in the traditional purple top. Halftime here at the MCG. Collingwood leading by 53 points on the Gold Coast. It's the Suns 4-5-29, leading the Saints 2-2-14. We'll keep a close eye across that game heading towards halftime on the Gold Coast. But for the moment, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
This is ABC News. I'm Sam Wilkinson. The Federal Treasurer Jim Chalmers has welcomed the broadly positive response to Michelle Bullock's appointment as the new Reserve Bank Governor. Philip Lowe will finish his term in September before Ms Bullock becomes the first female governor in the central bank's history. The opposition, business groups and the peak union body have welcomed the announcement, but the Greens are not happy with the decision, claiming the cost of living crisis will continue under the new appointment. Jim Chalmers says Ms Bullock brings more than 35 years of experience to the top role.
We are really proud of the appointment. No appointment is ever unanimously supported, but it has been welcomed really right across the board. Unions, business, economists, academics, and even in a bipartisan way, and I think that's a good thing.
Voting continues in the federal electorate of Fadden to elect a replacement for former Minister Stuart Robert. The by-election for the safe Liberal seat on the Gold Coast was triggered when Mr Robert resigned in May. The Liberal Party says criticism of Mr Robert in the recent Robodebt Royal Commission will not tarnish his chances of protecting its margin of 10.6%. Dr Maxine Newlands from James Cook University in Queensland says it's unlikely Labor will win the seat.
If you look at historically, the seat has always been towards the Liberals, bar one little episode in the 80s. Queensland again tends to vote Liberal, so no real surprise.
Dozens of residents gathered in Melbourne's inner north earlier today to rally against nuclear-powered submarines and the AUKUS agreement. The protest was organised by Merribeck Council, which last month declared itself a nuclear-free zone. It comes as the US Senate considers exempting Australia from strict US export control laws to help accelerate the delivery of its nuclear-powered AUKUS submarine fleet. The medical charity Médecins Sans Frontières has described an increasingly desperate humanitarian situation in the Sudanese state of North Darfur. It says more than 300 people have been killed in the state capital, El Fasher, since the conflict between the army and its paramilitary rivals began in April. MSF's Mohammed Al-Faqih says a small maternity building is serving as the main hospital for the entire state.
The majority of the injuries are third-degree burn, fractures, brain injury. Patients are still being treated in the corridor on the floor because there's not enough space. And with the rainy season coming, along with the increase of malaria and cholera, it's going to be a big challenge.
The Solomon Islands Prime Minister Manasseh Sogavare says the international community needs to abide by the One China policy when it comes to Taiwan. Mr Sogavare is on a trip to Beijing, his second visit to China in 4 years. He's met with Chinese President Xi Jinping, with the two nations announcing a new comprehensive strategic partnership. It comes amid increasing tensions in the Pacific as Australia and the US attempt to counter Beijing's influence in the region. A man has pleaded not guilty in the US state of New York to the murders of three women more than a decade ago that were among a series of killings known as the Gilgo Beach murders. The BBC's Kat Weiner reports.
It was a case that gripped New York over a decade ago. In the space of a year, the bodies of 9 young women, a man and a toddler, were discovered on a remote stretch of a Long Island beach. But until now, no one had been charged with any of the murders. The bodies of 4 of the women were found near each other, bound and wrapped in a similar manner. Police said they'd now been able to identify Rex Hoyerman through a patchwork of evidence that included DNA recovered from a discarded pizza crust that matched traces found on the restraint used to bind one victim. The local police commissioner described him as a demon that walks among us.
A 19-year-old Canadian firefighter has died as the country battles its worst season of wildfires on record. Devon Gale was struck by a falling tree while working in a remote town in the province of British Columbia. The Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, has described the young woman's death as heartbreaking. About 900 wildfires are currently burning across Canada. And in tennis, top seed Carlos Alcaraz will take on the defending champion Novak Djokovic in the men's singles Wimbledon final. Alcaraz beat Daniil Medvedev 6-3, 6-3, 6-3 in their semi-final, while Djokovic had a 6-3, 6-4, 7-6 win over Italy's Yannick Sinner. Alcaraz says he can't wait to play Djokovic.
Do it against Novak would be super special, but I always say that if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. Novak is one of them.
In the women's singles final tonight, the 6th-seed Tunisian Ons Jabeur will be playing unseeded Czech Marketa Vondrousova. ABC News.
Ever wondered how someone who's blind or has low vision enjoys their favourite TV shows? The audio describer asks into her microphone. It's called audio description. It sounds a lot like this. It's designed to help audiences who are blind or have low vision know what's happening on screen. And now, it's available on hundreds of shows on ABC iView. Sounds like getting the full story? Sounds like ABC.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Josh Dacos, handball to Nick Dacos, handball to Cox, clever little slap on. Onto it again, Josh Dacos. Handball to Adams. Now Nick again. Breaks the attacking edge of the centre square. Eyes the goals to the goal square. And Johnson marks. Ash Johnson to reinstate the 11-point lead. Bangs it through.
As Taylor Adams veers to the right, looks inside 50 on the lead. McStay leaves it for Mason Cox, who marks in front. The American starts his approach. Looking to try and capitalise here on the mark inside 50. A beautiful little right to left fade.
Bouncing ball. Gathered by De Goey for the Pies. At half forward. Quaynor has McStay in the goal square. It bounces over his head. Pitches back. Sock it on. Beautifully by Bobby Hill.
Matt Johnson couldn't pick it up. Lipinski can for Collingwood. Hand pass to Quaynor through the middle of the MCG. Long kick over the head of Jamie Elliott. Walker dropped the mark. Now he has to deal with Hill. Loses it to Elliott. Hand pass to Chris. Another one. Collingwood with another one.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
A 10-2, second quarter of the way of the Magpies to lead by 53 points at the main break. 14-2-86 to the Fremantle Dockers, 5-3-33. Matt Clinch alongside Ben Cameron calling the action. Adam Ramanauskas and Brent Harvey are experts with Tim Hodges down on the boundary. The other match taking place at the moment is on the Gold Coast. It's the Fremantle Dockers, 5-6-36, leading the Saints 2-2-14. Approaching halftime there. Could the Gold Coast Suns get a win with Stuart Dew Gonski? I guess this wouldn't be the strangest thing we've seen, and the Saints are under a bit of pressure to hold their spot inside the top 8.
Well, you usually get the dead cat bounce, don't we, when a coach is sacked? And Stephen King, I think it's safe to say, writing his own story there at the Gold Coast Suns. So I think that was wasted on these guys. award-winning author?
Boomer's still up and about. He got some sushi at half-time. I'm not sure.
Benny's got half the seaweed on his teeth at the moment. So.
I haven't finished it just quite yet.
He was just trying to help you out.
What's the drink of choice there, Benny?
He's got a bit of pineapple juice.
Pineapple juice?
Yeah.
Old school.
It's for the tonsils.
Oh, yeah. I have heard that, actually.
Yeah.
Just clears the throat after you've scuffed sort of some sushi.
3 donuts and 6
sausage rolls and...
36-14, okay. That's... It always happens, doesn't it?
I mean, the big question is, it's a big
Well,
game
it's more
for
a
the
question
Saints.
on St Kilda.
22 points down,
that's the
heading
question
towards
right there.
half-time. Saints are in 6th position. They could find themselves outside the top 8, probably not at the end of this weekend because they're 2 points clear of Geelong. But, Adelaide on 32 points. GWS just outside. They could potentially jump inside. And a bit of a challenge for Ross's men, having started the season with such purpose. And the good news coming through was that Max King is not out for the rest of the year, but he will do the recovery with no further damage possible, supposedly, according to the doctors and the medical officials. So he'll rehab it and try and get back before the end of the season.
Really?
The Saints will feature in finals.
Oh, that's a good result. So it won't come back before finals, you don't think?
Maybe 1 or 2 weeks before.
Yeah, okay,
but
so maybe a 4 or 5 week.
Yeah.
Did it last week, so 6-week injury.
Yep. The other matches later on this afternoon, the Blues taking on Port Adelaide. Carlton all of a sudden have made it 3 on the trot. Had a good win against the Fremantle Dockers. Taking on Port Adelaide all of a sudden have 7 changes. So back in Melbourne playing at Docklands. Coverage on ABC Radio and via the ABC Listen app this afternoon with Joel Peterson, Andrew Mays and the team. So looking forward to taking you there at the completion of this game. Mick Malthouse and Adam Tomlinson's joining our commentary team. The Melbourne defender who might find his way into the 23 with Harrison Petty injured last night. And then depending on where you're listening to tonight, Geelong and Essendon from Cardinia Park with Corbin Middlemass and Jess Webster, or Adelaide and GWS from the Adelaide Oval for our South Australian audience. So that's to come on a bumper Saturday.
Clinchy, you've got no idea how fascinated I am with the ladder. And I mean, the Kangaroos are clearly... We've won 2 games. I don't even look at the bottom 3 teams. I look at the ladder on a Tuesday night, I look at it on a Wednesday, I look at it on a Thursday, and just try to predict who I think is going to win and get the finals. As a player, I was very similar. You don't want to be in a situation where you're relying on other teams to win, lose or draw for you to play finals. But I am fascinated that there's 15 teams and maybe 14 today after what we've seen and the end result of this game. But there's 14 teams that could potentially... And Sydney are not out of it. Like, they're right.
You and I have known each other for a long time. I feel you need to find a hobby.
I do.
Yeah, that's just my personal opinion.
You know I've had a broken leg and it's very sore.
I do know that.
It's been 11 weeks.
We've been playing a lot of Donkey Kong.
Yes, I have.
I get that, but...
Can't play golf.
Like, if you look at it on the ladder 3-4 times a week.
It's unbelievable. Like, it's like it's going to change on a Wednesday night, and it doesn't change. But it fascinates me for some reason just to know that Sydney, who 2 weeks ago we just said, no, they're not playing finals. Yeah. They're back in it. It's unbelievable. Bulldogs lose. Bulldogs were playing for 4th position. They could find themselves out of the 8 in 2 weeks.
You've got to remember, this is how the AFL wanted the competition set up. So,
correct.
Salary cap, draft picks, etc., etc. Try to equalise the game as much as they possibly can. They knew there was always going to be 2 or 3 teams at the bottom of the ladder that were rebuilding and needed to do that. But that's
going to happen every year, isn't it?
They want every game to potentially be as even as possible. So it's a good spectacle for the fan.
Yep.
There's a bit of sport on at the moment, Boomer. I don't know if you saw the Matildas had a good win over France last night, 1-0. Coverage of the Women's World Cup is on the ABC Listen app from Thursday night. And tonight on ABC Sport Digital, we'll have coverage of the Women's Wimbledon final. So unfortunately, we don't have the streaming rights, so it won't be on the Listen app, but will be available on ABC Sport Digital. So looking forward to that. Ons Jabeur trying to join the Grand Slam winners. Marketa Vondrousova as part of the BBC coverage tonight. So from 11 o'clock on ABC Sport Digital. Collingwood leading by 53 points as players are in position, ready to go. Nathan O'Driscoll and Tom Mitchell still the subs, haven't been required as yet. And the Magpies with a 10-2 second quarter to open up a 53-point advantage. They are the team everyone's chasing. Into the second half we go with Ben Cameron.
Cox crouching low, opposed to Darcy. Umpire lays it down in the middle of the MCG. Cox goes early. Darcy stays down, hooks it down. Brayshaw leaves it behind. Aish onto it. Can't get a kick away. Goes again. Spills back to Brayshaw. He's tackled there by Adams. Eventually throws it out almost. Aish coming through. Picks up the footy for the Dockers. High left foot kick inside 50. Amos goes up, doesn't mark. Walters running through. Handball away to Jackson. Jackson dribbles it home. His second. That's better from Freo. And a fast start out of the gates. Their sixth major, their 6-3-39. Collingwood 14-2-86. It's back to 47 points. That goal coming after just 30 seconds in the second half.
They're back in it, Benny. They only need another 9 goals this quarter. Now, that's a better start, though. That's some good play. Centre clearance certainly helps. A great finish by the big fella, too.
I love the contest by Jai Miss there.
Yeah.
He flew for the ball. Well, he had Darcy Moore in there, had Jeremy Howe in there, then the hands of Sonny Walters to Luke Jackson. Absolutely terrific, but it was further up the field, as you mentioned, Boomer. Just James H there, just working extremely hard to extract that ball out of the middle.
5 disposals to none. That's all they're going to do, Boomer.
That's it.
Not let
Keep
Collingwood
doing
touch
that.
the footy. Back in the middle. That bounce is going to have to be recalled. That's not Brett Roseberry doing the bouncing there. Do you think he should have got the honours in game 500?
Bad back.
Surely.
Maybe he's not a bouncing specialist. Thrown in the air. Cox wins down the tap. Darcy tries to do the roving. Taylor Adams knocks it out to Pendlebury. Squeeze a little kick forward. Ace racing after it. Tackle by Crisp. Ball comes clear. Henry for the Dockers. Gets the hand pass away to O'Meara. Links up with Ryan. High kick out to the southern wing. Finds Luke Jackson.
See, Benny, an umpire should be viewed as a player when they get a bit older. You don't have to play him on the ball all the time. Just let him do the job. Still Scott Pendlebury at the moment.
Yep.
Brett Roseberry exactly the same. Good umpire.
Jackson just couldn't quite complete the mark before he was across the line. So I'll throw in under the Shane Warne stand. Darcy taps it down. A volley kick towards half forward in which Jackson gathers. Tackle by Maynard. Spills to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Darcy Moore. Links up with Crisp. Cox tried to throw a boot at it. To Goey with a fend off on Henry. Hand pass away to Crisp. Around the southern wing. Gets to left half forward. Kicks looking for Lipinski. It's wide of him. And it rolls out a play in the left forward pocket of the City end. Collingwood into attack, leading by 47 points.
He tried a no-look kick then, sort of on the outside of his boot, and he tried to be a little bit too cute. Crisp, the idea was right, but just need to execute that.
Fremantle with the opening goal of the second half. Coming through Jackson. Forward 50 stoppage here for the Pies. Spills out to Lipinski. Crisp paddles it on deep in the left forward pocket. Shovels out a handball. Elliott swoops onto it. Handball errant. Aisha's kick smothered. Ricochets to Hamling. Gives it off to Matt Johnson for the Dockers. Kick to Tracy. Immediately charged down. Spills again to Lipinski. Handball to Pearce for Freo. Handball away. Short kick to Darcy. Handball to Brayshaw, and they work it towards the wing, the purple. Sweeping handball from O'Meara. Henry. Handball away to Jackson. Back to Henry. Now forward of the wing. Short kick, and Walters will lead up and mark. Gets bundled over by Quaynor. It won't be 50. Walters with it.
It's open.
Looks inside the 50. Has Jai Amos all on his own. He leads up. In fact, it's Sturt who marks on his chest.
I felt like it's free for a long time then, Sturt.
Absolutely, all on his own. He was able to take the mark on his chest. Pick 17 back in 2018. The Victorian from Mount Eliza getting a chance to play on the MCG in his 11th game.
They're fairly inexperienced up forward.
Yeah, they
the
are.
Freo Dockers.
Tracy, Amiss, they're very young still.
Out of contract at season's end.
Sean Darcy limping off the ground here.
Sam Sturt, and that is a concerning sign. As Darcy hobbles from the field, Sturt fires on goal and kicks it. 2 goals to start the third quarter in the opening 4 minutes for the Fremantle Dockers. First Luke Jackson and now Sam Sturt to try and give them something to build on as they cut the deficit back to 41 points ahead of Rama and Boomer. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
That's Sean Darcy, who had his left knee heavily strapped. He was trying to get the doctor's attention for a while. He was struggling to even hobble off, and then he had to be helped straight down the race. He's going to the rooms, and the way he came off, I'm not sure we'll see him again today.
You talk about that inexperienced forward line, Rama. Sturt's played 11 games, Amiss 18, Tracy 29. The most experienced out of those younger type of guys is Banfield with 73 games, but he's not a key. And that's probably my point early in the first quarter, when they were just kicking the ball long and high. You're playing against an unbelievable backline. You've got to give these young guys some sort of opportunity.
Jackson into the ruck for Freo. Hooks it down, but Pendlebury soccers it to half forward for the Pies. Brayshaw there. Wins it for the Dockers. Gives it off to O'Meara. Kick from half back to half forward. Walters Gave away a free kick on Maynard. So Bruzzy to get it at left half back. He'll chip the Pies to the wing to Goey. Almost closed down there by Ryan. He spoils it down. Big tackle coming from the Dockers and Brayshaw. And the umpire to come in and sort it out. Umpire Brett Roseberry, game 500 here today. Collingwood by 41, the Dockers the first two of the second half.
24 to 13 disposals Freo's way. So they try and spark a fight back in this third term. Crisp out of the congestion. Out past it to go. He links up with Pendlebury. The runner Markov takes a bounce through the middle of the MCG. Looks up. One-on-ones further afield. Elliott over the back. Beautiful kick. Over the head of Walker. Racing back towards the teeth of goal. And Jamie Elliott marks 15 metres out directly in front. Shooting for his third.
So Markov was just sitting on the back of the stoppage there. Yeah. He's playing as a backman. He let the Fremantle Docker player go into the stoppage. And when you got 6, 7, 8 players around, if you add one more, there's not a huge advantage. He sits off as a bit of a, I don't know, all teams got different names for those players. He's a quick player. They release him with their handball, and he's running through the MCG with nobody on him. And a penetrating kick. Beautiful finish.
The ultimate slingshot from Markov to Elliott to goal for his third. Jamie Elliott celebrating with his forwards as he puts through his third and Collingwood's first of the third term through 6 minutes. The margin back to 47 points Collingwood's way with 1 goal to 2 in this third term. Collingwood 15-2-92. Very accurate in front of goal to Fremantle 7-3-45. Also accurate in front of goal down to Tim Hodges on the boundary.
The Magpies have activated their sub guys. They're just working their hours through their players so well, especially their older players. Jeremy Howe was subbed out at halftime a couple of weeks ago on the Gold Coast, and now Scott Pendlebury is going to have his minutes managed. He's been given the jacket. He's going to the back of the bench, and Tom Mitchell is into this game. So Scott Pendlebury out of the game for the Pies.
14 possessions for Pendlebury. He's done enough. He's done enough work.
He's smiling. He sees the irony in it all. Half time, right? All right, get used to this.
Let's go have a shower.
Cox slaps it down in the middle, and the Pies swarm onto it again. Josh Dacos, handball to DeGoey. Forward handball looking for the run of Josh Dacos. Handball out wide to Lipinski. Retreats with a kick. Back just forward of the logo marking DeGoey, who stabs it short, and back to Lipinski. 70 metres out from goal. Backpedals further out than that. Now he'll look inside 50 for the Pies, looking for a marker. Johnson gliding through the air. Can't mark. Hamling there for the Dockers off hands, picking it up. Elliott now coming through Hughes and nowhere to go. A ball up, left forward pocket.
There's a bit of concern here for Walker, who's down and grabbing at either his knee or his ankle. It's right in the far pocket away from us, and they're waving for the Fremantle doctor and trainer to come running out. So not a good sign. It's already been a pretty bad afternoon, but Sean Darcy off the ground and Brandon Walker lying on the MCG turf.
Looks in a lot of pain too.
A lot of pain.
Teammates are over there.
So a few of the Collingwood players, actually, Jamie Elliott's over the top of him, trying to make sure he's okay, but he has thrown the head back in real agony, so that's not looking like it's going to be a good result. And wait for the
just the part of the game that we're just getting a replay now. So he's gone up in that marking contest.
Oh,
his knee has got caught underneath.
Oh, he's got a broken leg.
No,
I'm telling you, the way he landed then.
They're straightening it out now.
On the big screen in front of us.
Oh. Yeah, it's just a part of the game that we don't realise. Like, we sit up here in the comfort of a commentary box and just how high they jump, how fast they still hit. And, this game is so dynamic, and to see a player of Walker's ability we just don't want to see that. But it's unfortunately a part of it.
The call for the stretcher now.
So the mobile stretcher is waiting where the eternal flame would be on Anzac Day. It's been given the green light to come on, and we're just waiting for that.
I really think from where I seen the replay, Rammer, it looked like there was a twist of the ankle, and it looked like the outside of his leg. I might be wrong, and it might be a knee, but it did look like
he's still in a lot of pain.
Outside of that shin, I can sort of I can feel him right now.
Yeah.
If it is a broken leg, I can tell you.
Don't worry, I feel you every
Yeah.
time you take a step at the moment, Boomer.
Not that a broken leg is better than an ACL. I don't mean it like that, but there is a positive that he's still in a little bit of discomfort, because generally I've never done an ACL, but guys who do them say it hurts for 2 minutes and then it stops.
Yeah, when I did my ACL, literally 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And then walked off the ground.
Yeah, we've seen people get up and run off, haven't we?
Yeah.
But I don't think you're going to do that.
So they've gone for the carry-off stretcher rather than the mobile stretcher, and that's what's caused the delay. So been waiting sort of 2 or 3 minutes. It's going to be a little bit longer than that, as Brandon Walker is going to be assisted onto the stretcher and then will be carried off the MCG. But real concern around his knee and ankle. They'll get looked at. Will certainly take no further part in the game. And Nathan O'Driscoll, Hodgie on the boundary, will most likely start doing his warm-ups in front of you.
Yeah, the GPS has gone into his jumper. He's just finishing his final warm-ups. And Boomer, I'm sure, after what he went through, was it 2 months ago, that the green whistle, Collingwood just offered their green whistle to him if they needed an extra one out there. So they know how, I mean, you can see how much pain Walker is going through. So, yeah, they've got the second option there for the green whistle, which I'm sure was Boomer's best friend back when he had his break.
Unfortunately, I waited an hour and 20 minutes for my green whistle. He doesn't have to wait quite as long, so I certainly say yes, take the green whistle.
What are you complaining about, Boomer? You had a little bit of Panadol.
I did have 2 Panadol, yes, while I was waiting.
I was going to say, don't mention the war. As the mobile stretcher is now coming out, so Brandon Walker's going to be put on to that. I would think so, but this is taking a little while to get sorted.
You hate this part of the game, don't you?
Yeah,
this is
horrible.
20-year-old, and it does, you know what? Don't even worry about the age. It could be a 35-year-old player who's still playing, but you just hate this part of the game. They dedicate so much time, so much effort into so much stuff that they do during the week, and then it's a lonely place in the rehab room.
So you can hear the applause from not only the Collingwood but the Fremantle fans as well, as it's being loaded onto the stretcher, and there's a fair bit of encouragement. Good to see a number of the Freo players are going over to him, trying to offer their support as he'll make his way off the MCG. Collingwood leading by 47 points. The Dockers have kicked 2 goals of the first 3 to start this third term and had made a real go at it, but a little bit of momentum will be lost now with this lengthy delay. So heading towards the Collingwood race at the city end here at the MCG, which will probably be the closest way to get off the ground and towards an ambulance if that was required. And Brandon Walker now exiting on the mobile stretcher, with Collingwood leading by 47 points. Tim Hodges.
That's the heaviest rain we've had as well so far this afternoon. And just looking at the time, guys, 3:30 already. It was a long first quarter, over 34 minutes. It was obviously a long second quarter with Collingwood's goal onslaught. So this quarter is probably going to go 35 to 40 minutes. So they might have to get to the point where they're going to delay the Carlton-Port Adelaide game, because this game will run right into it.
Ball up, left forward pocket here for the Pies, and secondary ball up. Good point, Hodgie. 47 points, Collingwood's advantage. Umpire puts it aloft, and Jackson taps it down, looking for Pearce. He's onto it in the back pocket. Handball errant. Pies fans want insufficient intent, nothing doing, throw-in. Trying to get it to Matt Johnson in the back pocket. Forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Umpire flings it back in. Jackson and Cox both miss it. Henry gets it on the bounce. Gets a handball beyond defensive 50 there for the Dockers. Schultz tumbles after it. Now he's tackled. And it's held in. And a ball up to come. 55 metres out from the attacking goal for the Pies. They lead by 47. We played a quarter hour here in this third term, but still have a quarter hour of live time to play.
So about a 7 minute to play for the stretcher as Matt Johnson gathers for the Dockers. Hand pass to Erasmus, kicks up the wing. Jeremy Howe takes the mark, having got rid of his opponent. Tracy into the middle of the ground with a kick for Sidebottom. Gathers in front of Elliott. Henry, gets the hand pass away to Markov. Long kick inside 50. Coming out Elliott, back the other direction. Big collision as Hamlin went back with the fly. Spills the way of Clark. Hand pass to Ryan, a clearing kick up the wing. Henry had to spoil it away. Still a chance for the Dockers. Sturt gathers, tackle by Markov, holding the ball. And Hamling's getting some support from the trainer, but he looks like he's okay to stay out there for the minute.
That was a big hit by Elliott. Hamling went back with a flight of the ball, very courageous, but Elliott was coming full steam ahead from pretty much full forward.
The Pies eyeing the switch. Noble's kick slapped down there by Amos in the middle, but Murphy's there to help out Maynard. Kicks wide out to the southern side of the ground. Quaynor will move it short to Josh Dacos. Rain falling here at the MCG. Josh Dacos alongside the logo. He'll thump it long inside 50 for the Pies. Out the back, Bobby Hill off the end of his fingers. Out of play, throw in Tim Hodges.
Ben, don't want to be Captain Obvious, but the Fremantle doctor just back from the rooms. He's confirmed that Brandon Walker won't be returning, so that sub has been made official. Nathan O'Driscoll is into this game.
He's not going to come back on.
Coming back on.
Thank you, Hodgie. From the throw-in, comes out the back. Unable to gather at Lipinski, allows the Dockers in momentarily, though they're set upon by the Pies. Lipinski piling on. Umpire Nick Foote to come in and throw it up. 30 out from the attacking goal for the Pies. They're out by 47. Just repeating, Brandon Walker out of the game with a serious lower leg injury.
Mason Cox wins down the tap towards Nick Dacos. He's tackled by O'Meara and Clark and across the boundary line for a throw-in. Scott Pendlebury subbed out at half-time. So 35 years of age, Tom Mitchell into the game. We had Graham Wright join us before the match, Rammer. He said they wouldn't manage players unless the circumstances allowed for it.
Yeah, but that's not managing. They're talking about minutes. So that you got to take in training minutes as well.
Going to get Rammer to expand on that. Mitchell can't get the clearance. Alex Pearce for the Dockers. Hand pass to O'Meara. Kicks up the wing. Bit of a shove on Tracy. No whistle. Well read by Schultz. Kicks up towards half forward. It's over the head of Amos. Racing back after it. Nathan Murphy for Collingwood. Little fumble. Amos puts pressure onto him. Taps it to the advantage of Quaynor. Hand pass missed the intended target in Markov. Walters. Hand pass to Matt Johnson. Cuts around a couple of tacklers. Kicks out to Schultz. He marks up against the boundary. 50 out into the pocket. It's bouncing. And McCreary gets back and keeps it alive. Around the right, goalpost, he might have wished he rushes it. Good tackle by Sturt. Howe gets back there for Collingwood. Hand pass towards McCreary. Now he becomes the tackler on Hughes. Banfield centering kick. Murphy underneath it. Amos with a little shove through for a minor score, but a push in the back.
Yeah. The back. Yep. You can pretty much do whatever you want on the goal line these days, can't you, Raymond? It was a soft free kick from the line.
No score. Collingwood still by 47.
Maynard in the back pocket. Spots up the goey on the defensive arc for the black and white Pies. He kicks into the middle of the ground. Mark taken by Cox. He'll chip it over the top, looking for Dacos. Look out, he paddles it down beautifully. Spills to Lipinski. Back to Nick Dacos. He can't finish his work this time. Out to the right, Tim Hodges.
Just more bad news for the Dockers. Sean Darcy, remember, was down in the rooms. He's just returned and he's limping badly. He's gone straight to the back seat of the bench. He's not coming back either with that left knee. So the Dockers are now down to 3 on the bench.
Thanks, Hodgie. 48 points, Collingwood's lead. There's the long kick from Ryan towards half-back. Cox spoiled it down. Straight to Matt Johnson, though, through the middle of the MCG. Nathan Murphy's able to work Amos underneath the mark and takes it for Collingwood. Works it back to Quaynor, kicks out towards Josh Dacos. Races after the loose footy at left half back. And chip it over the top, and I'll let Markov marks. Under the Shane Warne stand with the rain continuing to fall at the MCG. Collingwood by 48 points, 15-3-93 to the Dockers 7-3-45. Fremantle with 2-1 in this third term. At around a 6 to 7 minute delay as Brandon Walker was taken from the field. Sean Darcy off as well for the Dockers, and Scott Pendlebury subbed out, and Tom Mitchell into the game. Quaynor from the Pies, from the wing, up towards half forward. Ash Johnson punches it inside 50. Henry couldn't gather. Jamie Elliott can. 3 goals already. Hand pass to Lipinski. Works it back to Sidebottom. 55 metres out from goal. Long towards Hill, 1-on-1. Can't take the mark. And Ethan Hughes with the height advantage takes the mark in the right back pocket. Switches to the left. And Ryan marks for the Dockers.
Well, Luke Ryan runs himself into a little bit of trouble, able to escape it and kick out in the direction of Sturt. Right there with him, Moore holding free kick. It'll be against Sturt. It'll go to Moore.
That's the problem right there. Ryan looks up. You've got Sturt playing on Darcy Moore. Darcy Moore's got outside position on a guy who's played 11 games. It's just very, very hard for the Dockers at the minute.
Moore will set it up. Big pack forms. They fly from all directions. Spills to Nick Dacos. Front and centre. Trying to dribble it through. Like his dad might have many years ago. Not on this occasion. 49 points, the Pies' advantage. 21 minutes played in this third term. We did have a big break though, so still 10 minutes of play left.
Wagner for the Dockers, up towards Luke Jackson, can't take the mark. O'Meara's locked up by Maynard. But he's stuck to his chest and the umpire will ball it up. Not sure Pete Dacos will be sitting in the rain, Rammer. Behind glass, potentially somewhere for him this afternoon.
He's like Boomer, life member. They get behind the glass.
An animated celebration last week as his boys went to work. Colling through side bottom. Hand pass to Mitchell, the sub shoved as he got his kick away. Elliott over the top of the pack, no. At the back, it's taken by Hamling. Releases Wagner with a hand pass around the back. Chips the ball inside the defensive 50. Erasmus Marks. 40 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end.
Erasmus will kick laterally out towards Schultz. Schultz off a step. Able to spot up Wagner.
A little bit better. Just ball movement. Just keep using the spare. Make Collingwood defend.
Wagner short to Hughes, so just backward of the centre line. Very wide out on the southern side of the MCG, the Dockers. Hughes will kick around the line, looking for Tracy. Up he goes and brings it down. Just light, steady rain falling at the G. Tracy, 2 kicks from home for the Dockers. Floats a kick towards full forward. Amos drops the mark after ridding himself of Moore. Banfield, he's gang tackled, tried to burst through, holding it. A couple of Pies had him, take your pick. And the captain takes precedence. He just says, I'll have the kick. John, you go stand over there, and spots up the mustachioed Oleg Markov.
Yeah. And he is away downhill, a couple of bounces, hand pass to Goey. Game 150, Elliott out the back, clears Hamling's hand. How well have they done that, Collingwood, from one end to the other? And Oleg Markov has been involved on a couple of occasions. And Jamie Elliott with a chance to kick his 4th.
So you look where Darcy Moore, he marks it deep inside Fremantle's forward 50. You've got your wide spread, and then you've got your thin spread. And Darcy Moore was able to find the thin spread in Markov, who then just goes up the middle of the MCG.
He had a lot of room too, didn't he?
Missed a couple of games with a shoulder injury. Jamie Elliott, since then, 2 goals, 5 goals, 4 goals and 4 goals. As Jamie Elliott, from the right forward pocket, bends it through for his 4th. And Collingwood lead by 55 points. 16-4-100 to Fremantle 7-3-45. 24 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport. Down to Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clinchy, we thank the Fremantle media department. Tanya Armstrong's always great with us, but we can confirm Brandon Walker, it's a knee, so they fear it's a really bad one too, so that's not good news. And Sean Darcy, I thought it was a knee just with so much strapping on his left knee. It's actually his left ankle, which is why he's out of the game, so not good news at all for the Dockers. Walker, a knee, Darcy, an ankle.
Never great, is it? He looked in a lot of pain, so... Yeah. What about the ball movement, Rammer? Yeah. You mentioned Darcy Moore. Takes that one where Markov can just run through the middle of the ground. DeGoey, long penetrating kick. Imagine being a forward in that team.
7th time this year that the Pies cross 100. On the restart, a free kick. They take the advantage. Steele side bottom to Nick Dacos. Lateral kick on the 45. Sliding in McStay Marks at half forward. Looking for the leading target. Bobby Hill nearly runs around his man to mark. Can't quite, live footy in the pocket, and they pile in. Ball up, 20 out from the attacking goal here for the Pies. Up it goes. Frampton slapping it down, but straight to Matt Johnson, gives it to Neil Erasmus, and the Dockers clear to the wing.
Out towards Walters, it trickles out in front of him. Darcy Moore there as the ball goes out of play.
Your man Taylor Adams, did you have to touch the ball in his quarter, Rammer? Yeah, sometimes it can get hard too when you're a seasoned campaigner, you're up by so much. Sometimes you want to really stay out of the action when you see a young boy go down with injury like that.
Game 199 for Taylor Adams. Game 200 coming up next week against Port Adelaide. Collingwood with a kick inside 50, a hold against Bobby Hill. Jordan Clark will take it from the Nick Dacos kick inside 50. Did you manage Taylor Adams as well?
No. It was just talking about him earlier, saying how much of a good game he played, so I just called him your man.
I'd just like to check, because Rama manages a lot of stars in the game.
No,
he's the man.
I'm fair to anybody.
Including young Boomer himself, Cooper Harvey. Through the middle of the ground, Andy Brayshaw looks to send it towards half forward. Murphy in from the side, spoiled away from Jai Amos. And it goes out of play for a boundary throw-in.
Graham Wright mentioned Murphy in our pre-game chat with him. He has improved rapidly this year, just so comfortable in that role. It was sort of in previous years, can you play Jeremy Howe and Nathan Murphy in the same team? Well, I think you can now comfortably.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just got Pendlebury's football smarts, guys. Subbed out just before the heavy rain arrived. And as soon as Walker got injured, he snuck out off the bench. I was wondering where he was going. He's just come back. He's showered. He's got the trackie on. I reckon he's pinched about 14 hoodies that he's wearing. So he's absolutely warm and cosy in the back seat of the bench. Subbed out of this game, but very happy.
From the throw-in, Jackson winning the tap down in front, but the Pies are there. Josh Dacos, handball away. Trying to get it onto a teammate in Adams, who has to crawl and pick it up. Handball to Nick Dacos. Handball to Frampton. Under pressure here, the Pies. Maynard will get it on the boot. Kick from half-back up towards the wing. Now what I gather, though, Pearce for the Dockers. His handball a little errant back infield. And then eventually a strong tackle there on Tom Mitchell, the sub into the game for the Pies. Collingwood by 55 points, 16-4, 100 plays, 7-3, 45, 27 minutes into the third.
No one competes against Luke Jackson, who tries to get a clearing kick. It bounces off O'Driscoll. The sub into the action. Schultz tries to knock it on back to Jackson. To go, he left it for Quaynor. No ball, receives the hand pass. He's locked up by Sukowski. Inside the centre square in the middle of the MCG. Floodlights are on. The rain is coming down, be it lightly for the moment. Collingwood leading by 55 points. Thrown up in the air. Jackson wins down the tap against McStay. Erasmus tries to get down low. He can't clear it. Now Johnson over the top. The umpire circling. That normally means holding the ball. And it's going to be a Fremantle free kick just to the right of the centre circles.
So Matt Johnson in the middle of the ground. Comes infield, short to Wagner. Inside the centre circles. He'll go low inside 50 for the Dockers. No one there able to mark it. Schultz trying to follow up. Coming through. Josh Dacos. There's a free kick. It'll go to the Dockers. And I think Schultz will get it. He wants to go on with it for the time being. And John Noble and Braden Maynard around. I'm sure I'd be messing around with Braden Maynard. But Schultz to get the kick. The mark set 35 out. Slight angle right of centre.
Crafty.
123 scoreboard impact points this year for the Dockers, ranked number one at the club.
A crafty little player, he kicks this.
Trying to hit the scoreboard in his own right here today. The man they call Shooter puts it out to the left.
Too close to the man on the mark.
He did, didn't he? He got under it as well. Because he got so close to the man of Mark Rammer.
Collingwood
ball up and down.
Collingwood by 54 points, 29 minutes travelled, third term.
On the Gold Coast, it's a 27-point lead. Still the Suns' way, 7-6-48 to secure the 3-3-21. Collingwood run the southern wing. It ends up in the hands of Nick Dacos. He gets inside 50 to finish on the run. It's offline to the right. Mason Cox kept it in. Tapped it down towards Bobby Hill. McCreary gathers. Centering ball. Missed side bottom. A chance for Tracy, who's worked into defence. He's locked up by side bottom. The umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket.
He burnt a couple on the way through there, Nick Dacos. He had options inside forward 50.
Mason
Wanted the
Cox
goal.
was just able to tap it back in once it was heading like it was through from behind. As Mac Johnson gathers from the ball up, kicks up towards half-back. Darcy Moore can't take the mark. Spills off Walters and side bottom and out of play. A couple of behinds for Nick Dacos. He's normally pretty clear.
They've all been this quarter, I think, as well.
28 disposals, 2 behinds, 9 score involvements, 6 clearances, 7 inside 50s.
We said he's going to have 30 before the game. He's certainly going to have a little bit more than 30. He'll end up getting closer to 40, Rammer, because that's just what he does.
Tracy in the ruck for the Dockers. Left-hand tap down. Johnson doesn't quite gather it cleanly. It allows him the pies. Mitchell taps it out. Crisp gathers, kicks inside 50. Pearce is able to bring it to ground, but the pies are around. Cox slaps it out towards Hill. Just throws it out nearly. He did throw it out, holding the ball. And the Dockers to get it back through Neil Erasmus. 30 out from his own goal. Will flare it out wide to left half back, and Johnson marks back pedaling.
Yeah, decent game. 16 touches. Now.
So for Matt Johnson, pick 21 in 2021, the second-year Docker, as they work it through Wagner and out to Hamling, who marks in the right back pocket, playing his first game in season 2023. Short to Hughes, and then further afield to Nathan O'Driscoll.
Not many Neils around these days, is there?
Nah.
I think he might be the only Neil in the AFL.
Lockie?
Oh, come on.
Oh, he's kicked it back towards the teeth of goal. Opens the door for Bobby Hill. Takes on the tackle of Hughes, trying to get the hand pass to Ash Johnson, trying to throw a boot at it. Good pressure from Hamling, and it's rushed across the boundary line for a throw-in the left forward pocket. I'm not sure that was Nathan O'Driscoll's best involvement to start a match, but no damage done. A boundary throw-in the left forward pocket for the Pies.
Right alongside the behind post. The umpire brings it back in. McStay laying it down, but straight to Brayshaw for the Dockers. Left foot kick, doesn't clear the 50. Spills out to Quaynor, dumps it on the right boot and misses the lot by a long way.
Jeez, I love that effort by Taylor Adams.
So courageous.
You just don't need to do that. But he just eyes for the ball.
9 goals up into the third
Raining.
quarter. You go back and show that sort of courage. Yeah, well done. Great call.
Tim Hodges.
Concern for the Magpies with big Billy Frampton. He's got a right corky, had it heavily strapped. He's on the spin bike, but it wouldn't be much fun in this cold weather.
Thanks, Hodgie. O'Driscoll around the southern wing, finds Banfield, is able to burn off Maynard, then took a bounce, that was adventurous, inboard to Erasmus, back to Banfield, Murphy lays the tackle, just got the hand pass away in the nick of time. Sweeping hand pass to Schultz, who set his teammate Brayshaw a challenge through traffic to O'Meara on the run, misses everything out to the left, out of bounds on the full. They worked so hard to get it to half forward, but couldn't quite capitalise. Collingwood by 54 points.
It was well done by Banfield there. Showed a lot of composure. Broke off the line. Took a bounce. Took the tackle. And got the hands free.
Quaynor a short kick. Away towards Moore, who's worried out of it. Gets some support from side bottom. Able to pick it up. Tumble punt towards the wing. The Dockers there through Tracy. Spills down to Johnson. Tackled quickly. Nick Dacos holds him up. Doing it all ways, Nick Dacos. Not only fire starter for the Pies, but doing it defensively as well. McStay down for Mitchell, kick smothered, spills to Brayshaw for Freo, handball to Ryan, tumbles it into the pocket, bouncing ball Banfield, close to the line, hooks it back unselfishly towards the top of the goal square. Murphy goes up, spills to Schultz, kicks into the back of Sturt, back to Schultz, and down to Markov for the Pies, who will clear the grass on the wing.
Alex Pearce gathers with Mason Cox looming. Shovels out a hand pass away, shot right half forward. High kick inside 50. Banfield set himself. Quaynor slid in front, couldn't complete the mark. Still a chance for Collingwood. Josh Dacos worked off it. O'Driscoll becomes the tackler. And Quaynor can't get a clearing disposal away, and it just goes over the boundary line for a throw-in.
I know the sting because the scoreboard says so, but the sting's gone out of the game, but it was more so from when Walker's gone down.
Yeah.
It hasn't been much happening, 2 goals apiece for the quarter to date. The sting just gone right out of this game.
So Brandon Walker with a knee injury and Sean Darcy with an ankle injury out for the match, as Tim Hodges told us. Josh Dacos with a clearing kick up towards the southern wing. Alex Pearce gathers in front of Mason Cox. Hand pass to Aish around the back to Ryan. Has to hack a kick up towards half forward. Nick Dacos is waiting for it. He marks on his chest at left half back. Hand pass to Tom Mitchell. Searching kick into the middle of the ground. Ash Johnson in a one-on-one. Spills down to the front to go. He kicks inside 50. It's over the head of McCreary as the siren had sounded for three-quarter time. A quarter which was delayed by about 7 minutes as Brandon Walker was taken from the field with a knee injury. The Dockers had made a promising start with 2 goals to start the third quarter. It finishes with 2 goals apiece, and the third term going 34 minutes, just under 35 minutes. And Collingwood 16-4, 100, leading Fremantle 7-4, 46. The margin at three-quarter time is 54 points Collingwood's way. For the Magpies, 4 goals to Jamie Elliott, 2 goals to Dan McStay, to Adams, and to Ash Johnson. Individuals to Josh Dacos, Pendlebury, Frampton, Hill, and Crisp, alongside Mason Cox. While for the Fremantle Dockers, 2 goals to Luke Jackson. Individuals to Sturt, O'Meara, Amos, Tracy, and Banfield. Three-quarter time of the MCG, Collingwood leading by 54 points. Meanwhile, on the Gold Coast, it's the Suns 8-7-55, leading St Kilda 3-3-21. Mateus Filippo has been subbed out for the Saints, but the Suns are potentially heading towards their first win without Stuart Dew after his sackling during the week. Great to have your company on Saturday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen.
The story of stuff the British stole started with artefacts in museums and galleries, but it's spread from a basement in ancient bottles,
The oldest known rum in the world.
you have to follow the money, to a manuscript lost between dueling nuclear powers.
We don't know what it is yet. So it changed everything.
I'm Mark Fennell. Join me for the new season of Stuff the British Stole. You can find it now on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
H coming through. Picks up the footy for the Dockers. High left foot kick inside 50. Amos goes up, doesn't mark. Walters running through. Handball away to Jackson. Jackson dribbles it home. His second. That's better from Freo.
Crisp out of the congestion. And pass to go. He links up with Pendlebury. The runner Markov takes a bounce through the middle of the MCG. Looks up, one-on-one's further afield. Elliott over the back. Beautiful kick. The ultimate slingshot from Markov to Elliott to goal for his third.
Spots up the mustachioed Oleg Markov.
Yeah. And he is away downhill. A couple of bounces. Hand pass to Goey. Game 150. Elliott out the back. Clears Hamlin's hand. How well have they done that, Collingwood, from one end to the other? As Jamie Elliott from the right forward pocket bends it through for his fourth.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time of the MCG. Collingwood leading by 54 points over the Fremantle Dockers. 16-4, 100 to the Dockers. 7-4. 46. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Adam Romanascus and Brent Harvey are your experts. Our next stop on ABC Sport is Docklands in Melbourne as the Carlton side takes on Port Adelaide. To preview that clash, it's a very good afternoon to Andrew Mays.
Hello, Clinchy. Yeah, in a game that a few weeks ago seemed like it might have been a bit of a fizzer, things have completely turned around with the turnaround in Carlton's form. 3 wins on the bounce has seen the Blues with a renewed confidence, and they'll be heading here under the roof today with every chance against the Port Adelaide team, who remarkably have won 13 games in a row. However, the story of the week has more been at selection. For Port Adelaide, 7 changes from last week's team. Dixon, Horne-Francis, Rioli, Mackenzie, Hayes, Burton and Narkle all out of the team this afternoon. So 7 changes in total. We will see Burton feature as the sub. No late changes for the Blues. Paddy Dow will be the sub for Carlton. So De Koning comes back in. Young goes back to have a rest and find some form in the twos. Both teams pretty settled at the moment out amongst their warm-ups. There's just a good feeling coming into the ground today. Plenty of tension. A bit of a mini elimination final for the Blues, and Port Adelaide will want to bank one that perhaps might not be as certain as it was a couple of weeks ago on the road before a tough couple of weeks against Collingwood, Adelaide and Geelong over the next 3 weeks for the Power. Looking forward to bringing you this game this afternoon. Mick Malthouse will have his insights along with Adam Tomlinson under the roof here. Joel Peterson to call it alongside me. Clinchy, we're about 45 minutes away. Can't wait.
Thank you, Maisie. We look forward to joining you at the completion of this game. There'll be a few more back on the Carlton bandwagon if they can end Port Adelaide's streak. Ahead of Boomer and Adam Romanascus, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clinchy, a term of complete carnage down here for the Dockers, unfortunately. Brandon Walker subbed out with the knee injury. Sean Darcy, I'm just behind at the moment. He has got the crutches for that really nasty ankle injury. So I think he might be on the sidelines for a little while. And it got worse during the three-quarter time break. Bailey Banfield limped off and was taken straight down to the rooms. It looks like a knee injury. So they're down to just 2 fit on the bench at the moment, the Dockers. And then, the luxury for the Magpies, Scott Pendlebury had his minutes managed, subbed out of the game for a breather to give Tom Mitchell a crack. So, contrasting fortunes this afternoon at the G.
I just saw the replay of Sean Darcy's injury. Didn't look like much at all. Didn't look like a roll or the like. So that's a real concern, I think, for the Dockers. So he's such an important player. I think Fremantle have got to get something out of this last quarter.
Collingwood chasing a 15th win to stay on top of the AFL ladder. Final term underway. Jordan DeGoey soccers it out towards half forward. McCreary sliding in, lost his footing. Clark with a hand pass to Henry for the Dockers. Links up with Matt Johnson. Hand pass away to O'Meara. Inboard to Brayshaw. Back to O'Meara. Nick Dacos got a hand in there. Wins it back for Collingwood. Hand pass over the top to Maynard. Awkward bouncing ball. Hand pass to Tom Mitchell. Feeds it back to Nick Dacos. Little fumble. Stepped it in play in the eyes of the umpire. And Schultz tries to break the Tom Mitchell tackle. Not before the ball goes out of play. As Henry and Maynard takes it across the boundary line. Collingwood by 54 points.
It's amazing. Nick Dacos, he has 3 possessions where every other player just has 1. He keeps the ball in his area and he doesn't get the 1-2. He gets the 1-2-3 a lot of times.
Cox winning the tap decisively, but O'Meara getting involved for the Dockers. Eventually to Goey. Kick goes straight up and down. Punched away by Crisp. Lands in the lap of Schultz for the Dockers. Handball to O'Meara. Handball to Brayshaw to Henry. Kick forward of the wing. Lands on the lap here of Sturt. Or in the lap. Sturt with it. 60 from home. He'll chip it over the top. Henry marks. Plays on. Deep in the pocket. He'll pull his kick back towards Tracy, who outbodies Murphy.
Terrific.
Just perfectly to protect the drop zone. And Murphy's a little sore.
Yeah, would have got him right down the middle.
And Tracy will go back 15 out, slightest of angles.
That's what you want, Benny.
Yep.
Your big key forward. You want that physicality. I just think he's going to be a really good player in the future. Once he gets that forward craft, smart, he's got all the physical attributes.
Tracy comes in and puts through a consolation prize for the Dockers. Something to look forward to in the future. His continued emergence. He's got a couple. Collingwood 16-4-100. Fremantle 8-4-52. 48 points. The Pies' advantage. And you mentioned it, Rama, but still just 20 years of age. Yeah. Josh Tracy.
It says he's 195 centimetres and 92 kilos.
He's bigger than that.
I'll give you a tip right now. He's bigger than 92 kilos.
Yeah.
He'd be nearly 102, and not in a bad way. He looks fantastic. Very solid young man. Physical, Rama, and kicks the ball beautifully. His first goal was from 50 out that we called earlier, and it was just a beautiful leg on him. So looks like a player.
So as they did in the third quarter, Fremantle with the opening goal of the term. Back in the middle, Jackson up against Cox. Cox wins down the tap. Spills out the way of Big Mason Cox. Ridden into the turf. Tackle laid by Brayshaw. It spills out the way of Schultz. Gets the hand pass to O'Driscoll. On the run, gets to 45 out off balance, and it goes out to the left. Bounces out of play for a boundary throw in the left forward pocket.
Wasn't a great kick, but when the ball left his hand, it tumbled the wrong way. So kicked the wrong side of the football, unfortunately.
Sub into the action in the third quarter. Nathan O'Driscoll. The ball to be thrown in at the city end. Fremantle in attack. Jackson tries to flick it over the back. Nobles awake to that. Hand pass straight back into the congestion. Swikowski can't get boot to ball. Spills the way of Maynard. He's locked up. Top of the goal square for the Dockers. And the umpire's going to ball it up. No, it's not your day when Sam Swikowski just couldn't quite get the ball to the boot.
Come off his knee, I think. Clinchy.
He's the nephew of Ziggy Swikowski, a name that many will know. And Jackson winning the tap down here to Schultz, and a clearing kick from Josh Dacos. Eventually it tumbles out 45 around from the attacking goal for the Dockers. Former CEO of a major telecom company here in Australia. 48 points, the Pies lead. Umpire spins it in. Jackson knocking it down straight to Switkowski. High ball towards the goal square. Amos in the goal square. Moore does well, slaps it through. Prevents another Dockers major. A minor score, 48 points. Is the advantage for the Pies.
Rami, you mentioned Fremantle need to get something out of the last quarter. And I'm tipping you're not necessarily talking about the scoreboard.
No. I'm talking about just individual players.
Yep.
Your younger players, you always want them to fight games out. Don't waste the game.
Maynard, long kick towards McStay. Couldn't take the mark. McCrews onto it. Hand pass out in front of his own advantage. Sockers it inside 50. Out of the chase of Clark. Aisha's first onto it. Can't take the footy cleanly. Clark gathers for the Dockers. Hand pass to Henry. Over the top to Ryan. Cleverly slapped it to Hamling's advantage. Now Crisp over the top of him. Did that come off Ryan's boots? Umpire says throw it in. Front of the Olympic stand. The majority of the fans are in the ponchos, sitting in the first 20 or 30 rows. With the light rain still coming down at the MCG. Collingwood by 47 points. Toss back into play. Jackson and Cox. Cox palms it down to the front. Matt Johnson can't get on the end of it. O'Meara can. Had an arm pinned in the tackle by McCreary. The umpire will ball it up.
Umpire puts it up. Jackson and Cox. Cox tapping it in the Nick Dacos direction. Jager O'Meara there for the Dockers. Hooks across the body. Switkowski can't mark. Markov onto it for the Pies. Handball to Crisp. To Mitchell. A little rare fumble. And out of play for a throw-in again between wing and left half forward. 47 points the Pies lead. It was 5 points at quarter time, 53 at half time, and 54 at three-quarter time. Fremantle haven't won many quarters of late. Cox knocking it to the front again. O'Meara bending over trying to pick it up. Erasmus getting involved for the Dockers. So too Brayshaw. Handball to Henry. Handball to O'Meara. He'll kick towards the logo. Tracy tries to spoil. Moore juggles it and drags in the mark. The Pies skipper. Umpire wants to bring him back.
Can't play on.
How many intercept marks is that today for Moore? He had 5 in the first quarter. I think Clinchy you called, and
yep.
The record
six.
is 10,
so,
6, is it?
Yeah,
one
just
since
the
then.
one, but the ball's barely been down there since the first quarter.
Well, they had 16 inside 50s in the first quarter, Freo, and they had 4 in the second quarter and 8, so they've had 12 in the other 2 quarters.
Maynard kicks Collingwood up towards Mason Cox and Ash Johnson. Johnson can't take the mark. Crisp charging through. He's tackled by Erasmus, and the umpire will ball it up. It's a bit of a stats doing the rounds around goals Darcy Moore's conceded. He's sort of a firm believer in that if you get the right matchup, you can expose him going the other way, given he wants to play the intercepting role. Jackson's high up and under kick at half-back. Gathered by Crisp, centering kick from Markov, tapped into his own advantage, couldn't take the mark, to go he gathers, centering kick out in front of Bobby Hill and bounce in front of him, he got a cruel bounce, charging onto it Hughes, Hill got him, laid the tackle, how will the umpire view this? He'll ball it up. Right half forward for the Magpies. Collingwood fans thought he tried to just brush the tackle. Bobby Hill was having none of that this afternoon.
Cox and Jackson again. Cox decisive. Down to Nick Dacos. Pies at half forward. Tom Mitchell. Away to Josh Dacos. A kick inside attacking 50. Spoiled away there by Johnson. Trying to slap it to McCreary. Tackling him, Pearce. And a ball up. 35 out from the attacking goal for the Pies.
Fremantle have allowed Collingwood to get the spare for most of the day.
Cox and Jackson, neither decisive. Ball bobbling around onto it. Erasmus backfeeds a handball to Hughes and a clearing kick to the wing for Freo.
There's a wrestle taking place. Samus spoils it down. Lipinski couldn't take it. Noble slides in. Strakowski lays the tackle. The umpire will ball it up.
And that's the problem, Boomer, because Collingwood's strength is not stoppage. Collingwood's strength's ball movement. So you give them the spare, and that just sets their ball movement up.
That's where it started all day. In each of the quarters, I've got quick rebounding 50 in my notes in every single quarter.
Noble and Sukowski in a little tangle as to go. He drags him clear. Ball spills away from Brayshaw. Onto it, Aish. Kicks out to the southern wing. Have a go with that. Tracy against Darcy Moore. Almost pulled in the mark. Backpedaling. Front on contact. The Collingwood captain will get the free kick. How quickly did he make up ground there? Out of position. was able to get his hands out, and in the end it was a pretty good battle, it must be said. Probably Josh Tracy's a little unlucky as Darcy Moore goes short to Josh Dacos, who chips it around the southern wing to Noble.
John Noble just backpedals off the mark, tells his teammates where he wants them. Now kicks around the boundary, Cox in front, juggles it down the big American. That familiar strut. Still 2 kicks from home. He'll send it to the pocket, looking for a marker. Johnson in front, Hamling fists it away into row G and a throw in. A right forward pocket for the Pies. Out by 47. Gentle Collingwood chant going up around the MCG. Kids in free today. It'll be a decent crowd. I'm not sure we'll get past the 58,000 and change for Fremantle's biggest ever in a home and away game. Winning the tap down, Jackson. Getting involved, O'Driscoll for the Dockers. Handball to Erasmus. Handball back to O'Driscoll. His handball knocked down there by the Pies. And Josh Dacos with it.
Hand pass to Noble, gets the hand pass back to Josh Dacos. Inside 50, Elliott makes a target. Spoils it away from Ryan. Racing back, Brayshaw's onto it, Elliott onto him. Looking for the boundary line and eventually across it. A throw in the right forward pocket for Collingwood. At the punt road end, Collingwood by 47 points.
Nick Dacos 32, Josh Dacos 28. The Dacos boys getting it done again.
Tough day for the Boats with an even contribution from a number of players. Cox tries to do the ruck work, takes it out of the ruck. His kick is only towards the teeth of goal. Hamling under pressure. Hand pass for O'Driscoll. Nick Dacos at the top of the goal square. Elliott flies against a couple. And it's seen through for a minor score. Collingwood leading by 48 points at the 11-minute mark of the final term.
Short kick into the back pocket from Luke Ryan. Worth noting, next week is going to be massive. The Pies and Port, first versus second. As Clark goes long towards the wing for the Dockers. Roving Walters down to Switkowski. Hooks across the body. Looking for Sturt. Walters roves again. Slaps it out towards Henry at half forward. Can't pick it up. Noble gets back. Spills out to Murphy and the Pies chain it through hands. Now Crisp kicking around the wing again. Pearce coming over. Takes the intercept mark. Just backward of the wing here for the Dockers. 48 points. The Pies advantage. Tim Hodges.
Bailey Banfield back from the rooms for the Dockers. He's got some serious strapping on that right knee, but straight back onto the ground.
Thanks, Hodgie. On the Gold Coast, it's the Saints trailing by 29 points. Final quarter there. Zandy Brayshaw sends a high kick inside 50. At the back, Sturt takes the mark. A bit of shoveling, but was able to push his opponent underneath and take the mark on his chest.
It was good work. Just read it well, pushed his direct opponent under the ball into that contest of 4 or 5 Fremantle and Collingwood players, and then just waited for the little chest mark.
That kick hasn't really worked for him all day though, Roman. Got a little bit lucky there, didn't he, at the back. So, but take your luck when you can.
Bit of a shove on Braden Maynard, given the green light. Gets a goal in the third quarter. Sam Sturt, having returned from the waffle last week against Subiaco. On the MCG, Sturt comes in. That's a good finish. Fremantle put through 2 goals to start the final term. And the margin is back to 42 points Collingwood's way. 16-5, 101 to the Dockers, 9-5, 59. Sam Sturt with his second.
These are the little wins you can take along the way, Ramo. It's 2 goals to nothing in the last quarter. They end up kicking maybe a 4-1 or 4-0. You can take that into the start of next week. So they're the little wins that I'm tipping you're talking about before. And it all starts in the centre square again.
Yeah, and I've always, a developing team, young players on a team, you want the game to be close in the last quarter because that's when they get their most development. But in this case, it's simply not. So how do you still have that work rate and desire to play really well and get something out of the quarter?
Restart in the middle. McStay in the ruck for the Pies. Adams the clearing kick towards half forward. No one out with a mark. Matt Johnson rose for the Dockers. Handball to Brayshaw. Handball out towards Henry, trying to release him on the wing. Has to pick it up. Handball to Sturt. Back feeds a handball to Brayshaw. His kick from the wing, chopped off by side bottom. Sticks a hand up, knocks it down. Quaynor. Now the Pies are away down the members' wing. Lipinski, a little unsure. He'll dribble a kick for McCreary. And leaves it behind, and the Dockers should get back through Ryan. At right half back, handball away towards Aish. Handball to Brayshaw. And Brayshaw will chip it short to Sturt. Look out. The raging bull.
He's
Braden Maynard.
Everything, doesn't he? He's hurt himself a little bit.
Yeah. Maynard coming from the field as the kick from Sturt up towards half forward. No mark claimed. Schultz lays the tackle on Mark off the ball. Is locked at right half forward.
He does remind me a little bit of Rocky Marciano. That was the raging bull, wasn't it? Sort of has a bit of Rocky about him.
You remember him, do you, Ben?
But I've seen photos of Rocky Marciano.
What year are we talking? Just out of interest.
All I know is his record was 49-0.
I feel like it was well before you were born. And
well before any of us were born.
Okay.
Maybe Boomer.
I was waiting, actually waiting for that.
If only you had kept playing, Boomer. You could have been playing with your son.
I reckon he's in the 50s.
Here's Matt Johnson who gets the free kick at right half forward.
Yes.
Sends him inside 50. Tracy comes out, leads uncontested, and takes the mark.
Presented really well. We keep saying it, but that looked like a really good full forward, didn't it? What did we say he's played? Tracy's played 29 games. That's not a lot of football.
24 goals in his 30th match. Picked up as a rookie draft in 2020, playing his third year. Signed to 2026, so a big part of the future for the Fremantle Dockers. Shooting for his third goal. Comes in. That's a good finish. Tracy puts through his third, and Fremantle that'll be a pretty good start to this final term. 3 goals unanswered. And the 16-minute mark of the final term. Collingwood 16-5, 105 to the Dockers 10-5, 65. The margin is 36 points. Meanwhile, on the Gold Coast, it's still the Suns 9-8-62, leading St Kilda 6-3-39 midway through the final term there. So Saints are going to have to get a wriggle on. Otherwise, the Suns with their first win under interim coach Stephen King.
Get any stats for me, Benny?
Yeah, 1950s for Rocky Marciano. So
definitely Boomer.
Just got
1923 to 1969. He was born in 23.
Yeah, but when he competed.
Yeah, 50s.
49 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses.
So he went all right.
I reckon there's a bit of Braden Maynard in his appearance. Back in the middle. Loose footy and scrappy footy. Again, the Pies come away with it. Nick Dacos away to Adams. Bouncing ball inside 50, punching it away. There is Hughes for the Dockers. And able to pick it up, O'Meara. Handball to Waish. A kick into the middle of the ground. And one umpire's blown his whistle and said advantage. The other hasn't. And it looks like it's going to come back. So O'Meara will get the free kick at centre-half back here for the Dockers. 36 points the Pies lead. It's not nearly as ugly as it was or could have been for Fremantle, as O'Meara flares it towards the wing for Ethan Hughes, who turns it over cold straight to Crisp. He marks on the wing in front of the interchange benches.
One of a number of Collingwood players, Jack Crisp, who now finds himself across half-back with a ever-growing midfield. Works it up to Howard, half-forward, long kickling for Mason Cox. Ash Johnson in front, can't take the mark. Elliott at ground level, tackled by Matt Johnson. Spills the way of Nick Dacos, shrugs off one tackle, swings onto his right, snaps on goal to finish. And immediately having scored the goal, he goes to Jamie Elliott with a couple of taps of encouragement, knowing that he helped set up the goal. And this raging favourite for the Brownlow medal, Nick Dacos, joins the list of goal kickers. 2 behinds early in the match, 16 goals for the season. His first of the afternoon and Collingwood's first since the 23-minute mark of the third term. The Pies 17-5, 107 to the Dockers 10-5, 65. 18 minutes gone, final term.
Yeah, and he should go to Jamie Elliott there. Elliott gets to the fall of the ball and just works to release that ball. Yeah, beautiful pick up and shrug by Nick Dacos and a terrific finish, but it's the hard work before that allows The one thing with Nick Dacos that I notice, he very rarely goes to ground. You don't see him, and that's a sign of a great player. There's no doubt about that. So it's just he's always constantly on the move.
Switkowski in the middle for the Dockers. Comes away with the footy. Handball out towards the wing. O'Driscoll dribbles a kick inside 50. Moore goes down to get it. Right there with him, Banfield for Freo. Going in, Noble. So to Erasmus. Erasmus comes away with it. Snaps on the left, right to the line. And Quaynor getting back. Able to just knock it through, a goal-saving effort. Behind. 42 points, the Pies lead. Rami, you're probably across this, but Isaac Quaynor with a younger brother who is a dead ringer.
Yeah.
Coming through in the underage.
We had Isaac on the lead last week, I think it was, Clinchy, and he spoke about his younger brother playing at the Oakley Chargers, so halfback flanker as well.
He was at the... Has he got two brothers or one?
Two, I think.
One was at the Northern Knights last year as well.
Just under wherever you get your podcast from, the best of ABC Sport. If you want to catch up, we're joined by Max Gawn, the Melbourne captain, earlier today. As the Dockers lock the ball in on half-back. Jackson up against McStay. McStay wins down the tap. Lipinski comes over the top. Can't knock it clear. McStay had it for half a moment. Lost it. Tries to tap it clear of the congestion. Clark slides in for Fremantle. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Had it. Lost it. Holding the ball. Collingwood will take it at left half-back. Either of you guys worn sort of Isaac Quaynor bright pink boots?
No. Oh, I had Dennis Pagan as a coach. I had no hope of wearing something like that.
Bobby Hill's got the fluorescent orange, bright gold sort of colour as well.
30-odd games into my career, I wore blue boots with a little white stripe through them at training. Dennis grabbed me and said, "How many games you played, son?" grabbed you by the forearm. "How many games you played, son?" I said, "About 37. And how should you be wearing those boots?" I took them straight off, got a new pair of boots, all black. Off we go.
How the times have changed. Now you've got to try and find the kids who are wearing the black boots. There's Mason Cox in blue boots trying to compete. It spills away from him. Erasmus can't get a clean disposal away. Crisp kicks Collingwood up towards half forward. McStay, big collision. Pierce one direction. Taylor Adams the other. Adams is slow to rise. Ball spills away of O'Meara. Hand pass to Brayshaw and back to Jager O'Meara.
O'Meara chipping for Erasmus. Look out. Oh, he gets through after taking the mark. Murphy coming the other way. Handball away to Amos. Handball to Sturt. Dockers at half forward. Switkowski to Tracy. Short. And the mark taken by Schultz. 40 out. Directly in front.
We talk about the little wins. I think they've found one in Neil Erasmus.
Yeah.
13th game today. 22 possessions, but just what I've seen there, going back with the flow of the ball. Super courage, especially this late in the game where he probably doesn't need to. Fantastic effort.
Pick 10 back in 2021. That's Erasmus. This is Schultz with a set shot, and his kick is a shocker.
Not too close again.
Yeah, he needs to work on the run-up.
It's twice there, isn't it, Ramo, now?
Schultz. Let's go downstairs. Tim Hodges, a record-breaking day for the Dockers.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable crowd, really, guys, for an interstate team here at the G. 61,500 people. That's a record home and away crowd that Fremantle has played before in their history. And that leaves Collingwood just about, 4,000 people short of 1 million people, which they'll crack next week. I imagine the Adelaide Oval will be rocking and rolling and well sold out for first versus second next Saturday night.
Yeah, can't wait for that one, Hodgie. As Erasmus gets in down low, not taken high in the eyes of the umpire. As the tackle is laid by Josh Dacos, and the umpire will ball it up just in front of the two benches. Collingwood leading by 40 points. This is tossed in the air. Tracy up against Cox. Cox wins down the tap. Out in front of Lipinski. Boundary side. He tries to volley it forward. Off the outside of the boot. Goes out of bounds on the full. Jager O'Meara to take it. 27 disposals. Coming up to 28 for Jager. How have you viewed his inclusion in the Dockers, Rama, coming from the Hawks? Signed till 2026.
No, I think he's been solid for him. I don't think it's... Their midfield has fired as it did last year, as we watched the ball go out of bounds there. But I think as it progresses and Brayshaw gets back to full fitness, Sarong has had a terrific year, so it'll be really important for them in the future. O'Meara.
Toss back in, no clean disposal as Noble becomes the tackler. Ball stuck on.
And
Sam Swikowski's chest.
Sorry, and you've also got to add Nat Fyfe back into that mix as well at some stage if he can get his body right.
Taking over the position, Jago O'Meara with no David Munley this season. It's Josh Dacos across half-back, up the members' wing. Aish couldn't complete the mark. McCreary putting the pressure on. Clark's hand pass to O'Meara, set upon behind by 3 Magpies. The pressure is still intense despite it being 24 minutes gone in the final term. O'Meara can't knock it clear. Umpire circles and will ball it up. Collingwood by 40 points. Craig McRae coaching on the bench still. 25 minutes gone final term.
Umpire puts it up on the logo. Erasmus trying to pick it up and bullet through. Tackled by Lipinski and also Tom Mitchell. Tom Mitchell's dad in his formative years working at the Dockers. Did a lot of his high schooling in Perth as Mitchell gets it from the tap down out to Josh Dacos. Kick forward of the wing for the Pies. Johnson following up the contest at ground level. He's tackled by Pearce. Ball not going anywhere. Eventually it spits out. Umpire lets them play. Continues to circle. And will ball it up. So umpire Nick Foot to come in and toss it aloft. Pies by 40 points. Late in this one at the MCG.
Toss in the air. Cox wins down the tap to Taylor Adams. Gains a few metres with a little toe poke, but only as far as Clark. Gathers for the Fremantle Dockers. Hand pass to Hamlin, to Erasmus. And to find a way past Nick Dacos. Ran a fair way. Searches with a kick out to the left back pocket. And Ryan takes the mark. Up to Corey Wagner, who marks it left half back. The mid-season pickups rewarded after his good form in the waffle. His kick searching for Schultz. He's outmarked by Quainer. Marks for Collingwood's southern side of the ground between wing and half forward. All of a sudden the Pies scoring has just slowed in this second half as Quainer kicks long and Ash Johnson works his way to the front. Pearce didn't have body contact and Johnson's so dangerous with his vertical reach. He marks on a 45-degree angle, 45 metres out from goal.
Look, the Pies did all their work in that second quarter, but it's 5 goals to 3 in Fremantle's favour in this second half.
So what do you make of that? Taking their foot off the pedal?
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. And look, and I'm sure Justin Longmuir tore the paint off the wall at half-time. So he needed some level of response from him.
Ash Johnson out to the right, shooting from 45 metres out. Magnificent finish. His third. He's not giving up his spot by any chance. Johnson with his third. Trying to add to the selection. Pressure for Craig McRae. Joins Jamie Elliott with 4. Dan McStay with 2. Taylor Adams with 2 as well. Collingwood have their 18th of the match. 18-5, 113 to the Dockers, 10-7, 67. And it sort of feels like Mason Cox, Ash Johnson with Brody Myercheck to come back in.
Stay.
They're all sort of wrestling for that last spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. And speaking to Graham right before the game, I don't think he knows, or Craig McRae knows yet. So you got to compete, and I think with competition comes good performance, and clearly that's what Ash Johnson has given today.
Pies out by 46. 3 goals in back-to-back games for Ash Johnson. After coming back in from the VFL, Neil Erasmus emerges with the footy from the restart, gives it to Matt Johnson. Poor kick, turnover. Pies with it. Crisp, long handball to Nick Dacos. He wants to kick it out in front of his brother Josh. Bouncing ball. Going with him is Noddy O'Driscoll. And O'Driscoll slapping it away. Sees it to the boundary line and a throw in.
It's a tough one, Rammer, isn't it? Because they're up by 54 points. Yeah, the best team in the competition, you're up by 54 points. A lot of people would want to see them put the foot on the throat and win by 80, but they're done.
It's more about not getting injured now.
It is. You're correct.
Maybe eyeing Port Adelaide next week. The Adelaide Oval over the next couple of weeks. The place to be on Saturday nights. Adelaide and GWS tonight, and what could be a top 8 shaper.
Yep.
First versus second next week.
Good game for the ladder.
Against the Pies.
Good game for our ladder, Benny.
Yes, for the ladder lovers, one for them.
Imagine watching the live ladder all game. How good.
What about on a Wednesday night when it's not moving? That's even better, says Boomer.
Don't knock it till you try it, boys, I'm telling you.
There'll be a bit of that, the ladder predictor, with 6 rounds to go, especially for those sides in the bottom half of the 8. Mason Cox wins down the tap for Collingwood. Clark can't knock it clear. O'Meara for the Dockers. Hand pass to Erasmus to Hughes. Back inside defensive 50. Wagner search and kick out towards the members wing. Quainos spoils it down against Banfield. Banfield regathers for the Dockers. Hand pass to O'Driscoll. Back to Hamlin. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Back to Hamlin. Not sure they're going further. And now back to Ryan. He's under pressure from Nick Dacos. Back to Hamlin. Nick Dacos almost got him. They haven't moved a millimetre as Ryan around the body up the wing. Banfield and Walters fly. Spoiled down to the front. O'Meara taps it away from Mason Cox. Into the middle of the ground for Luke Jackson. Looks up. Henry on the lead. He marks down low. Just experimenting with their mix inside 50. And a imposing threat. Liam Henry racing out from the goal square. And Olaf Markov caught in his trail.
It's amazing when that kick inside 50 doesn't go long and high, and you can kick it low and short, and you've got certain players that can hit up at the football. It just makes a huge difference.
22 disposals for Henry this afternoon. Comes in, gets underneath it, drags it out to the left, and it hits the left behind post out of bounds on the full. Not his best effort. Half an hour gone. Final term, Collingwood by 46.
Short kick in from Murphy after the out on the full in the right back pocket. Short to Crisp. 205 consecutive games for Crisp as he kicks long out towards the southern wing. No one marks. They pile on Erasmus on top of his opponent. The umpire coming to sort it out. So ball up, southern wing. On a day when kids came free, it looked every bit like men versus boys. Collingwood win by 46 over the Dockers.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades show. Ships a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
So they led by 5 points at quarter time, but really they won the match in the second term when they kicked 8 unanswered goals and kicked 10 goals to 2 in the second term. They led by 53 at half time, 54 at three-quarter time, and in the fourth quarter, well, I reckon they put the cue in the rack. In the end, running out winners by 46 points, 18-5, 113, placed 10-7, 67.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades show. It's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
So the goal kickers for the Pies, Elliott with 4, a couple to McStay, a couple to Adams. In the end, 3 to Ash Johnson for a second consecutive week, and then singles Josh Dacos, Scott Pendlebury, who was subbed out, just managing his minutes early in the second half, Billy Frampton, Bobby Hill, Jack Crisp, and Nick Dacos, as well as Mason Cox. While for the Dockers, multiples to Josh Tracy, Luke Jackson, Sam Sturt, singles to Jager O'Meara, Jai Amos and Bailey Banfield.
So Collingwood still the AFL pace setters, 14 goals to 5 in the first half, Freo with 5 goals to 4 in the second. Mr. Sanarama, 3 minutes and then we're off. So some quick thoughts from Adam Damascus and the votes from Brent Harden.
Look, all the work was done by Collingwood in that first half. As you said, Clinchy, 14 goals to 5, particularly that second quarter where they're able to pile on 10 goals. And it was simply their ball movement. They were so good with their ball movement. Just nice little moment here out on the ground. Both teams lining up for Brett Rosebery in his 500th game. He's getting a bit of a guard of, he's getting a guard of honour from both teams here, which is a very, very nice touch. He's been a terrific umpire and a great servant to our game. Hopefully there's many more games still for him to come. But back to the footy. Fremantle had to respond in that second half, and they were able to. I thought they were able to fight their way through in many respects. It was always going to be tricky with such a big margin at half time, but they had a go. I think they had a go. Boomer mentioned Erasmus. We've mentioned Treacy a lot today. So they're two players. I think they can hold their head up high. Sturt kicks a couple of goals. I thought Brayshaw tried hard for a lot of the game. O'Meara in that second half tried hard. So look, a disappointing day for the Dockers. Disappointing day, and we always thought it was going to be the case with the players that they had out. But the Pies teams have got to work out how to stop their ball movement. Melbourne did it on King's birthday, where they slowed them right down. But Fremantle and the Western Bulldogs over the previous 2 weeks just haven't been able to lay a glove on them.
The votes for the ABC Football of the Year, Brent Harvey.
Yeah, it was a little bit tough today because we spoke about the even contribution that Collingwood normally have, but we went with one vote. Elliott, 7 score involvements, 4 goals. Thought he was fantastic. Maynard, just his tough work in close, and Rammer called him a few times on bone-crunching tackles. He's had 20 touches, 8 tackles. And we went with 3 votes for Taylor Adams. He had 23 touches, 12 contested possessions, 9 tackles, along with 2 goals. But most of that work, Lynchy, was done in the first half when they were 54 points up. So set the game up, Taylor Adams. 3 votes from us.
3 to Adams, 2 to Maynard, 1 to Jamie Elliott in the ABC Football of the Year from Brent Harvey. We'll bring you a Collingwood interview at halftime of the match between Carlton and Port Adelaide, which is the game we're about to head to, with Andrew Mays and Joel Peterson, Mick Moldhouse and Adam Tomlinson. For those of us listening through the ACT, you'll be off to the NRL after Collingwood were winners by 46 points over the Fremantle Dockers. 18-5, 113 to the Dockers, 10-7, 67 in front of 61,157 fans. Meanwhile, the Gold Coast Suns are about to record a victory there, 11-10, 76, leading the Saints 8-3, 51. The Magpies not too far away as Darcy Moore's waving to the Collingwood Army, rousing them up as they're about to make their way off the MCG. Collingwood winners by 46 points. Wherever you're heading for the rest of your afternoon, enjoy it with us here on ABC Sport. Thanks for your company.